Him people's coming here because I was watching this one, so I figured I'd watch the video with you guys. Where am I again? Hey, BD, what's up? I was like, who's that? Hey, Quee. Sorry. I don't want to go through MTR, but the original video is like 2 hours long, and I don't know where he's saying it. So we're going to have to suffer through this one, right? But Andrew came back because he had to handle Coach Greg because that dude is really lame. He is seriously pathetic. Let me play the video, you guys. Let me play the video.
Dipshit's audience. That guy is one of the dumbest fucking people that I have ever sat across from and debated, bar none. And I have no expectation that anybody who's following him is any different.
Damn. I did a debate analysis commentary video a couple of days ago, and this was of the Digital Social Hour podcast that hosted the two men that we're going to speak about here today, one being Coach Greg Adams and the other being Andrew Wilson. Now, their debate was, is marriage worth it? Coach Greg Adams is on the side of no, it is not worth it, whereas Andrew Wilson is on the side of yes, it is worth it. The debate itself was about 2 hours in length. We only went over about 20 or so minutes of it. I'll leave a link to this video down in the description box down below. It's a very popular video, and I think that you guys really appreciated the breakdown of their two different arguments, albeit diametrically opposed arguments. Nevertheless, I have not seen much of a response from Coach Greg Adams in terms of how he felt that he fared during the debate, but I have seen a response a couple of minutes ago of Andrew Wilson, and Andrew Wilson is absolutely popping off, and he apparently is very angry at the totality of the debate and specifically Coach Greg Adams' intelligence during the debate. So I want to go over his comments and continue to break this down without further ado.
The super chats basically focus on one thing. They want to talk shit about you and CGA. So here's a question for Andrew. Big reason why the red pill doesn't give prescriptions is because we would feel morally responsible. And then this is continued. Is the church willing to take responsibility for the men who fail 10% of the time? Things like help him get a new wife financially, etc. If the church had a MOA, like Mike's MOA, to help, most dudes would marry.
Yeah, this question is so easily answered. Yes, of course. Men find solace in the church and the community of the church, and they help them through all sorts of moral crisis and financial crisis. Why is this news to you, chatter? Are you fucking stupid? This has been ongoing from the community of the church since the dawn of time. The entirety of the church is designed to assist you through crisis. What are you talking about?
I got another one here.
Will they take responsibility? They're the only ones who take responsibility. You know what red pillars don't do? They don't take responsibility for the mass promiscuity that they promote, like Coach CG Dumbass, who put out a tweet saying, go ahead and fuck hookers. How's that kind of degeneracy going to help us win the culture war here? How's that kind of degeneracy going to bring down the same single moms he says not to marry?
Yeah. And mind you, right? He was like, oh, remember when Andrew asked him, so how would you fix the black community? And he was like, oh, you can't fix it because they're cursed, they're degenerates, they're pretty much like it's over. But then he's on his Twitter telling men, I guess most likely black men, sleep with anything, be a trick, have sex with anything. And I'm like, so your people are degenerates, but you encourage them to practice degeneracy. And that's how you make your money. Like, what? Disgusting.
How's that going to help that? It's not. How's it going to help with male STDs? It's not. How's it going to help men not commit suicide? It's not going to do any of those things. The guy is fucking stupid. And you people who talk like, it's like you can't follow a debate.
Oh, but they got you on this one. Are non-state recognized unions subject to the family court? Does palimony exist? If the answers to any of these questions is yes, then Andrew was factually wrong when debating CGA.
No, not only was I not factually wrong, I pointed out that there was only certain states where that was correct. It was pulled up in fact check, and I was right. because I'm always right.
Andrew made an absolute claim that non-state recognized unions can't end up in family court, aka divorce court. Also, he has a marriage contract himself.
Yes, but so do you think, like, for instance, out of all the men who are in here, I probably have the most robust belly. But do you think that if I point out that another guy is fat, that means because I also am fat, that I can't point that out? It doesn't matter if I have a marriage contract. I can still point out flaws in marriage contracts. It has no bearing whatsoever on an argument.
Yeah.
You, chatter, are fucking stupid. And much like Coach Dipshit can't follow a coherent argument. Just follow the argument. That's all I ask. The argument was simple. The argument that I was making is if you're inclined to get married, right? Remember the topic is marriage in the West, not divorce in the West. If you're inclined to be married, which form of marriage is going to give you the best outcomes to mitigate disaster? It's very clear that since Orthodox marriage, 9% divorce, Catholic marriage is, I've seen it as low as 18%, depending on the Pew study, as high as 21 or 23%. It's still your best bet out of all of them. And if you agree, and Coach Dipshit did, that marriage has all sorts of benefits for men and you want to engage in those benefits, then don't you want to go for the thing that mitigates the most amount of risk? Answer, yes. Simple. His audience, and I'm just going to point this out to all of you who might be here right now, who are Coach Dipshit's audience. That guy is one of the dumbest fucking people that I have ever sat across from and debated, bar none. And I have no expectation that anybody who's following him is any different.
Damn.
Just want to point that out.
Boom. Boom. Let's back this up for a quick second because Andrew Wilson said a lot right there. Quick emergency meeting. I was recently searching for my name online and found if you've been compromised, been exposed. Go now. I really think that the overall issue with the debate, as I re-listened to some of the talking points, is that they were arguing different things. Andrew was arguing from the idea of, is marriage worth it? And at a macroeconomical level, it is, as it can solve some of the issues that he outlined in the initial debate. And if you are to choose to get married, don't do it if you're just a secularist, right? Like if you don't believe in God, that makes no sense if you're just doing it in order to get married from the state. And if you do it in order to lower your risk, either she's Orthodox or she's Catholic, because those show the lowest divorce rates. Whereas CGA is saying is like, listen, as a man, why would you introduce yourself to any risk whatsoever? No, it's not worth it. No, we can't change or move the needle. No, it's not going to get better for men. The ship is already sinking, so bump marriage. How about I just maximize my roster and then maybe on occasion I might pay for a or two? I don't think that CGA is stupid. I just don't think that he cares about the larger picture. And he has more of a...
Doesn't that make him stupid, though? Like, MTR is so fucking stupid. But then he said he has an MBA. It's so fucking stupid. This is also why I think, like, you don't even talk politics with Black people, because some up there don't register properly, right? If you're saying, oh, marriage is not worth it, why would I expose myself to potentially being in divorce court, whatever? But I'm going to sleep around with anybody and anything I want to sleep with. Are you not also exposing yourself? Right? Uncle Shay Shay, for example, right? He wasn't married, right? He slept with that Latino girl. He exposed himself to God knows how much, but ultimately he got a lawsuit. He got to step down from his job with ESPN. I think he paid the young lady, hey, Janet, I think he paid the young lady over 30-20 million, right? Diddy was not married, right? Diddy was not married, okay? Diddy didn't get married. Cassie that he was having sex with, but for me, it's consensual. Freak offs to me were consensual, right? But Diddy also got exposed to what, a $20-30 million payout that he had to give Cassie, right? He's been locked up now for how long? He's going to be a felon. He is a felon. I guess he got convicted, right? They just transferred him to a low security prison, but he's not married to these people, right? Jonathan Majors, the girl, the Sabrina, whatever her name is, the white girl who caused all this upheaval in his life and caused him to, she pretty much ruined Creed because Creed was coming out. She destroyed Creed. I think he also had a movie with Marvel. She destroyed that. He also had his bodybuilder movie. She destroyed that as well, right? So you don't have to be married for your life to get fucked up. I think it's very silly. Like, it's really, really silly. I feel like unless you're like a multi-millionaire, most divorce settlements, it's not that much money, right? But so far, what we have seen from, I'll say, Black men who are not married is that their lawsuits from girlfriends are costing them way more than what I think a divorce would have cost those people. So what exactly is your point? Now, when it comes to sleep whoever you want, especially this whole passport bro movement, how many of them have been getting robbed? How many of them have gone to foreign countries and got murdered? Right? In Colombia, they're killing these black dudes left and right. They go abroad, they get robbed, they get beat up, they get STDs, they get taken advantage of financially. It's like, it's not so easy to say, oh, grab a passport, go to a foreign country, and because you're a Black American man, these girls are going to fall in love with you. It's like, no, people are not stupid. Not to be offensive, but people know that Black men don't make the most money in the world. Like, it's not that hard. It's really not that hard. So to believe that you're going to go, oh, I'm going to go to Colombia, I'm going to go to God knows where, and girls are going to be running behind me to marry me, they know you broke, because why are you here? Why are you here? Now, some girls might sleep with you because they might be curious because they've heard about the black, male body part. But to make it seem like, oh, I'm a Black dude, I'm going to go to Germany, for example, and these girls are just line up, oh, yeah, he needs to be my husband. You're going to go to Colombia. As if there are no rich men in Colombia. That's the part that always gets me, right? You think there are no rich guys in Colombia? Like, if a girl is really pretty, let's say Colombia or Argentina or Venezuela, I don't know, wherever you go. But if a girl is drop dead gorgeous, you don't think that the local fellas want to be with that girl? You don't think the guys in her country, in her city, that have way more money than you, better cars than you, better job than you think they're going to let this Hermana slide to be with Trey is? I mean, these people are a bunch of colonizers. Like, you're so fucking stupid. You are fucking stupid because you think, and like sex tourism, because they usually go like third world, second world country. But you think because somebody lives in a third world country or second world country, everybody there is poor, right? And that's why he said, like, his audience, Coach Greg, you can tell that these people are not, they're seriously ignorant. They are seriously slow. They're retarded. They're really, really, really slow. So, like, you're pretty much irrelevant in America. But you think you're going to get on a plane because you're a Black American or whatever. You're going to show up somewhere, and then the girls are just like, oh, my gosh, the Black guys are here. You're not a basketball player. You're not a celebrity. You're not rich. You can barely make it here. You can barely make it here. You don't think that in the world, most people know that the richest group of men are white men? Who wakes up and says, oh, yeah, Black guys have money? Who is that person? Like, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people, right? After white people, after white men, most likely Asian men have the most money. And after Asian men, South Asian men, right? Black men are at the bottom. So why would you ever think that you traveling abroad is going to make somebody be like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. No. Right? And also, let me say this, because I think like sometimes people really underestimate the fact that entertainment, it goes all around the world, right? Many people in different countries have Netflix, even if it's like their own version of Netflix. They have social media, they have YouTube, they have movies, right? But in most movies, how are Black American men portrayed, right? Drug dealers, prisoners, working low-end jobs, killing people, shooting people. Like in the movies, you're not the guy that people want to date. In the movie, you're not a CEO. You're not running the world. You're not president. Like, you're not doing anything exceptional in the movies, right? Doesn't matter where you are. If you consume any movie that has Black American men in the content, they're usually drug dealers. That's not noble. They're usually in prison. That is not noble. Like, that's the brand. Prison, drug dealing, killing, shooting, looting. You think most women are like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to be married to that. No, most women, they want a fairy tale, right? Most women want a man that has a lot of money. They want a man that is respected by other men. They want a man that is incredibly productive, industrious. They want a man that has a reputation for being a builder. You don't have that. You do not have that. And if you're not careful going abroad, something bad's going to happen to your ass. Like getting killed, getting robbed, right? It happens all the time. I can't even tell you. I lost count of the number of guys who got murdered in Colombia. That's just Colombia alone, right? Sometimes they go to like Vietnam, like not Vietnam, they go to Thailand, they go to the Philippines, right? And because they don't know much, they end up sleeping with men. I saw a video, this Black guy was fighting a ladyboy. So I don't know if they actually had sex or whatnot, but it's like he didn't want to pay. I don't know. But next thing you know, he's fighting like a child, the lady boy is fighting the man. It was like some kung fu stuff. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. Oh Lord, oh my gosh. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. For not paying. Hold on. Ah. Oh my gosh, y'all. I guess I'm not gonna have the video, huh? Yeah. Yo, it was insane. And I'm like, oh crap, that's a man. I don't know. I can't find the video, you guys. But it was like it was insane. It was insane. Like the lady boy was fighting. I'm like, whoa, person is strong AF, right? But I'm like, it's very scary to be a pastor, bro. It's incredibly scary, and bad things can happen to you. And you think even like local men and stuff like that, if they know that you're coming to their country, to their city, just to have sex with their sisters and to play with their bodies because you're from America, you have no idea. And one thing you need to know about Latin America, they're different. Latin America is different. Over here, people are accustomed to like shooting at people, drive-by shooting. They ain't drive-by nothing. They'll grab your ass. They'll use machetes. Latinos love using machetes. I don't know what it is. They love to use machetes on people. They love to, oh my gosh, you guys. They love to dismember people, right? They're not going to shoot you quickly. They're going to make you suffer. They're going to grab you, beat you up somewhere, torture your ass somewhere. They're going to chop your ass up. And when they're done dicing you up, they put you in a barrel and then they pour acid over you. They're very, very different. It's a very different people. These Native American people that they like indigenous, they're very, very different, right? So the stuff you do over here where you play with people, you impregnate people, you run away, you don't take care of your shit. You think you can go do your filth in other people's country and get away with that stuff, right? You're going to die over there. You're going to die. And I'm like, from the ones we know that actually got killed abroad chasing sex, I wonder how many actually got killed that we still know nothing about. But you will go missing. You will go missing. Latinos, they torture people. And people seem to forget. These people right here, they're descendants of like the Mayans and the Aztec people. Mayans, when the British first came here, they said, oh, they were some cannibals. They love killing people. And they love eating people. They'll kill your ass, chop you up, and eat your heart out. They might even shove that thing in your mouth. And then when they're done, they'll throw you in acid inside of a barrel. And no one will ever know if you die because they love to put acid on people. That's how they get rid of bodies. They chop you up, put you in the metal barrel, and then they pour acid over you. Then they put the lid on top. And you'll just stay there. No one will ever know that you're missing because you're so accustomed. I think that's the problem. It's a cultural thing. Because here you're so accustomed to having sex, people's sisters. You impregnate people's sisters. You leave them with children. You don't take care of your children. And you're allowed to live. You breed, you live, you party. You go about your business because here you're safe. And for Latinos, they don't work like that. It's not, I mean, it's the Americas, but it's not America, right? What you do over here to your own sister, don't think you can go to someone else's country and do it to their sister. And they're going to let you get on a plane and come back to America. They're going to fucking kill you. Matar. They're going to kill your ass. And nobody will ever know that you were there. No one will ever know that you went missing. Nobody will ever find your body. They are truly different because they understand the meaning of community. Go mess with their hermanas. Go try to play with their bodies. Go try to soil their bodies and see what her hermanos, what her brothers will do to your ass. Because that's the problem here. Here, people are not raised right. That's the problem. They think they can just, just mess people's lives up. go into somebody's life, mess up their lives, and just walk away scotch-free. It don't work like that in third world countries. People hold people accountable. Respect is a big, big thing. And I know in America, respect is not a big thing here, right? In America, you can do whatever you want. Respecting yourself, respecting other people, it's not a big thing over here. So, and that's why many times when American people go abroad, it's hard for people to like them because they struggle with respecting other people, not putting themselves first, respecting other people's cultures, respecting other people's way of life. Oh, I'm an American. I can do whatever I want. No, that's the case. Stay in America. Stay in America. You are no longer in America. But the audacity to believe that all it takes is a little dollars and you can go anywhere in the world and you can have whatever you want. You behave like a colonizer. The same thing. People complain. A lot of Black people complain that white people do. They want to do the same thing to other people. Oh, I heard they're poor, so I'm going to go there, be a whore. Because I'm like, you already are a horrible human being. Because that's sexual exploitation. Right? Because even if here women have things to complain about, can you seriously say inside your heart that you are the perfect man? Can you truly say inside of your heart that you have nothing to work on? You have nothing you can improve on. No, you don't want to change. You don't want to hold yourself accountable. You don't want to improve. Don't be a better man. No, you want to stay as you are. And go to a foreign country where you think, oh, people are poor, they're starving, they don't speak English, the bar is low, and I can just go there with being a mediocre man. And because I'm going to wave a few dollars, these girls are going to just crash out and just let me do whatever. You are pathetic. You are cruel, and you have the mindset of a criminal. You are a criminal. I'm like, imagine. And I find that so weird. Anybody who leaves a first world country to go find quote unquote love in a third world country, you are a fucking predator. You are a fucking predator. You are a sexual predator. Like something is wrong with you. And I'm pretty sure if people were to actually, okay, hey Ryan, and I'm pretty sure if people were actually to look into your life, you are doing other kinds of crime. It's not possible. I'm not saying that you can never fall in love with a foreigner. I'm not saying you cannot fall in love with someone. You know, you go on vacation, you might meet someone, but you didn't go there to explicitly have sex with people, right? It just happened, right? Somebody could be even, we have a lot of soldiers who are deployed overseas. So it could happen like, hey, he's deployed. She happens to be there. They have conversations. She's really nice, but his mind wasn't there. Now, of course, that can happen. But I'm talking about passport bros specifically because these are mediocre, perverted men who intentionally get U.S. passports to go abroad and do all kinds of absurdities sexually. They're sexually degenerate. They are sexually perverted. Like they're fucking sick. And then they go there. Not only do they represent American men, but they represent Black American men. And then when people come to America or when even local people start to have attitudes or, you know, want to be a little distant from Black Americans, oh, why don't y'all like us? Because there are people called passport bros who came here and all they cared about was having sex with people, trying to pay for sex. That is insane. It is freaking insane. It's insane. You can't even fight to regain respect, right, with your woman. So you'd rather go abroad because you're fucking defeated, right? To a country where people don't make a lot of money, wave a few dollars that you probably got off a payday loan, that you probably got off a title loan, that you probably got probably maxing out your 401k, something deviant per usual, because you live to be a financial deviant, right? We know the vast majority of these men are financially irresponsible. We know they're broke. They are incredibly broke. That's why they got to be put in jail to pay child support. Why do people have to come lock your ass up to get you to meet your financial obligations? It is utterly insane. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you, actually. This is crazy, right? They're financial deviants. So you know they got this money through some kind of scheme. They got the money through some kind of scam. I don't believe they have the money. Some payday loan, title loan, scamming something, PPP loan, it's some kind of scam. And so they take that money, they go buy some cheap ass chains, all kinds of foolishness, and some J's. You see them at the airport. They stacked up at the airport like black women leaving Santo Domingo with a badass, ugly ass BBL. I'm like, y'all look so weak. You look so weak. You look so fucking weak. You look so damn weak. I'll be embarrassed. One time I saw a line, you guys, it was so long. I forgot what country it was. Bunch of black dudes in the line because they came there with a few dollars, lots of change and some J's, right? Hoping that the local girls will be impressed. Embarrassing. If you have to come to her country to look for love, you're obviously a failure where you came from. Right? Because successful people, hey, Edwina, successful people do not leave their homeland. Successful men don't leave their homeland, right? Successful men don't leave. They do not. Why would they leave? Why would they leave? Right? You are emasculated. You are beat down. You are pathetic. You're just broke as hell. So you have to go to poor countries and prey on desperate people they're just desperate financially. And you don't find that despicable. So I'm like, some of these men, you are utterly dishonorable. There is no way you're not cursed. There is no way you are not cursed. I'm like, wherever you go, the heavens of the Lord shall be heavy upon your head. You will never find success in any of your enterprise. You will never, ever in your life find success in any of your enterprise. You are sick as hell. For a man is meant to be a protector. But all you people want to do is go abroad and sexually prey on innocent young women. And I'm pretty sure many of these men have all kinds of STDs, all kinds of infectious disease. But because these ladies are from third world countries, you don't see the sanctity of their humanity, right? You don't see them as human beings because it's all about you and what you want. And and sometimes this even makes me think about slavery because I'm like, you see, you really start to realize this whole slavery thing when you're young, you think, oh, white people did that shit. But it be so for real. Anytime people have a chance, it doesn't matter color. Anytime people have the chance to oppress other people, to abuse other people, to weaponize money over anyone they believe to be weak, they do it. They do it. I'm like, I don't think people are mad about slavery. I think some people are just mad because they were not included in the oppression of other people. Because when you're truly upset about slavery, God forbid, if you are ever involved in taking advantage of a vulnerable person, no matter where the person is, no matter where the person is from, no matter where the person lays, right? That it's not possible for anyone to say, oh, my ancestors were slaves. My ancestors were slaves. And then you go to a foreign country and you do the same thing to other people. Like you're fucking sick. You are truly fucking sick. And that's why there are some people here, the white man's foot will always be on your skull. The white man's foot will always be on your neck. You will never prosper. You will always be behind the white man. He will always give you orders. He will always decide your fate. He will decide if you're free. He will decide if you get locked up for the rest of your natural life because you're fucking cursed. You are truly dishonorable. You are truly cursed. Bunch of dudes out here saying, yeah, just have sex with people. Just have sex with people. You see all the fucking issues. Like you see all the fucking issues. And instead of saying, you know what? Let me not be part of the problem. No, they don't care. Because it's always a white man who's going to come in here and clean your shit up. You don't feed your children, the white man going to find a way to levy taxes, play with the money, and get your children fed. Your kids don't have school, the white man going to find a way to come build a school so that your kids can go to school. Your kids don't have transportation to go to school, the white man's going to figure that shit out. What is it that the white man is not responsible for? At this point, people should start calling the white man daddy. Because it's getting ridiculous. If the white man don't show up, you're not gonna fix shit. And the problem is, y'all, let me tell you this, right? The problem is not even just like, oh, you have the white man fixing shit. At least as the white man is fixing shit, stop creating more shit. Like it's not that fucking hard. Stop creating more shit. You're not a problem fixer, right? You're not a shit cleanup person. Right? You're not a problem solver. Just like CJ over here, don't think about shit. People asking you, okay, do you have any idea of how we can fix this shit? No. Of course he don't. He's fucking black. He's fucking black. Why would you ever expect this guy to have any solution? All they do is create problems. out of their lack of self-control. These people are horrible with self-control. But if somebody calls you an animal, you're going to be in your feelings because you refuse to be intelligent. You refuse to have self-restraint. You refuse to hold yourself accountable. You refuse to deny your flesh. That's the main issue here. You are solely living for your fucking flesh. That's what I told you last time. There's a reason why they keep going after these single moms and things like that, because they don't want to use protection. They don't want to use protection. I saw a lady this morning, y'all. I saw a lady this morning. The lady had 10 kids by 10 different men. Now, she's definitely mentally ill. But I'm like, what kind of serious men? The first baby, maybe not, right? But a second baby, and you're going to put a third baby in her? Then a fourth man came along. He saw that she had 3 kids by 3 different men. And guess what he did? He put a 4th baby in there. Then the 5th man came through, saw that she had 4 babies by 4 men. He put a 5th baby in there. Then the 6th man came. He saw that she had 5 kids by 5 different men. He said, oh, I guess I can do it too. So he put a 6th baby in there. Then the 7th man came. I mean, it's giving, I don't know, what is it, like the 12 apostles? I don't know. Then the 7th man came, saw that she had 6 kids by 6 different men. He went and put a 7th baby in there. Lord have the mercy, right? Then the 8th man, then the 9th, then the 10th. And I'm like, what the fuck, right? Because coming, like being able to have, oh my gosh, my thing hurts. Being able to ejaculate inside of these women is everything to these men. This is all they care about. They're not. Can I nut inside of her? Can I nut inside of her? The consequences, the cost of the child, the education of the child, the ramifications. They don't give a fuck. They do not give a fuck. Because when these kids are born, they know the white man is going to take care of this child. It never fails. Because you're like, okay, what the heck? They have no plan. The only thing that matters to these people is to be able to ejaculate inside of that lady. That is all they care about. Their ejaculation, being able to have raw sex. That's all they care about. And of course, no protection, no protection, no protection. So they will go anywhere where a woman is okay with them not using contraceptive, right? How can your pull-out game be so weak? They don't care. They do not care. Because no matter what they do, they know a white man is going to come behind and fix it. Even when it comes to murder, they're not going to solve it. A white man's going to solve the murder. Okay? When it comes to finding dead bodies, even of black people, they don't care. Because a white man is going to go find the dead body. Right? It's always white people who will puzzle shit out and figure shit out. Even when it comes to arresting, like quarantining, finding a way to find the people who are shooting up the neighborhood, they don't care because a white man's going to come do it. A white man's going to come do pretty much everything. And if the white man don't do it, we just sit here and just die. I'm like, this is insanity. Oh, we live in a food desert. Once again, if the white man don't make this a food oasis, they're not going to do it. Like, they're not going to do it. Creating companies. If a white man don't create the company, I don't know. I guess we're going to die, right? I'm like, this is crazy. The parks are full of all kinds of bullshit. Nobody's going to clean that shit up. No one is going to clean that up. Who's going to come clean it? A white man, right? The basketball court, if the net, if anything is damaged, no one is going to fix it. They'll look at it. They'll walk past it. You want this park to be renovated? White people will have to do it, right? They're going to have to. I'm like, I saw videos this morning again, I saw some videos of these black people complaining that they got laid off from their jobs. I'm like, okay. And white people don't owe you shit. These are their companies. It's their vision. Whether it's ABC, CBS, I don't know. People have the right to fire you. Right? If you wanted to have a guaranteed job, why didn't somebody in your family start a business and make the necessary sacrifices to have a business? I think it's really funny how many black people just expect a job. Like, oh, you just owe me a job. You insult white people. You call them all kinds of racist, this, and that. And at the same time, you expect them to give you a job. Are you okay? When you insult someone, keep the same energy. If you believe somebody is racist, why do you want to work for a racist person? Build your own shit. Nobody owes you a job. What these people had to do to start their businesses, you have no clue. The sacrifices they had to make to have their businesses, you have no clue. Even if they have to go steal launder money, you don't know what they did. But at the end of the day, it is their business. It's their company. And if they don't want you there, they don't have to have you there. Why don't you go build your own? Because you don't trust yourself, right? You only feel safe when something is ran, owned, and maintained by white people. Because you know, unlike you, they know how to commit. Even if they have to go steal, kill, and destroy, they're going to find a way to get the money to sustain the business, right? Think about even here right now in America, like with the whole national debt, right? The only people worried about the national debt are white people. Like, think about this shit. Like, oh yeah, I'm an American. Oh, shut up. The only people who care about the national debt are white people. How often, like, I don't know, this past year, like the past month or so, how many black people do you hear talk about the national debt? They don't care, right? Jerome Powell just lowered the interest rate. Do they even know if it's up, if it's down? Don't care, right? There's a $9 trillion interest payment that's due. This country could actually default on its loans. No, where is my money? Where are my benefits? Where is my SNAP? Where is my welfare? Where is my this? Where is my that? I'm like, are you actually okay? That's why, like, I saw a video today. I didn't really like pay attention to it, but it was the infamous Tariq Nasheed. Oh, this FBA woman went to Africa and she's recounting how Africa is. I'm like, but why didn't she go to Memphis? Like, imagine, like, you left. You are an American person. You left documenting America, especially Black America, to go to Africa, to document Africa? How you like you're fucking lame. Why don't you go to Memphis? Why don't you go to Baltimore? Why don't you go to New Orleans? Why don't you go to Baton Rouge? Right? Why don't you go to Chicago? Right? There's so many Black cities over here, even DC. Why aren't you documenting where Black Americans live? Right? No, I'm going to go to Africa so I can act like what, sis? Do something here. Document what's here. This is the #1 nation in the world, right? Are you done fixing your issues here? No, you want to go to a third world country where most people have no welfare whatsoever, right? And think that you're doing some. People have no welfare. There is no welfare in Africa. You don't have money, you'll die. You don't have family, you will die. People don't sit home and wait to have money directly deposited in their paycheck, in their bank account from the government. It doesn't exist, right? Even public school, free public school, it don't really exist. And even if it does exist, you still have to get there. So your mom or your dad, somebody got to pay for your transportation because it's not free. People have to pay for books, right? So imagine, instead of worrying about your fare and what you like your lot here in America, you want to compete with African people, right? Who are doing everything self-funded. Like, they're so fucking stupid. But when you're a fucking loser, this is the only thing you have to feel good about your fucking self, right? I'm like, go to Chicago, go to New Orleans, right? Right down the street. They're gonna be like, it's on Canal Street. Right down the street, there's a whole project. I'm like, we can all do these games. African people can go from Black cities to Black cities and record Black Americans at their lowest. But what does that do? Like, seriously, what does that do? If even here in DC, here in Virginia, if I want to find a Black American project, I can. And I can record and start laughing. What does that do? Like, ultimately, what's the point of doing that shit? Right? What is the point? You want to go to Africa and show children that don't have shoes. There are plenty of Black American kids who don't have shoes. You don't think we see it? Like, I'm like, you seriously believe that African people don't have eyes to see the problems of Black America? And do we shove cameras in your faces, recording you at your worst? No, many, many times we support you at your worst. Oh, leave them alone. Y'all a bunch of racists, right? Are you actually saying, me, I lived in New Orleans. I saw the things I saw there completely disgusting. Like, I could just sit in Walmart and show the failure of the Black American mother. I could do it all the time. Beating babies inside of Walmart. Grabbing little Black children by their collars inside of Walmart, right? One time there was this Black American girl, her daughter was so dirty. She was so dirty, my heart as a West African woman. I said, how can you treat a baby this way? The baby girl smells so bad. I spent $700 on that child because I saw a Black child. I did not record a single thing. I never will. The number of Black Americans in New Orleans, I'm like at the bus stop, raining on their heads with their children. There was one brother, he was sitting at the bus stop with his daughter. It was raining. When I saw his daughter, I turned the car around. I said, where are you going? Because I saw the child. Yo, she might get hypothermia. He said, oh, he has to go get his background check. He got to go do the whole drug test so he can get a job at Harrods. I said, I'll give you a ride. It wasn't even on my way. I left West Bank all the way to Mid-City and dropped them off. When we got there, he said, oh, is it okay if you hold her? So I can go in there and do the drug shit. I said, no problem. I held the baby. Because I said to myself, if he gets a job, he can take care of his daughter. What people do you know that don't struggle? What black person do you know that doesn't? The list goes on. I don't care to say what I've done because that's between me and God. Seriously. When I was at Mason, the number of black American kids who used to struggle they used to struggle with me. They just used to struggle. I would do all kinds of free tutoring Saturdays and Sundays. You can ask Jimmy. The number of people that I tutor, because I was part of NSB, because I didn't want them to fail. Because I knew they had nobody. Because it gets really challenging. I didn't want these kids, because to me, we're all black people. Where the fuck were you at? Where the fuck were you at? Me, when I see a black American struggling, I help the person out. When I have black American sisters calling me, I want to leave my husband. I always say, think about your children. Think about your kids, because if you do this, the numbers don't lie. They might end up in prison, sis. They might end up in prison. Always think about your children. Think about your kids. Think about your kids. Think about your kids. Because even Marlene, I am sick and tired of seeing a bunch of black American boys just go to prison. I mean, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? What have you done? What have you done? I'm like, this is fucking insane. This is so insane. This is fucking crazy. And enough already. I'm like, it's enough. It truly is enough. We are here. This is the biggest country in the world. Make sure you're successful over here. Make sure you are successful. Instead of running away from your problems, deflecting from your shit, to grab cameras, to go to Africa, to record people who we have no government assistance. There is no government assistance. There is nothing. In Africa, if your family doesn't help you, you're dead. You are completely dead. Here, you have welfare, you have SNAP, you have free housing, you have free schooling, 13 years. White people, by large, give you 13 years of free education. You even have free computers. You have free internet. You have free food. You have everything. Even if they have enslaved you, at least you can say they're trying to do something to rectify it. How are you taking advantage of those opportunities? 1, 2, 3, African this. 1, 2, 3, African bushmeat, and you eat booty meat. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You're mad because you're not where you're supposed to be. That's a personal motherfucking problem. African people are not the reason why you're not happy in this nation. Stop always trying to scapegoat innocent people so you can feel better about yourself. When it came to Carmelo Anthony, the vast majority of Black Americans on this platform were saying, throw this boy to the gulag. Throw the boy to the wolves. They want that little boy dead. How many Black Americans, the moment they saw how much Carmelo Anthony had raised, they started to get jealous. They started to get, look at how quickly Charleston White came outside to tell people, oh, don't give money to this boy. Come all kinds of ninja this, ninja that. I'm like, do you even know this boy to talk about him like that? All kinds of racial slur. He didn't even hear from the family. And that's a man who considers himself to be a Black American. Okay, so now they're telling you that a 17-year-old Black American boy did something from one Black American to another. Do you not think that you should first try to talk to his family? Why not give his family a chance to tell you what happened? No, he had people from Turning Point USA. That's exactly what it was. He had people like Charlie Kirk, because it was Turning Point USA, calling him and putting shit in his head. It's like, okay, yeah, they gave me money. And then he just came to social media. He went on a freaking TV show, called the little boy all kinds of N-word, all kinds of ninja this, ninja. I'm like, he is 17 years old. Carmelo is 17. He is 17. And the mere fact that he only stabbed, allegedly, but the mere fact that he only stabbed Austin once lets you know most likely it was self-defense. Because if he was really on some demonic energy, he would have stabbed them multiple times. When the police came, they said, oh, alleged killer. He said, no, I did it. He took accountability. He said, I did it. So I'm like, at some point, you got to ask yourself, like, you know what? Maybe it was an accident. What could have potentially happened? No, he was quick to come on social media, insult this little boy, use all kinds of racial slur. He told white people that Carmelo went before nighttime, he went into his mother's kitchen. He grabbed a cleaver. He put the cleaver in his book bag because he said he's going to make white people pay for the sins of slavery. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Do you know this boy? He is 17 years old. He has a 3.78 GPA. He's the captain of his football team and his track team. Why would he want to murder someone? Something must have happened. Hey, babe, something must have happened. Why don't you make it your business to understand? We watched the show. We watched the interview. Like, what's his name? Austin Metcalf. His mama said, oh, he's 225. I said 225 pounds. Even when Hunter comes next to his mom, you ascertain how massive this young man is. He is fucking massive. And I'm like, you and your brother? So that's like 450 pounds. Then you watch the daddy. The daddy said, oh yeah, they know jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu? So hold up. You are both 225. You know jiu-jitsu. You excel at jiu-jitsu. You're both linebackers. What the fuck was Carmelo supposed to do against these people when he only weighs 160 pounds? What the fuck would you have done? Like, seriously, what the fuck would you have done? But the problem is, it's like over here, people love to listen to idiots. People love to listen to pseudo-intellectuals. They say a whole lot, but they say a whole lot of fucking nothing because they know they are speaking to very unintelligent people. They are speaking to very unintelligent people because it's not possible. Even before you speak on a matter, it don't take shit from you to wait a few days until you get more information. Because God forbid you say something that causes another person prejudice, right? They didn't even give the boy, oh, he's black, so he's a little nigga. He went there to shoot, to stab a white boy for the sins of slavery. I'm like, the sins of slavery. Carmelo was born like 2004, okay? These kids do not, 2007? People like that generation of black kids, they don't know shit about slavery. They don't even care. The sins of slavery, what the fuck are we even talking about? What the fuck are we even talking about? Once again, it was my African ass. Oh no, I gotta get to the bottom of this because why was he there? Because I didn't understand why he was under their tent. But then again, Officer Tatum, the coon in charge, who's also Black American, and all he does is create disparaging content about his own people. So it was like listening to Officer Tatum say, oh no, it was raining. I said, okay, but if it's raining, it's a track meet, and he's dressed in the uniform, why can he sit there? What's the problem? Right? Hey, boo, what's the problem? Why can these white boys give Carmelo like some hospitality and good sportsmanship if it's raining? Like, what the fuck? Right? It's the same shit that happened in Memphis when Dr. King showed up because there were black American men who were sanitation workers, people who pick up the trash. It was raining that day. They try to go inside the building to seek refuge. The white man said, oh, you can't come in here because you're black. So you have to go outside. Can you imagine? In the rain. I mean, this rain is always getting black people hurt. So they decided to go outside and to seek refuge in their garbage truck. And fortunately, somebody hit the button. Next thing you know, the garbage thing, it just came upon those men and they got killed. And this is why Dr. King was in Selma. I'm like, so what is it with white people now wanting to give black people any kind of refuge under the rain? It's raining. Like, what the fuck? You watch Hunter. Hunter never said, oh, Carmelo was harassing people. Carmelo was playing his music loud. Carmelo was, he stole. No. Oh, this kid was sitting there. This kid was sitting there. Why he can't sit there? Right? The park where they were at, the park belongs to the school district. And mind you, that's Carmelo's school district. Hunter and Austin, they're from Memorial High School. They're part of Houston. That's not even their school district. Like Frisco, that is Carmelo's school district. So his parents who pay taxes paid for this fucking park as well. The fuck, right? Austin and them, they're from Houston. So that's their school school district. But nonetheless, why he can't sit here? Right? And when you look at their school code of conduct, their code of conduct at their school prevents them from harassing people, from bullying people. When you're asking a young student who is fully dressed for a track meet to leave during the rain, you're trying to shame him. You're trying to bully him. You're trying to hurt him. Okay? Like, these people are fucking crazy. They're fucking crazy. I'm like, they're fucking psychotic. Even in the state of Texas, you can't even do an eviction under inclement weather. Like, the sheriff can't even the sheriff, if he has a bill of rate, cannot even evict a tenant if it's raining because someone could get hurt. So why are you asking him to remove himself if he's not hurting anybody and it's raining? Who the fuck are you? You are a fellow student. Who the fuck are you to tell another student that he got to go? The fuck? Your daddy paid for this stadium? No, the fuck he did not. Okay, did your daddy pay for this fucking tent? No, the fuck he did not. Get the fuck out of here. Like, seriously, get the fuck out of here. And that's why I told y'all Carmelo is going to fucking walk. Because that lady, she raised a bunch of fucking demons. Tell your goofy ass kids to keep their hands to their fucking self. But when your sons are 6'4", 6'2", 6'7", 250 pounds, and they know fucking jujitsu, you need to tell your sons to keep their fucking hands to themselves. Because somebody could really get hurt. In this case, somebody died. Whose fault is that? That's fucking Hunter's fault. That is Austin's fault. This is not how you behave when you're a student and you are an athlete at a track meet. Your duty is to always display great sportsmanship. The fuck? Anyways, y'all, let me get back to my conversation. Okay? That was just to make a point. You understand, right? That's just to make a point. But it's like, it's getting to a point where it's getting fucking ridiculous. I'm like, you see, and this is also why Neftari, he got really upset because they went and attacked him with all this tether fuckery. They went and attacked Neftari. And I guess because he got hurt, he took down the videos where he was standing up for Carmelo. Right? And I'm like, to me, I don't really agree. Because I'm like, yeah, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're making videos to help black people, and then these fucking fools come at you with this FBA bullshit and their xenophobic bullshit, you could say to yourself, well, fuck Carmelo then. Y'all take care of this shit, right? But Carmelo has nothing to do with these people. They're batshit fucking crazy. They're fucking losers. They are fucking losers. They're not going to help this boy. They're not going to fight for this boy. They don't care less what happens to this boy. They are miserable in their own flesh. They are unsuccessful in their own country, and it eats them alive. It eats them alive. You know, I was sitting here and I watched Madani give his acceptance speech. And I must say, as a fellow African myself, I was proud of him. I don't support socialism. I don't like socialism. But it was nice to see an Indian Muslim raised in Africa, you know what I mean, who's 34 years old, become the mayor as a Muslim of one of the biggest cities in the world. It's fucking New York City. And when he was accepting his nomination, well, he accepted the win, because he's not the mayor, he was right there with his wife. He was right there with his wife. I'm like, yeah, because we need to have honorable people, right, be at the head of position. Mayor Eric Adams, who's an FBA, he's not married. He's a grown-ass man. He is not married. He walks around with earrings and his earrings on, like little diamond studs. Like, what the fuck is this? Where is your wife? Where is your structure? Where is your family? Where are your children? Right? So I'm like, yeah, I'm glad that New York kicked him out because Eric Adams, I was not really a fan. Not really. My only thing with him is that because he's black, I will say, I don't want him to go to jail though, okay? I don't want him to go to jail because I'm like, it's crazy because New York people, there's way more corruption in New York than somebody accepting an upgrade from coach into business and freaking Turkey Airlines. Like, what the fuck? Y'all want him to go to prison for an upgrade? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. So I am really glad that he didn't go to prison. I am really glad that his case didn't drag forever because he most likely would have been bankrupt. So that's cool. But I'm like, you got to get the fuck up out of here. When he was mayor, you would see him with 5-year foreign. These people in New York City, all they do is crime. Okay? Yeah. All they do is crime. All they do is Crip music, whatever kind of music. He was also with the fake pastor. That one pastor, the black guy who stole money from the lady who he got locked up also. He was always around some questionable people, always surrounding himself with questionable people. But you never saw a wife. You never saw children. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you fucking doing? And I'm like, and this mindset of being anti-marriage it is going to cost you greatly. And every single time, they're going to go for immigrants that are married. Every single time, every single time, they're going to go for immigrants that have a wife. They're going to go for immigrants that believe in marriage. They're going to go for immigrants that are married, believe in marriage, and have children. Because when you are a man and you have a family that you take care of, people are more likely to trust you. People are more likely to trust you. And you can see why so many Fortune 500 companies, their CEOs are Indian. Right? Hold on, let me see. Okay. So here's what this says, okay? Hopefully y'all can see it, right? So there are currently 11 Indian origin CEOs leading Fortune 500 companies, according to Newsweek. These leaders are at the helm of enterprise with a combined market cap of over 6.5 trillion. Some notable examples include Sundar Pichai of Alphabet, Satya Nadella of Microsoft, and Arvind Krishna of IBM. Okay, there you go. So I'm like, Indians are taking over. And I'm like, it's just a start. It is just a start. Indians are taking over because Indians, even though they're not Christian, but they're very traditional. They're not Christians, but they are very traditional, right? People trust them more. People trust them in business. People trust them to lead their corporations. They don't have sex scandals. They're not involved in harassment, whatever. They stay out the way. They stay out the way. And many of them also are vegan. They stay out the way. They stay out the way. So I'm like, I'm like, just like, I feel like even in England, that's what's going on. I mean, definitely in London, but I'm like, in America as well. To me, the way I see it, the future of leadership, the future of management, the future of like, who are the next CEOs going to be, right? Even in Senate, the guy right now, because Nancy Pelosi announced that she is retiring after her term, the person trying to replace her is Indian. It's a young Indian man. But I'm like, the future of America is Indian. Absolutely. And I can see why Democrats try with Kamala Harris, but I'm like, the future of America is absolutely Indian. Like, there's nothing anybody can do about it. Whether they'll be Hindu, they'll be Muslim or whatever, there is nothing anybody can do about it. The future of America is going to be Indian. The CEOs, the politicians, the whatever management, they're going to be Indian. As far as capital is concerned, right? How much money's out here, how much money is available, interest rates and things like that. It's going to remain in the hands of Ashkenazi Jews. That's it. There's nothing nobody's going to do about this shit. Okay? It is what it is. It truly is what it is. But ultimately, at the end of it all, it shows how those who keep tradition, those who have traditional values are always going to win. They are always going to be promoted. Their children are going to be successful. They're going to be successful. And not just that, they're going to be trusted with a whole lot. Because if you can be trusted with a family, if people can see that not only do you have a family, but your family is prospering, your family is flourishing, your family is growing and things like that. Well, if he can be such a success in his house, he's going to be a great success running my business. Because that person's, when you are a private success, most likely you're going to be a public success, right? But I'm like, the future is Indian as far as like management is concerned. Management and CEOs, and I guess even to some extent innovation, is going to go to the Indians. Now, when it comes to capital, anything that has to do with money, capital, that will remain in the custody of Ashkenazi Jews. And honestly, I think that's where we should stay. You know, I was listening to Nick Fuentes. I'm gonna go back to the video. I was listening to Nick Fuentes today, or like yesterday, and he was talking about the Jews yet again, and how like the Jews, this, and that. And I will say, I disagree with Nick because I believe that when you are a Christian, your job is to see both sides. A real Christian has to be brave enough to call a thing a thing. If you can see the flaws in the Jews, then what flaws do you see in the white American men? Okay? What flaw do you see in the American man, period? Because the Jewish man, especially the new ones, when they left Germany, right, they had nothing, right? They absolutely had nothing at all. Hold on. Right? Give me a second, right? Okay. So when they come to America, right, these people came here with absolutely nothing. They came here with nothing. So now, if we're sitting here in 2025 and we notice that people, their children, their grandchildren, and maybe even great-grandchildren from some people are now custodian of America's wealth, whose fault is that? You know what I'm saying? Whose fault is that? People struggle. I think it's an American virtue, huh? I really do believe, as an immigrant, I really do believe that it's an American virtue to struggle with accountability. It's an American virtue to struggle with, put the mirror up and look at yourself in the mirror. Always blaming other people is getting old, right? Because one thing, hold on. Give me a second. Okay. You see, me, Marlene, I've always known a thing. Jewish people, I will say, because there are many Jews around the world, because many times when we speak about Jews, we tend to focus on European Jews, which is not fair. There are a bunch of Jews throughout the world, but we usually focus on European Jews, those who came from Europe, so AKA Ashkenazi Jews, right? But one thing we have to also be honest, and I really pray that Nick has the courage, okay, to be honest about that. Jewish people, Ashkenazi Jews, are incredibly cheap. They are incredibly frugal. They don't spend their money. They do not spend their money. They just save their money. They don't spend their money, right? So because they don't spend their money, they're able to make loans to other people who love to waste money, right? Americans, like American people, be they white, black, I don't care. American people, those who are from here, those who have lineage, like those who are actually from here, not naturalized, hey sunshine, no, like real core ass American people, like American Revolution people, them people, right? Those American people, they have a problem with spending, right? If you come to America, most American people have a multitude of credit cards, right? And then they have store credit. I mean, American people have a serious unhealthy relationship with debt, right? Because to them, because they're, oh, I'm an American, I can't deny myself. If I want something, I gotta have it now. I gotta have it now, right? But if we can actually be honest, because Jewish people, even Asian people too, but especially Jewish people, and then I will say Chinese, Japanese, and Koreans, they save their money. And it's that money that the banks are able to use to create loans, mortgages, the credit card, auto loan, right? But I'm like, without the Jews, you do not have this consumer credit. Let's be so for real, right? The reason why American people feel so wealthy compared to other people, because you get most of your shit on credit. Right? So you think you're rich. You're really not. You have credit. Like, be so for real. Without consumer credit, you will be a third world country because you're not productive. You're not productive. And the other thing is the US dollar is the international currency of the world. So because of that too, you don't have to produce shit. All you do is get to print money, right? And that's why even China, they don't want the yuan to become an international currency like the US dollar. Because and maybe that's why they wanted the BRICS. Because once you put too much of your currency out there, you attract people like the George Soros of the world who are then going to try to ruin your country financially. Okay, but it's like you have to understand this. Your country, the US dollar, is the international currency of the world. And that gives incredible spending power in that we don't have to really create shit. We just get to print money. We just get to print money. If a Chinese man wants $500, he's going to have to find a way to create something that brings $500. If American people want $500, they just print the money. It's low-key cheating. Number two, let's talk about consumer credit. So many Americans are over-leveraged when it comes to credit. Your car, you still own that car. It's not yours. Your house, you still have a mortgage on your house. It's not yours. Many things that you have are technically not yours. Because you miss a payment, they'll take that shit back. Right? That's why I think it's so funny when you have some FBAs who want to go to Africa and do their goofy ass documentaries. Yes, talk about the fact that most Africans do not have access to consumer credit. If the vast majority of African people had access to consumer credit, everybody be living well. If you could just go get a house for 30 years and sign a contract and you pay little every month for 30 years, yeah, nobody probably be homeless. But in Africa, people have to pay for things outright, right? And the Jews, because Jews are mostly concentrated in America, they have created a financial system of credit that enables you to not sleep on the streets, right? Then let's be so for real. If you were better at managing your goofy ass spending habits, the Jews would not have the power that they have, right? When it comes to even these great, like these unicorns that they love, the white Americans, white American people, they love to go to an Ivy League, drop out, start a quick business, and they want to be billionaires in 2 days. There you go. These valuations have to come from somewhere, right? Without Morgan and Stanley, where would you be? But Morgan and Stanley, they're Jews. They're Ashkenazi Jews. Why didn't you create that stuff? What it takes, the underwriting, everything that's required, right? That venture capital does. And venture capital, once again, is mostly Jewish people because they do not spend their money. It's a very, very cheap. They're so fucking frugal. They don't spend their money. So because they don't spend the money, and I could also see, because if they read the Old Testament, Deuteronomy 28 says the person who borrows is going to be a slave to the lender. So I guess they're good students. So in order not to be slaves, they don't borrow from people. They save their money and they will give you a loan because you can't control yourself. You don't want to stop being a fucking cicada. Everything you see, you have to buy. Everything you see, you have to get. So therefore, the Jews own this nation. It's fair trade. You never had to take their loans, but you did. And now you're mad because they make the rules. Yes, because you've been financially irresponsible. You can't blame the Jews for everything. I mean, and that's where I can see, like, for as much as I will say, for me, Marlene, Ashkenazi Jews are not Semite. But for the sake of the argument, I will say blaming Jewish people for everything, like the way Candace does, the way Nick Fuentes does, to me, that is really anti-Semitic. Because you have to talk about American people and their lack of control when it comes to their spending. And because they always want money, they always want more money. They buy something, they barely enjoy it, they want something else. They want a bigger house. They want a kitchen renovation. They want a new deck, a new this. They want vacations. American people always want more. And they are willing to go in credit, okay? They're hey, Tim, I missed you. They're willing to go into debt. So who would they go into debt to? The Jews. And that's what happens. When you take too much debt, you're going to be a slave, right? To run their campaign. Like even with the whole election stuff, right? Oh, the Jews run America. The Jews run the White House. The Jews, they run the Congress. Why don't the American people care enough about the elections to give their own money? They don't give a fuck. Because they want to be on TikTok. They want to be entertained. They want to watch the Golden Globes. They want to watch the Emmys. American people do not give a fuck about how this country is ran. When was the last time you saw these people even march outside? Right? They only came outside January 6th because they were upset that Trump lost. Like, are you fucking crazy? The gas prices go up. They don't complain. Gas prices go up in France. Everybody's outside burning that shit. Macron said he was going to raise the age of retirement. Within 2 minutes, every French person was outside burning shit, right? The French understand that politicians, they work for the people, but the people have to care. The people have to care enough to mobilize to let these politicians know you need to stop your bullshit. Because Marie Antoinette, it wasn't too long ago, we're going to snatch your neck real quick, right? But in America, American people are so intellectually obese. They're so obese. They're so lazy. Okay, even right now, they're unhappy about this, unhappy about that. But the most they'll do is just sit on YouTube, go on Twitter, go on X. It's like, no, you need to come down to DC. You need to march. You need to let them know that you are not happy. No, because that's too much work. And most of them are too big anyways. They're too fat to march anyways, right? But I remember the Tea Party, even though I think they're racist, but whatever. But when Obama was here and people were not happy because it felt like it, no, it wasn't, no, it didn't feel like. It truly was that the banks got the bailout, Wall Street got the bailout, and Main Street was like, oh, F you, lose your home, nobody cares. But they came outside and they protested because they were not happy. If we're noticing that all these private equity companies are buying real estate and they're making it impossible for people to rent or to own, why aren't people outside protesting that, right? If we are seeing that the price of food is too expensive, why don't we mobilize and protest? It's called 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, right? Why are people mobilizing? You don't fucking care. You don't care. But the Jews, they care. When it came to the lady who gave Donald Trump $100 million, why aren't there any white American that is of lineage that is giving Trump $100 million? Because you don't fucking have it. Because you're bad with money. You're bad with money. Why are we even okay that it takes 1 billion, 1.4 billion for one person to run for president? It is absolute lunacy. This is fucking waste. Because people don't care. You have to run ads. You have to do. Why do we have to run ads? If you are of American blood, you are of American lineage, you don't know that every 4 years on November 4th is election? You don't know that you have to give a damn about who gets to be president? We have to run ads to remind you? We have to run debates to remind you? Why don't you give a fuck? Why don't you give a fuck? If more people gave a fuck, people would have to raise all this money. They would have to raise this money. Kamala Harris, 1.4 billion for one campaign. The fuck for? It should take at most 50 million to run for president. This is absolute lunacy. But when people don't give a fuck, well, this is what happens, right? People have the power. Even in New York City, y'all. New York City, I don't even know. Let me see. What's the population of New York? Hold on. Give me a second, right? Population of, I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, yes. Let's look, okay, you see. So New York has a population of almost 8.5 million, right? 8.5 million. Do you know that only 2 million people came out to vote? Do you see how people don't care? But the Jews, they care. So I'm like, how can you blame these people? How can you? I'm like, you can never be mad, especially for a country that prides itself on free enterprise, capitalism, and entrepreneurship, right? Everything is an opportunity. If you don't give a fuck, you are creating an opportunity for the Jews who give a fuck. You cannot be mad at these people, right? But only 2 million New Yorkers came out to vote. Madani had like 1.2 million, whatever. Cuomo had like 800, and the other man, the white man with the beret, I think he had like 100 or 200,000, whatever. But ultimately, it's like only 2 million people out of 8.5 million people came out to vote. They don't give a fuck, right? Americans just don't give a fuck. All they want to do is complain, blame people, complain, but they don't care. And I don't even know if it has to do with the fact that we stopped like getting up for the flag. I don't know if it has something to do with people not even saying the Pledge of Allegiance in school now, because, you know, we got to be LGBTQ. They have replaced the American flag with the LGBTQ flag in American schools. So I guess maybe that's why patriotism is dying in this country, right? And you have to look at yourself. You have to also look at yourself. You cannot put everything on these Jewish people. You know, because me, Marlene, if I can, and I'm not going to do it for long though, but if I can put the Palestinian genocide to the side, right? Part of me also, I do have empathy and sympathy for the Jewish people, like Ashkenazi Jews, because I've never been through a Holocaust. I've never been through Auschwitz. Like I don't know. I've never experienced that, but I can see it with their history. You know, they've always gotten kicked out of places, bullied out of places, killed out of places. So you also got to understand they got PTSD. You know what I'm saying? They have PTSD, right? So, and also during the war, America did not jump right in to save them. Okay, America let Hitler kill those people. Let's also be so for real. America could have intervened a lot sooner, but America was selling weapons to Hitler. They don't want to talk about that part. They don't want to talk about that part, but they could have intervened a whole lot sooner. America only intervened because Hitler was truly about to take over Germany. They did not see these Jews as human beings. But England is so close to America. It's so close to New York City. If he was, because he was quite successful, Hitler was quite successful with them Blitzkrieg, okay? He was freaking successful because Churchill, when Churchill was talking to the people, he was in the tunnel on his little fucking ass radio, scared for his motherfucking life, right? So because of the proximity of Great Britain to America, FDR was like, oh shit, I guess we got to get involved because this German fuck, okay? But it was not to save the Jews. So I can also see how they have PTSD. And because America is one of the most powerful countries, I mean, definitely one of the biggest armies in the world, what kind of, I mean, what smart person would not try to control the government that rules one of the most powerful armies in the world to make sure that this shit never happens to your people, right? Even when they celebrate Rosh Hashanah, what's it called? Rosh Hashanah. They have a holiday that, like, when they light up the Hanukkah, right? Like around Christmas and shit. The Jewish people have always said, Ashkenazi Jews have always said, never again. And they meant that shit. They meant that shit. Like, they really meant it. But I'm like, I understand. If I could, Marlene, if I had the money, I would try to control the American government to protect the Ivory Coast. Of course I would. Who's not going to do that? Who is not going to do that? You would do it if you could. Okay, so they said never again. So now, if Jewish people, if these European Jews came to America and they sat back and they started observing American behavior, oh, they love to shop. Ooh, they get paid on Friday and they spend all their money on Friday. Then they're begging for money on Saturday, right? You can't be mad at somebody for sitting down and studying you and observing your weaknesses. You have a problem with money. You don't know how to manage your finances. You don't know how to say no. You don't know how to control yourself. They said, well, okay, we've always been known for saving our money, right? When you study Ashkenazi Jews from Italy to Spain to Germany, from France, wherever these Ashkenazi Jews have migrated to, right? They were always involved in business. Right? Even when you study like Elizabeth of Aragon, or Ferdinand, the one who funded Christopher Columbus to come to so-called America. I mean, he went to Puerto Rico, right? But a lot of these people were also Jews, right? Elizabeth, most of her advisors were Jews. They've always been a political people and a business people, which makes sense. Because whoever controls the government sets the policies, the monetary policy, fiscal policy, whatever. And whoever also has the money gets to decide who gets to be in power. So I'm like, the people are fucking smart. Don't be mad. Do not be mad. But I'm like, I can see how by moving here, they've realized that American people have an issue with credit. They don't want to learn how to say no. They don't want to know how to control their spending. The same thing goes with food. Spend whatever, eat whatever. A lack of discipline. So when there is a lack of discipline, slowly but surely, you're going to be a slave, right? But the first act of slavery is not what the Jew did to you. The first act of slavery is you not saying no to your urges. It's you not saying no to your wants. You haven't subjugated your flesh. That's the first act of slavery. The second act of slavery is that you went and asked the Jewish man for money. And when you asked for money, he told you the interest rate. But once again, because your flesh is not subjugated, okay, I don't care. 20%, 25%, whatever. I just want it. Okay. Right? Just like we see now with this whole, like, these cars being repossessed. $2,000 car note, $3,000 car note, $800. Nobody forced you. Right? You could have gone to the dealership and got a smaller car, but no, you are an American, right? How dare you live according to your means? That's like calling somebody a racial slur out here, right? Anybody who tells an American person to live according to their means, it's like you just insulted the person. What? Yes, you don't have it. People make $50,000, but they want to live like they make $150,000. No problem. But when the Jewish man gives you his money, it comes with his interest rate. And because of that, he controls you and the thing that you bought. Because until you pay him back, he owns the shit. That's it. Nobody forced you, right? You want a new refrigerator. You want a new iPhone. This, and that. No problem. You can have it. But don't forget, until you pay the shit back, you are a slave to the Jewish man, and he owns the property until you pay it off. It's a personal problem. You can't blame people for everything. You have to look at yourself. I'm like, yeah, I can see it. Same thing with Asian people. A lot of Asians, they don't spend money, but they're very rich. They have many businesses. They'll have restaurants. They'll have nail shops. They're going to have dry cleaning places. You see them every day. They wear basic clothes. If you didn't know better, you know, oh, are these people new immigrants? They came off the boat, right? They wear flip-flops, right? They wear regular shirts. They wear regular pants. You don't see jewelry on these people. The woman barely wear any makeup, right? They're very nondescript, but they have so many businesses. They make so much money. Do you know how much these dry cleaners be making, right? And yeah, you have a job. You have a 9 to 5. How much money you make is limited. Somebody controls how much money you make. Somebody controls your raise, how often you get a raise. But here you are. You got a Lexus. You got a big car. You get your hair done every 2 weeks. You wash your car at the washing stuff every day, right? You live in a big ass house. You have a paycheck, and you're sitting here living like an entrepreneur with long vested businesses. Are you actually sane? Are you sane? Right? You go on vacation every 3 months. You go on vacation once a year, right? How often do you see Asian people go on vacation? Right? Think about that. The girl who does your nails, how often does she take off from her job? Even when they're pregnant, they're going to sit there and work until the baby comes out. Like she's going to break her water right there where she's doing your nails, right? Ask yourself that. All the Asian businesses that you patronize, how often have you seen these people go on vacation? Right? People out here living like fucking cicadas. But then they want to get mad when immigrants that have a better work ethic, immigrants that are more financially savvy, yes, right? Immigrants that don't take vacations own their country, yes. Because whoever wakes up the earliest owns the day. Be mad at yourself. You're lazy. You are truly lazy and you are indisciplined. That's the thing. Only in America do people want to be told that they're fat and beautiful because you're mediocre. You are truly mediocre, right? And it's like you're going to wake up one day, you will have no place to sleep in this country because everything is going to be owned by immigrants. Because they have a work ethic, you can't touch that shit. They have the ability to save. Like you go to any Asian business. Every time they come in there, they make their own food. They bring their food from home. Even when they have a restaurant, if you ever noticed that, even when the Asian people got the restaurant, they don't even eat the food from the restaurant because they want to save that because they want to make money. They're going to bring food from home. Like the level of sacrifice that these people put themselves through because they have a vision. They want to be wealthy for real in the future. They want their children to never have to beg for jobs. How many Asian kids do you see on the internet talk about, oh, I have to fill 200 applications. I put in my resume. Have you ever heard Asian kids apply for jobs? No, because they're sad. But your Black children have to apply for jobs because Black parents or Black people, whatever, they don't think about creating businesses that can hire their children, right? Right? Even most white Americans too. They don't create businesses, right? But I'm like, have you ever heard of an Asian child talk about, oh yeah, I have to go fill these applications. I have to go submit my resume. They don't. The job is waiting. The job is waiting. I'm like, even think of New York City. People were mad because I saw a video. I'll play for y'all. I saw a video with this brother. He's Black American. He was upset because he was like, oh, when Madani gave his speech, he did not acknowledge Black Americans. I'm like, yeah, because they're not a factor. The fuck? Right? Did they give money for the campaign? No. Did they show up for the campaign? No. Did they show up to vote? No. He still got elected, just like Trump. Black American women went and voted in 92% for Kamala. She fucking lost, right? You don't matter. You do not matter. And the landscape that is New York City, do Black Americans really matter? The answer is no. The answer is no. You show up, you don't show up, people will take care of business, right? Even Eric Adams, who's Black American. Did Black Americans even show up with this man? No. Did they come together to put money to help this man, his campaign? No. It was divided between the immigrants, but the immigrants put a lot of money behind Madani. All these immigrants, no matter where they come from, all these immigrants put money behind Madani. Now, when it came to Cuomo, his money came from the Jews, right? So I'm like, why would he acknowledge people that he doesn't really care for? Like, they don't matter. You truly don't matter. Even when it comes to, look at the New York City, like the food trucks, right? The food trucks. You gonna go, if you go to New York City, y'all, you go to New York City, you gonna see everybody, like whether they Arab, they Indian, I don't know, Spanish, they all have a fucking food truck, right? They all have a fucking food truck. The way Arabs, Palestinians, one, the way these people have food trucks out there, Halal Brothers, one. I saw a brother, there's this young brother over here. Hey, Ruva, there's this young brother, he Muslim. He's from Michigan because he's Palestinian. He's from Michigan. He went to New York City to review the food truck. And I'm sitting here like, hold up, wait a minute, where the black people at? Where are the black Americans at? Right? Because I'm like, if everybody is an immigrant and they have food truck to have people experience their cuisine, why aren't you also here representing? Why aren't you like, whether it's Louisiana culture, I don't know, you tell me, barbecue from Tennessee, something from Georgia, peach cobbler from Georgia, I don't know. But I'm like, there is so much to be said about Black American cuisine based on different regions. Why don't y'all also have a food truck? Right? New York is a city that never sleeps. It's a city of finance. It's a city of tourism. There's like so many people come to New York City. Why don't you also get out there? Even Korean have pho. I mean, every immigrant you can think of has a food truck in New York City. FBA is where you at, right? But when it comes to foolishness, you are overly represented because it's the lack of wanting to be entrepreneurs. And you can say what you want. You can feel how you want to feel. I don't give a fuck. Right? But I'm like, where are you at? That he went and found one restaurant, but they were from Antigua. But it was actually a restaurant. But the real action happens with the food truck. Because this is where people get, because it's like you're in Manhattan, you're on Fifth Avenue, you're in Madison. Like, this is where people are. This is where the culture is. It's on the streets. And I'm like, why do you have so many different food trucks from all these immigrants and you're not even showing up? Why are you not showing up? Why are you not showing up? You see what I'm trying to say, right? Why are you not showing up? Like, people are fucking crazy. People are fucking crazy. People are fucking crazy. So I'm like, yeah, they're going to take over New York City. They're going to be elected mayors and God knows what. They're going to give their acceptance speeches and they're not going to mention you. Absolutely. And you want to be mad? No, be mad at yourself. I don't know, how much does it even take to have a food truck? It can't be that expensive. It cannot be that expensive. People have the food truck. They go to these commercial kitchens. They make their food there at night. And then they show up at 6 o'clock in the morning and they sell their food. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be outside. Like, why are you not outside? Why are you not outside? Well, like, what's the fucking problem? Why are you not outside? I'm like, you know what is what it is though, right? But ultimately, like I said, because I asked, I'm like, okay, are Jewish people known to be great savers? While there isn't a simple yes or no answer, some studies show that American Jews have a higher average incomes and a strong emphasis on financial education, which can be associated with saving. But this stereotype with complex history doesn't apply to all the individuals within the community. Many Jewish cultural and religious teachings emphasize financial responsibility, such as the Talmudic principle of diversification. Okay, you see, but I'm like, it's in their blood to save. Me growing up, I'm from the Ivory Coast, so I used to vacation in Paris, but it's like everybody knew these people are cheap. In French, we say les Juifs sont avares. Les Juifs sont avares, meaning the Jews are austere, okay? Everybody knew that. If something cost $100 or 100 euros or 100 francs back in the day, right, you know damn well that Jewish person going to find a way to only pay 10 euros or $10 or 10 francs. They don't pay full price. They do not pay full price. Are you insane? Right? They're no, that's even Arabs also. Arabs are also great business people. Jews and Arabs are great business people. Oh my God. Oh my God. They have a lot of discipline. But with Muslims also, I understand. Because when you are Muslim, there is so much structure that comes with being a Muslim, right? You got to pray 5 times a day. Your first prayer happens at like 5 o'clock in the morning and things like that. So because it's so strict, when you, that strictness, that discipline, it parlays into everything that you do, right? Like if you go to New Orleans, for example, if you go to New Orleans, right, after Katrina, right, after Katrina, okay, because you know it was completely flooded, like the water was everywhere, it was completely flooded, okay, and so you have these beautiful buildings You got all these beautiful buildings that they were just taking over water, right? But guess what? When people came back, the Palestinians, they bought the entire strip. If you ever go to New Orleans, downtown New Orleans, there's a street called Canal Street. When I tell you every commercial building belongs to a Palestinian, Habibi, you don't even hear me, okay? Because they save. Black people over here, they have money, they wear it, they drive it, they get paid, they spend it. They get paid, they don't save. They don't save money at all. They don't save, they spend everything. So when they came back from New Orleans, Black people had no money because they don't have a culture of saving. They don't have a culture of diversification, okay? Because it's a lot of Palestinians. You know, DJ Khaled, he's from there too, right? It's a lot of Palestinians in New Orleans. So I'm telling you, Canal Street, what's it called? Oh my gosh. What's the other one? Claire, what's it called? Claire something. But pretty much downtown New Orleans, most of the commercial buildings are owned by Jews. Sorry, they're owned by Palestinians. So a lot of Black people, they can't really have businesses there because they can't afford the rent, right? And that's why, like during Essence Fest, for example, when Essence Fest happens in New Orleans, a lot of Black businesses don't see any of the money because downtown, most of the buildings are owned by Palestinians, right? That's how it goes. That's how New Orleans is set up. They have so many stores, you guys. They have stores. And then on the West Bank, a lot of the tenants, like there's one mall on the West Bank that's called Oakwood. The vast majority of tenants inside that mall, they're also Palestinians because they're big into business. Arabs are big into business. And the thing about Arabs too, when they do business, they all come together and they put their money together, right? And because they're Muslim. That's why I said with Jay-Z, they're not going to invest in you because you're not Muslim. So they know that you don't have their code of ethic. You don't have the religion. You don't have the strictness of the religion. You don't answer to Allah. Like, it's not going to work. They work with Muslims. They work with other Arabs because they have the same culture. They have the same principles. They have the same prayer schedule. So they come together. They put their money together. But I'm like, there's one family. When I tell you they have so many storefronts on Canal Street, it is insane. It's insane. Everybody pays rent to the Palestinians. Palestinians run New Orleans. They run New Orleans. If you ever go there, ask around. Palestinians, they run New Orleans. They run that place. Even most of the beauty supply stores, if you go to New Orleans, all over West Bank, Mid-City, it don't matter. You go to most beauty supply stores, they're owned by Palestinians. They own that place. And they're the ones who hire the Black girls to put the wig on your head, to give you your got to be glue, give you your jail. You know, they hire the Black people, but the ownership, the management is all Palestinian. They have businesses all over the place. I'm like, but damn. You see? And that's why you save, because you never know the day when something is going to happen. Like, you know, I don't think you wish for something like Hurricane Katrina, but something's going to happen. The market's going to crash. The housing market is going to crash, right? But if you have money saved up, you're going to have the opportunity to buy things that you could never afford at a fraction of the price because nobody else has the money, right? And I think when it comes to Jews, when it comes to Arabs, and when it comes to these Asian people, even South Asian people, because Indians save a lot of money as well. So I feel like when it comes to Jews, when it comes to Arabs, when it comes to Asians and South Asians, right, it is not a people who spend a lot. If you see most Indians, especially like Indian parents and things like that, they don't wear expensive stuff. They usually wear outfits from back home, like their sari and stuff like that. The mamas, they wear the sari. They don't do a bunch of nails. They don't do cosmetic procedures. They're very low key, right? They make their own food. They make their own meals. But you see them like this. They look all kinds of destitute and broke. Do you know how many of these people have a crazy ass real estate portfolio? Like if you could sit down with these Indian people and say, how many properties do you own? You'd be shocked. You'd be shocked. Because here, the average American, he has one house or one apartment. The way he lives, he must be a multimillionaire. No, he has a job. He has a job. He barely has any savings, barely has a 401k, barely has any stocks. Like, he barely has money. He has an income and he lives like a fucking king. And then when he gets fired, oh my gosh, right? You see a lot of Indians, they are wearing old clothes. The aunties wear the sari. They don't wear fancy stuff. They're very chill. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they'll even live in a townhouse, even though they have money for a bigger house, but they live under their means. You can have multiple Indian families in one house. Why? Because their goal is to save. The average American person, their goal is to show off. Their goal is to say, oh, look at me. I have status. I'm keeping up with the Joneses and things like that. Horrible mentality towards money. Horrible mentality towards money. You see, now winter has come, just like in the story of the cicada versus the end, right? Winter is here, right? But who's out here crying for food? Who is out here begging for food? Do you see Arabs begging for food? No. Do you see the Jews beg for food? No. Do you see Asians crying about, oh, they cut off my SNAP benefits? Okay. Do you see Indians beg for food? Right? There you go. Because when things were good, they were still cooking their own food. Things are bad, they're going to cook their own food. Right? Things are good, they're married. Things are bad, they're going to stay married. Right? When things are good, they save even more. When things are bad, they already know how to save. They're accustomed to living off of less of their paycheck because they live below their means. But the two people over here crying about food benefits, the government shutdown, is white Americans and Black Americans, right? People who have a culture of spending more than what you make. People who have a culture of you never save because you always think I can apply for more credit. I can apply for more credit. No problem. But credit comes from somewhere. Credit comes from the people who save because they leave their money at the bank. And because they leave their money at the bank, the banks are then able to give you and your non-flesh controlled ass these loans, right? So it's really cute to insult people. But at the same time, you must realize without those people and their saving habits, you can live this life on credit that you have because you're not a producer. You're not a producer. You're not a consumer. Like Jimmy said, you're like a grasshopper, right? And that is the reality. And this is the reality that most Americans do not want to hear. Okay? No, exactly. No, because we're not going to do it, right? Like, what do you mean you can't feed yourself? I just feel like it's crazy. Do you even know, you guys? Let me tell you something, right? Hey, Lacey, let me tell you something. Remember how I told you my auntie who's homeless, right? My auntie who's my Ghanaian auntie that I met at the gym. Okay, she came to stay with me, right? I got to go get her, right? My auntie called because, I told her last Saturday, right? Because Auntie Gloria, she's in her 60s. She's in her 60s. She's currently homeless. And if you see her legs, like her legs are like arched like this, y'all. And then she walks like this, like not to be offensive, but she walks like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Not to be offensive. It's so you can have a visual, right? And she's out there pushing her cart. So last Friday, it was so cold. I said to her, because technically Planet Fitness is not supposed to close. It's supposed to be 24 hours. But for some reason, my Planet Fitness, they close at 9 on Friday, and then they close at 7 Saturday and Sunday, right? So I said to her, I'm going to take you to the other Planet Fitness that doesn't close because I didn't really know. I mean, I first thought she was Nigerian, but she's not. She's Ghanaian. I said, okay, cool, right? But I didn't really know her. So then I went to drop her off at the other Planet Fitness. The white girl there, whatever, she's from Europe or something, with her accent. She was like, oh, she can't stay here. She's going to stay for 3 hours. So I went to my car, started praying about it. I had a conversation with Deep Seek. And Deep Seek told me, because I was like, I'm going to bring her home because where am I going to leave her? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I saw my grandma in her. I can't leave this old woman here like this. It's so fucking cold. So I said, Jimmy, she's coming. She's going to come home with me. Jimmy was upset. What if she steals? I'm like, Jimmy, she can barely walk. How's she going to steal? Okay. But long story short, she came with me. So then on Saturday too, I had to pick her up on Saturday. And I said to her, Auntie Gloria, right? I know you love to pray. She loves to pray. She loves her Bible. She loves to be on the prayer line. She loves all of that. But I said to her, we have to have a plan, right? So if by next year, because it's cold, and I was like, we have to find for her a place for her to stay. So they're opening up the hypothermia shelter November 15th. So I said, okay, you're going to stay there at night, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's where I'm going to take you, right? And I'll come get you in the morning because I don't have a bed here. I live in a townhouse. I don't have space like that, right? And I want her to have a bed. So I said, okay. And then I'll come get you and bring you back over here so you can do your thing because that's how she gets her money. Because people see her, they feel bad for her. Even today, this white man gave her $40 because he cried. He was like, God is telling me you're a good woman, whatever. But I said, we got to have a plan. So this is our plan. Like this weekend, you'll stay with me. This weekend also, and like next weekend a little bit until the 15th, right? And then I said, like, okay, Thursday, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, I'll take you to the shelter, right? But I said to her, if by next year you are still in this position and you are still homeless, I'm shipping your ass back to Ghana. Because as a woman, as an older woman, as an African woman, this is not honorable. She was like, okay, I get it. I know you don't want to go back to Ghana empty-handed because, people might make fun of you. You might be a burden, so I understand that. But we have until next year. She's like, oh, my daughter, she's like, oh, I get calls because she does like CNA stuff. But because she's homeless, when she brings her stuff, people get scared. Like, oh, no, we can't take you because you're homeless, right? So today she told me she got a call. At first I was like, what the hell? Like, is she like delusional? I'm like, what the heck? But she told me she has a call and they told her to come at 3:00 from 3 until 8. I said, okay, so what do you want me to do? Because she was talking in circles. I felt like she was afraid to ask me, Marlene, can you pick me up and drop me off and come get me? I said, Auntie Gloria, what do you need? Just tell me what you need, right? So she was like, oh, can I pick her up when I bring her the rice and the chicken? I said, okay. So I went to get her. I dropped her off because I thought she was off at 8. She said, no, she's done at 11, right? So we went there. I got outside the car because I'm like, let me make sure. She went in there. I stood out. I opened the door like, in case they don't want her, I can just take her back. So I waited before I left. And I asked the ladies, everything okay? Like, yes. She's staying until 11. They said, yes. I said, okay. I said, Auntie Gloria, I wish you the best, right? And she called me to bless me. I said, oh, get off the phone. You have a job, sis. Go back to work. Okay. So then I go to, I go to the Latino Mercado, the Latino place. You know where I get all my stuff at the Spanish people, right? I see 2 cousins. Yes, they're Black Americans. I see 2 cousins, a man and a woman. They're standing there with their bikes. They're smoking. They were drinking water, though. I ain't gonna lie. They were smoking, drinking water. Like, oh, sis, can you get me some food? Sis, can you do this? And I'm like, you see? And then, mind you, the Latino Mercado, that's the third door. The first door is a kebab place. The second door is a Domino's. There's a big-ass sign that says, help is needed. My cousins are standing right there. A man and a woman. She fat, too. She fat. So then he says to me, oh, sis, you got some money? I said, no, I don't have money. He said, but sis, can you get me some food? I said, let me think about it. And so as I said that, I see the whole Domino's thing that says hiring. And I'm thinking to myself, you are Black American. You are a U.S. citizen. You have a social security. You see, a lot of African people, they come here, they lie, they take other people's papers to work. Some even get into these fake marriages just to have a social to go to work. You have a social. You're standing there when you can just go apply for a job right there. But no, you don't want to work. He would rather beg for money than to get himself together and go inside the Domino's and say, can y'all give me a job? So I went inside and I said, you know what? Because I was like, maybe I'll get him and the girl a pizza. But I said, no, Marlene, because that's rewarding bad behavior. Because number one, if I buy you a pizza, technically that's Jimmy's money. Jimmy is at home right now working. You a man, why are you at work? So I'm gonna take one Black man's money to feed you and your fat girlfriend. I said no. Number 2, Auntie Gloria, she's from Ghana. She's in her mid-60s. She's homeless. She pushes a cart. And every day she prays God for a job. They called her. Maybe she didn't know if I was going to take her or not, but she called me. She was talking in circles. I said, Auntie Gloria, what do you need? Tell me exactly what you want from me, right? She said to come get her, and because it's at 3:00. I said, okay, I'll come get you. Then I'll come pick you up, right? So I'm like, 2 instances. One is Black American. He's working. Jimmy works all the time. The auntie, she's from Ghana. She's working. You're standing here. He's healthy, by the way. He's healthy. He has time to smoke. He has time to ride his bike. He has time to have a girlfriend, but he can't go inside the Domino's and apply for a job. So I was like, no, I'm not giving you food. Because this kind of behavior, if I was to also give you food, yeah, it's not. And how can you be a man and ask me for food? So I said no. Because if I buy you the food and I buy her the food, I am approving, I'm sanctioning bad behavior. Why don't you try to help yourself? Domino's is right there. You guys, I'm telling you, like the Domino's is right here. He's standing right there. So I know he saw the sign because he can read. If he can ask for money, he can read. He's from here. He has a social. Even if you lost your social, you can go. If you come down to Fairfax County over here, they will find your social and give you back your card. The level of laziness. So I said, no, I'm not going to give him the food. But I mean, when I came out, he was already gone. I'm like, yeah, because even if it was there, I'm like, no, there's a sign, go apply for a job. Enough is enough. Enough is truly enough. Why would I take Jimmy's money and put that in your mouth? No, you need to go work. You're a man. right? Why don't you have, even if you have a criminal record, right? Beg these people, put me in the kitchen, or just have me take out your trash. I don't even have to interact with people, right? You know what I'm saying? You would not be the first person to have a record that has a job. There are plenty of people who come from prison and they have jobs. You're not even trying because you don't want to work. You don't want to work. You don't want to do dirty work. Oh, I don't want to pick up trash can. I would rather beg for money than to go apply for a job. I said, nope. If Auntie Gloria with her, y'all, you should see her legs, y'all. Like this. Like her legs are completely arched. You should see how I'm like, you should see the way she pushes her cart. So she sleeps at Planet Fitness and she wakes up, she pushes her cart all the way up to Marshall's and she stays inside Marshall all day. And then at 10 o'clock, or she comes out a little bit to see who could give her some money. Then she goes back into Marshall's. She sits there. She sits inside of Marshall all day reading her Bible. And then at 10 o'clock, because there's a black guy, there's another black guy who works at Planet Fitness, right? He's really sweet. He's like half Black American. He's half Jamaican. So he lets her sleep at night because he told her, come at 10 o'clock, like 10:30. So then she'll grab her stuff with her legs and she'll push the cart all the way down to Planet Fitness. And then she stays until 5 o'clock in the morning before they change. And then she leaves. She pushes her cart all the way back up with her legs to go. She sits at Marshall's every day. Right? And I'm like, and what? And then you're sitting here crying about this. You're crying about your snap. You're crying. People are really unserious. But like I said, this level of unseriousness and this level of laziness is the reason why Jewish people own this nation. They're like, people have to take accountability. Okay? Yeah. People have to take accountability. Okay? People have to take accountability. People seriously have to take accountability. Where I saw this black girl too crying about, oh, they cut her snap and she's crying and I'm like, girl, first and foremost, if you actually watch the news instead of consuming goofy shit on TikTok, this imminent government shutdown, anybody with some kind of sense could have seen that shit coming. Ultimately, the government has been shut down for almost 30 days. In 30 days, you made no plans. Like, you are an American. English is not your second language. It's your first language. Okay? You're from here. If you are an American, you're from here. You are born here. You have lineage here. I'm assuming you also got to benefit from 13 years of free education. You at least have a high school diploma, right? So with a high school diploma from an American public school, you're not capable of finding a way to feed your children? I'm like, it's astounding to me, right? It's astounding to me, right? I remember even growing up, so many girls used to watch YouTube tutorials, how to braid, how to do this, just watching YouTube University. Do you know how many people became hairstylists just by sitting at home, buying a mannequin, learning how to braid, learning how to color these frontals and shit like that, right? Do you know? Right? Do you know how many women learn from YouTube University? So in the past 30 days, as an American person, you have not been able to figure out in your own country where the language is your first language, how you're going to feed your kids. Girl, bye. I can't do this. I'm like, you can go drive Uber really quickly. Even if you have to walk to an African braiding shop, you can go walk to an African braiding shop and ask the aunties if at least just let me do the ends, right? You don't even have to braid from the top. Can I braid from the ends, right? You're not going to find a way to go get a job real quick. You're not going to find a way to get inside the gig economy. You don't have, I'm like, if you have 4 kids, there's no way they're not in school during the day. Some of them have to be in school during the day. So you don't have anybody to watch your kids so you can make some money while they sleep. Have some, like, send them to your sister's house, your cousin's house while they're asleep. You work the night shift. And when they wake up in the morning, you're home. No, she's going to sit there and just cry. She's like, oh, and if y'all want to go and argue with me, I'm here. I got time. I'm like, no, you don't have the time to go back and forth with people. You need to find a way to feed your children. That is astounding to me, right? I'm going to sit here for 30 days. This thing, people have been saying the money's not going to be there in November. The money's not going to be there in November. The money's not going to be. People have been saying that for almost 30 days, and you have yet to put a plan together. And somehow there are people who don't believe that immigrants not only deserve to take this country over, but they're going to do it. They're going to do it. right? Because this is who you have, the heirs, the American heirs. This is it. They don't know how to do nothing. Oh, I don't know how to feed myself. You are living in the greatest country in the world. This is like, even if you want to sell stuff on Shopify, Shopify gives you a free month. If you want to start even an e-commerce, your first month on Shopify is free, right? Whatever you can think of, your first month on Shopify is free. You're not gonna try it. Like Lonnie said, even walking dogs, right? Even asking people for $100, go to Walmart, buy some cleaning supplies, and start a cleaning company. And all you need is one client to let you clean. Then say, hey, is it okay if I take pictures and stuff like that, right? When you have children, you gotta woman the fuck up. When you have children, you have to woman the fuck up. You see, me, I take care of my kids during the day. I go on the Stairmaster, sometimes at midnight, sometimes at 1 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I'm there at 2 because I was so busy during the day. That's the only time I have. I can show you my stuff. Midnight, 1 o'clock, 2. There are times I go there like 1 o'clock. I leave there at 4 in the morning because that's the only time Maverick is asleep that I can get the F out of here because there's always something to do, right? When you have children, you have to grow the fuck up. You're not a child. You are a fucking mother. My God, that's so fucking crazy to me. You are a fucking mother. It is your fucking job to figure this shit out. Oh, I'm just going to sit here and wait for a white man to send me money direct deposit so I can feed my children. People don't have shame. People truly do not have shame. You are born in America, and in your own country, you have to beg for food. Like, I'm like, does it not like hit people like that? This is fucking embarrassing. This is fucking embarrassing, right? 13 years from kindergarten, first grade, all the way to senior year. It's fucking free. Why are you stuck in life? I don't get it, right? Even to go to school, you have school buses. Your entire tenure as a public school student, you've always had a way to get to school, to and fro, right? Your parents have never once paid for your textbook for nothing. Even if you destroy the textbook, your parents still don't get a bill. You have access to libraries when you are a student. You can check out as many books as you want. You can read as many books as you want. Why? Okay, why are you, and I'm like, in your own country, like, why are you begging for food? I could understand if you were an immigrant. I'm like, okay, you're not from here. But the bare minimum, as a citizen, as an American citizen, the bare minimum should be to know how to feed yourself. That should be we're not saying, oh, go run a Fortune 500, go run a Fortune. Child, that's a little too much, okay? But as an American citizen who was given 13 years of free education, the bare minimum should be for you to know how to feed yourself. That's the bare minimum. You see what I'm saying? And that's why when people try to hit me with this FBA bullshit, I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up. I'm not impressed because it's not the same people, you see, right? People, Black American people, 1950s, all the way up to the slavery. When I tell you these people would have found a way. When I tell you, first of all, these people, first and foremost, never would have taken a dime from the U.S. government. Let's start there. Because they already knew they don't care about us. They're racist, right? But I'm telling you, those people would have figured out a way. When I tell you these Black women right there, they would have turned their house into a hair salon. What you want? What do you want? They're going to make you pay up front just to make sure you sit there and wait. $5. $5. They're going to take the money up front and make you sit down real quick. I get to you, right? Even if we do hair until 2 in the morning, until the next day, you're going to pay me up front. You're going to sit your ass down. I'll do your hair when I get to you, okay? They're not waiting. They're not waiting for nobody. Remember when I told you about Maya Angelou, right? And her grandma, I mean, both her grandmas had money. So let's start there. Okay. Both of her grandmothers have money, you guys. You need to read I Know Why Cage Bird Sings. Okay. Her father's mother. So her paternal grandmother. The lady is from Stamp, Arkansas. You like a stamp. The lady is from Stamp, Arkansas. I guess she had an abusive husband. She left the man with her children. So it's Uncle Willie, the one that's paraplegic, and it was Maya's father too, right? She didn't have daughters. She had 2 boys. One was paraplegic. She left the man, if I'm not mistaken, because he was abusive, right? When I tell you the lady was selling like what African people would call like puff, like beignets, right? She was selling that. Hold on. Remember, I told you all this story, right? I'm not, these people here are crazy. They are truly crazy, right? Remember? So what we call beignets, right? Like in New Orleans, they call them beignets and stuff. But this is what she was selling, okay? She would sell that because there were like 2 sets of black men working in like 2 different locations. So she would wake up early. So let's say it's Monday, location A, location B. So on Monday, she goes to location A first, like mad early. She has the stove, like the African stuff. She got the stove on her head. The wood, the charcoal, the batter, you name it, y'all, the oil. The lady runs. I said, girl, you ran? Are you crazy? She runs this way because you have to make them hot, right? Because the men, they want the food to be hot. So she will make it hot. So she feeds those people. She takes out the coal. She buries the coal. She puts everything back on her head. She runs in the other direction to location B because she had to feed those men. Then on Tuesday, she starts off with location B because she went there yesterday, right? So on Tuesday, she'll go there. And then she just kept doing that, selling puff puffs, right? Do you know that Maya Angelou's her grandmother, just from selling puff puff alone, the lady went on to buy some land. Like the land was so big. Then slowly but surely, she built herself like a little convenience store. Like think like a little super Walmart. She built herself a convenience store. She had fruits, she had vegetables, she had fabric. Like think Walmart. Okay, in Stamp, Arkansas, all this land. Then the remainder of her land, I told y'all, she would lease that land to white trash. Okay, and they were very disrespectful. But I'm like, her grandmother divorced a man in the 1800s. Okay, divorced a man with 2 kids. All she knew was how to bake goods. Like I can make puff puffs. I can make these beignets. She believed in herself, and I'm sure back then you were getting paid in pennies. Whereas like today, people are so disrespectful, even $1. They don't treat money seriously. They are so disrespectful of money. I don't feel bad for people. They want to go buy Sacred Drop for $56 when they can get the same formulation for $23, right? $30 extra. That could be gas in your tank. These women squander money. Women in America are extremely disrespectful of money. They do not treat money like a valuable resource. They get whatever the fuck they get. Right? So that's how she built herself. Then she had another grandma, her mother's mother. And then I think she lived in St. Louis, right? She was also a boss bitch. When I tell you her grandmother, like she owned like a speakeasy, like a nightclub kind of thing, right? And so in Memphis, St. Louis, something like that, where her other grandma was from, right? White people ate out of her hand. Like her mother's mother ran the fucking city. The mayor, the whatever, the police, all these white people, they ate out of her hands because that's how much money she had. That's how much. I'm like, you have to read the book. It is. I remember I was like 15 or 16. I said, but Jesus, both of her grandmothers are rich. They want for nothing. They have their own land, their own houses. They have businesses. Men are working for these women. And they didn't call themselves feminists. They didn't wear a t-shirt. They didn't go around harassing the man. No, what's understood doesn't have to be explained. And when you're a real one, you don't have to bully anybody because it's right there. It's right there. And that's why, to me, when I see certain people out here, I don't get it. That's why I said something died. With this civil rights movement, something died inside of people. Maybe one day they'll have a self-awareness, but something died inside of these people because ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. When it comes to, let me show you something, right? Hold on. I'm going to get back to the video, okay? Right? Civil War. Hold on. I'm like, what? Okay, right? Post the Civil War. First and foremost, when Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, when he told these black people to come join his military, he was supposed to pay the people, right? He never paid the black soldiers. And that's why there is a group of them that just went defunct, like this like left. They're called the Buffalo Soldiers because he didn't want to pay them. He did not pay them. And then he wanted the guns back. So the Buffalo Soldiers, oh, hell no. You're not going to pay me and you want the guns back? They just ran off with their horses, okay? Now, the remainder of the black people who didn't get paid, right? They were upset about it because they were promised payment. They weren't paid. Do you know what they did? The man went back to being, like, they became barbers, Like stuff, like anything they could do with their hands. Barbers, carpenters. The ladies, they went back to doing what they used to do for white people. Washing clothes, doing hair. You guys, if you have your two hands, you're going to find a way to make money. These are not educated people. Oh, the education. I'm college all shoved. They're college graduated, but they can't feed themselves, right? Nobody went to college. Nobody even went to high school. I don't think anybody went to middle school, okay? If you had two hands, you have a gift, go make money, right? So the black people, those freedmen, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in their savings, yes, because those black people did not part with their money. They had a high savings rate because they came from slavery. They had nothing to prove. And they were already accustomed to not even having lots of money anyways. Oh, I don't need this money. So their saving rate was incredibly high. So what happened with these soldiers who were promised payment, they were not paid. But if it was Coach Greg, oh, you're going to go kill yourself. Oh, my wife divorced me. I'm going to go kill myself. Shut the fuck up. These people served in the war. They used weapons against white people. Like, imagine the gravity of that. Because America's racist. You want to put a weapon in a white man's face? Okay. They were left with no money. Let's also be very for real. The Emancipation Proclamation freed the slaves. It never provided citizenship. So they're still not citizen. They are not citizen. They have not been paid. They took their weapons. Nobody went and put a bullet in his head because Abraham Lincoln did not fulfill his promises 1 through 1. But these guys right here, oh, they have to pay child support. I'm going to go kill myself. They have to pay alimony. I'm going to go kill myself. They have to go to divorce court. I'm going to go kill myself. They're fucking clowns. They're fucking clowns. So long story short, they put 100,000, I think now probably like 15 or 20 million. But in their money back then, former slaves, y'all, former slaves with no education, these people put up over $100,000, right? Over 100,000, maybe even 300. I don't even know. It was something crazy. But because they were black, even though it was their bank, they were not allowed to have a black CEO of the bank. So a white man was put in charge of the bank. And you know, a white man gonna do what a white man does. The white man took all the money. The white man took all the fucking money. The money was gone. And because he's white, you can't hold him accountable. Because he's white, you can't kill his ass. Because he's white, he's not gonna go to prison. Imagine what because I'm like, this is a second heartbreak. You go to war, they're telling you, oh, we're gonna pay you, all these promises, nothing is fulfilled. You say, okay, fine. I'm gonna find a way, I'm gonna make it out. You go work as hard as you can. You barely enjoy your money. You save pretty much all of your money. You deny yourself. And then you wake up one day, whatever. You wake up one day, right? You wake up one day and all the money is fucking gone. All the money is fucking gone. The white man took all the money and he ran with the money. So what they had to do, they had to go get Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass came in. He saw how dire it was. But the only thing is, you got to also understand, he was born a slave also. Like, what the fuck? So he tried to put in like $10,000, right? But at that point, it's like they lost everything. And once again, nobody went to delete themselves. Nobody went to unalive themselves. Nobody said, oh my gosh, once again, I have to start over. Let me go put a bullet in my head. No, nobody said that. No one cares. Just leave, Joey. No one cares. You don't have to make an announcement. Just bounce. Y'all so fucking feminine. Like, get the fuck out of here. Go bounce. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Well, I'm leaving. Fuck you. Go. Nobody cares. Anyways, right? And I'm like, they started all over again. But I'm like, you see, there are people they're black people who have lived in this country, been through so much bullshit, and they were so fucking resourceful that nobody gave them an education. Nobody gave them transportation to get to school. Nobody gave these people free books and this, and that, right? They had absolutely nothing. People from Tulsa, Oklahoma, same scenario. Who do you think was college educated? How many people there you think were college educated or were waiting for the government? It's during the Great Depression. You have food lines everywhere. Everybody is begging for food. White people themselves panhandling, begging for food. Yes, white people begging for food, right? But you look at Tulsa, people who decided to take agency of their own life. I'm going to be in charge of my future. I am not going to be broke. I will not be poor. And while the rest of the country is suffering, these people are thriving, right? Why? Because they made up in their mind to thrive. They made up in their mind to be successful. And I've come to realize a thing, even like in my weight loss journey, I have come to realize a thing. Whoever controls the mind will control the body. I repeat, whoever controls the mind will control the body. If you don't control the thoughts that are in your head, your body's going to fail, right? If you do not control the thoughts that are in your head, your life will be a fucking mess. Your life will be a fucking mess because you don't control the thoughts that are in your head. If you look to the horizon or you look at the news and you say, oh my gosh, my life is over. I'm going to die. I don't know how to feed myself. You're just going to die because you have decided not to control your thoughts. You know, I may give another example. When it came down to the jab, right? Me, I wasn't going to do it. First of all, I was like, what the heck? I wasn't going to do it. And I said to myself, since when? Yes, since when are white people afraid of black people dying in masses? To me, that sounds like a dream come true because if you're black, you know, if white people could kill all black people, they probably would. So why would you want me? Why would you want to stop me from dying? It was very sus. It was very sus, right? Because white people have never gave, oh my gosh, we're so concerned about black people. Like, no, it never gave. So now out of nowhere, they're so concerned. We don't want things to happen to black people. We don't want black people to die. One thing, one woman, yeah, this is suspicious. 400 years of straight up abuse, neglect, and you name it, right? But somehow today you care about me. I said, no, you need guinea pigs because you know, black people have great genetics. And we have seen this, right? When it came to anesthesia, when it came to syphilis, when it came to the Tuskegee experiment, we have seen this. Every time they have a new drug and they need to test the drug, they go to black people because black people have a very strong immune system. So if it destroys black people, most likely white people are not going to be able to take it. So then they're going to go make some tweaks to it. I said, no, I'm not taking that. Okay? Because I'm like, when my ancestors came here also as slaves, these African people, when they came here as slaves, did y'all give them antibiotics? No. Have you ever given them antibiotics? No. Have you ever helped these people? No. No. I'm like, imagine the slave trade. Imagine when being detained in whatever they had to detain you, right? Then imagine the entire voyage, like the entire trip across the Atlantic. Then imagine coming here. However they treat those people. Y'all, I've been to a plantation, okay? It doesn't give, oh, we were so nice to them. We gave them medication. We gave these people rest days. We allowed them to take it easy. No. So you have to understand that through time, this level of abuse and neglect, black genetics have adapted to be extremely resilient. You understand? And that's the beauty of, I'm telling you, in everything, you can find something to encourage yourself in, right? In everything, you can find something, right? Exactly. But I'm like, even like sometimes I'll see yesterday, like when I was working out yesterday, this white girl, she does too fucking much. She tries to make the weight super heavy. I'm like, girl, you know damn well there's not a single black person in your bloodline. You know damn well none of your people ever been slaves. You don't have the genetics for that, right? So she did too much. She was completely red. You guys, she was so red, she was passing out. They had to carry her. I'm like, you see that, right? You don't have slave blood. Sit down somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, siéntate. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. We have incredible genetics. We have incredible genetics. Why? Because of abuse. I feel like, first of all, because of God, but because of constant abuse of the black body, you get to a point your body becomes incredibly resilient, which is why black people are exceptional in sports because they tortured black people. Duh. If you keep torturing somebody's body, and you don't give them antibiotics, you don't give them medication. Yeah, some people are going to die, but those who remain, they have adapted, right? So think about that. And I'm like, it's natural selection. And even white people should know about that, right? It's natural selection because the blacks who have remained were the most resilient blacks. The weak ones, you killed them. Somewhere or another, you killed those people. So those who are remaining are some that have the best genetics, right? Think about the lady, the black lady that they use her stem cells at freaking John Hopkins, right? Because she had incredible genetics. When have you ever heard, oh, they're using white people's genetics for stem cell research? Like, get the fuck out of here, right? So I'm like, yeah, they want to see how it affects the black body. If the black body can take it, then they'll start selling it to other people. Because when COVID first happened, right, they didn't show any faces. They didn't want to say who was really having COVID because most likely it was white people. And then, and when they don't want to stigmatize white people, they never show a face. And black people were laughing like, ha, ha, ha. They were not taking it seriously. But then slowly, because they use the media and they keep repeating it, and I'm like, if they keep repeating shit, a lot of people will start believing it. But slowly and surely, they started making black people the face of COVID. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. What? You crazy, right? But I personally, I was like, not my genetics. Not my genetics, right? And I would see a lot of people got injured. I'm like, yeah, you're crazy. Because there's only so much testing you can do on animals. There's only so much testing you can do on monkeys and gorillas and shit like that, right? At some point, you are going to need human people to try it. You're going to need human. So who you gonna find? Black people. The easiest black people to find are people in prison. Okay? That's always their go-to population. The way pharmaceutical companies abuse black prisoners for all kinds of testing, they're guinea pigs. They're a bunch of guinea pigs. And why do you think they have them in those conditions that feed them the way they feed them and they make sure they always exercise, okay? It's not random. It truly is not random, okay? But I'm like, they need actual human beings to try this stuff to make sure. Because Western pharmaceutical, like Western medicine, right? America, Europe, whatever, was never meant to protect the lives of black people. It was always meant to protect the lives of white people. Now, if you happen to be saved, good for you. But the intent of these pharmaceutical companies are not to save lives of black people. No, you are a non-factor to these people, right? You are a non-factor. So there was some pressure out here. Jimmy was like, oh, Marlene, if you really love me, you would do it. I said, no, I guess I don't love you because God didn't tell me to do it, okay? But I don't play about my genetics. I don't play about my DNA because I know when you live in a white society, white people will want you to believe, oh, because you don't have a fancy house, you're not rich. Because you don't have this, you're not rich. You get older, you understand. People who are healthy are the wealthiest people on the planet. Oh, yes, I repeat. People who are healthy are the wealthiest people on the planet. But their job is to confuse the mind and to make you feel as though in order to be wealthy, you need to have things, right? White people spend trillions of dollars convincing humanity that wealth equals materialism. No, wealth is health. The healthy people are the most wealthy people ever. Even when you're fertile, think about how much it costs to do IVF, right? Think about how much it costs to freeze an egg. Think about that. Think about how much it costs to even pay for a surrogate. Now think about the woman who can just get pregnant whenever she feels like it, can carry her own pregnancy, and every pregnancy is healthy with no problem. She's incredibly wealthy. She's incredibly wealthy. How many billionaires do we know, right, are spending all kinds of money to remain young because they don't want to die, right? How many billionaires are chasing the cure to be forever young, to be forever youthful because they fear dying, right? Steve Jobs had all this money. They couldn't save him. The cancer came and took his life, okay? So when you are a healthy person, you are truly a wealthy person. And this is why also their food industry does so much to poison people with the food. Because when you're sick, you will eventually be broke, right? Think of all the people who have allowed themselves to be fat, to remain big, right? Guess what? Well, guess what? Right? When they get older, all of their money, their Medicaid money, their Medicare money is going to go right back to who? The doctor, the pharmacy, the pharmaceutical companies, because they're sick, right? And a sick person is a slave because you will always be spending money to get healthy. Spend money to stay alive a little longer. Spend money to, no, when you're healthy, you are wealthy. When you are healthy, you keep your money to yourself. When you are healthy, you can save your money. When you are healthy, you can enjoy your retirement money because you're not always going to be sick, right? Think of all the old people who took great care of themselves, right? To this day, they're still mobile. They can drive, they can walk, they can go grocery shopping, they can travel. They are independent, right? Because when they were younger or when they were young adults, they never stopped taking care of their bodies. They never stopped also taking care of their minds. They read a lot. They read books. They read puzzles. They did a lot to make sure that the brain also remained young. So now that they're in their 70s, in their 80s, in their 90s, some are even in their hundreds, you can't even tell that's an old person because they invested in taking care of their body. So now that they're older, they're wealthy because they're not sick. Now you have other people, even in their 50s, their 60s, they need help, assisted living. They got to have a walker. They can't do anything by themselves. Mobility is restricted. Their brain is slowly dying. Why? Because they neglected themselves. They made sure to buy cars, go on vacation, drink lots of alcohol, smoke lots of cigarettes, right? What they thought was making them wealthy or feel wealthy are the very things that made them sick. And today they're not mobile. Their cognitive ability are dying, right? They need a lot of help. Most of their money is wasted on healthcare, right? Because they did not take care of themselves. So when you are a healthy person, you are a wealthy person. Okay? All right? So always be grateful and be very protective of your health. Do not allow anything and everything to go into your body. Just because somebody is called a doctor or just because somebody wears a white robe doesn't mean you should trust that person, especially if they're putting pressure on you to put something in your body that you're not even familiar with. No, I need my time. I need time to think, time to read, and I need time to pray about it, right? So like based on my faith and my personal convictions, nothing told me I had to fear. And I said to myself, if I was to actually get it, I was going to be okay. Because there's no way that you don't have a single person who experienced C19 and did not make it, right? There you go. So if one person made it, I can also make it. Okay, yeah, I can also make it. So I told James, no, I'm not taking it, right? Nothing is telling me to take it. But instead, I started running and exercising because from what I heard, the bigger you are, like if you're a beast and stuff, it's hard. Like those people were deeply affected because they can't breathe. Right? Okay, I guess I got to lose the weight, right? But I'm like, before you take any medicine and things like that, you got to ask yourself, hold yourself accountable and say to yourself, what is it that I can do first, right? Try your best to remedy the situation, right? But unfortunately, just like credit, just like food, most Americans, as soon as they feel sick, they want to run and take the drugs. Drugs for this, drugs for that. You don't always have to use drugs. You can allow your body to heal itself. Give time to your body to heal itself. But the problem is, in America, most American people are not comfortable with suffering. Okay? They're not comfortable with being inconvenienced. They're not comfortable with a minor sickness. Like, it's okay to be sick. Your body needs to be sick. Otherwise, how are you going to build more antibodies? Right? You have to let the body heal. You don't always have to run for a drug. Oh, the doctor needs to give me something. The doctor needs to give me something. Like, no. You can suffer through it. Your body will be just fine. I mean, how do you think those slaves did it? They had no medicine. They had no Tylenol. They had no Motrin. They had no ibuprofen. They had no antibiotics. Do you know what I'm saying? They will get beaten up so badly by these white people. There was no medication. The wounds just healed themselves. So you get to a point, you have incredible genetics. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, to every sad story, there's always a lesson of greatness. So I don't care how sad a story is. There's always something in there for the oppressed. There's always a lesson to be taken from the oppressed, right? Because the oppressor thinks he's winning, but what he's actually doing, he's making you stronger. What he's actually doing, he's building up your immune system. What he's actually doing is he's giving you better antibodies. What he's actually doing is making you create more muscle mass than he has muscle mass. So you're only going to get stronger. Your children are only going to get stronger. Your grandkids are only going to get stronger. And that's why when it comes to the world of sport, Black people have an incredible advantage because they were bullies. They were mean. They were incredibly mean to the Black body. And by doing so, they made the body stronger. It is no different than hypertrophy, right? How do you grow muscle? You grow muscle by destroying the muscle. That's why they talk about progressive overload, right? You have to live heavy and heavier because the heavier you go, the more you damage the muscle. You have to break down your muscle. And that's why people say, oh, you got to have recovery days. Because when you break down the muscle, and also take some protein, but when you break down the muscle, when the muscle comes back together, it's stronger. Then you break it down again and you make it stronger. Then you break it down again, you make it stronger. So that's what they did. By these white people, saying like, since it bothers him so much, Joey, these white people, right? By being so recklessly abusive towards the black body, they only made it stronger. Now, the issue, like where we are today, the main conundrum that you're facing with black people is not that the body is not strong. The mind is not stronger. That's the sad part. The mind has gotten so much weaker, right? So even though the body is strong, it is being governed by a very weak mind. And that's the part that's tragic, because if the body, if the mind, if the resilience of the mind had kept up with the progressive overload, the hypertrophy of the body, oh my God. Because can you imagine having a strong mind and a strong body? You are fucking unstoppable. You are fucking unstoppable. If your body is strong and your mind is even stronger, who is going to stop you? Who is going to stop you? You know, today, let me show you something, right? Today I was let me see. Today I was you know, you guys, I was today's years old. I was today years old when I became informed that Frederick Douglass was an Aquarius. Oh my God. Because I was torn, like, if this man's not an air sign, he has to have horns, right? I was today years old when I discovered that Frederick Douglass was born February 14th. Look a little Cupid, right? But you know, growing up, right? Growing up 6th grade, that's when I came here, 6th grade, when we used to study Frederick Douglass. And we would keep studying Frederick Douglass, but you know, one thing that really stood out to me when it came to Frederick Douglass is how many times he was getting beat. Okay, if you don't know the story of Frederick Douglass, or if you do, right, he was someone who was obsessed with reading. Okay, but because he was a slave, he was not allowed to read. Right, but the daughter or the wife of his master, she taught him how to read. So shout out to the white woman. Okay, shout out to her. Right, she taught him how to read, and he wanted to keep reading. Right, and so because of that, he was always getting beat. Y'all, they beat this boy so much, it was ridiculous. Okay, do you think he stopped reading? Of course not. He came up with a newspaper called the North Star, right? They beat his ass so many times. Also, he ran away. I think he ran away like once or twice. He got caught. He got beat up again, okay? But I'm like, the man was getting beat every day, okay? He was getting beat up every day. I'm like, there you go, Aquarius. There you go, Aquarius, right? He was getting beat up every single day, but he had his mind made up. You see what I'm saying? And I'm like, when you study Frederick Douglass, that's exactly what I'm talking about. The white oppressor beats you every day because he resents the fact that you are refusing to be a slave. Because a slave is not allowed to read. A free man reads, right? Because if you start reading, you're going to start thinking for yourself, going to start asking for shit. Pretty much, if you're reading, you are a free person. They want you to be a slave. Frederick Douglass, my fellow Aquarius, made up his mind. He's never going to be anybody's slave. It's not going to happen. Beat me as much as you want. Beat me until maybe you even crack my bones. I don't know. Beat me until you get to the white meat. I don't know. I don't even care. Do as you please. But I'm going to read. I'm going to run away because I deserve more than this. Like, I mean, Frederick Douglass to me has always been an icon. Like, y'all, I have my Mount Rushmore of icons. But this man, he is so freaking stubborn. And he was, every single time, he was willing to pay the price for his stubbornness, right? But the thing about him, the more the white man beats his ass, tears up his muscles, destroys his muscles, and then the hypertrophy, he gets stronger because of all the abuse he's going through. He made his mind even stronger. Made his mind even stronger. The man eventually was set free because they got tired. They got tired. How much can you beat this man, right? How much can you beat? They said it got to a point they would beat him so much. So they would beat him today, and they're gonna beat him like 2 days from now. So his wounds barely had time to heal. He would get beat all over again. You think he's gonna stop? No, he's gonna do it again. So somebody's gonna get tired. It's not gonna be me. It's gonna be you, right? I'm sure. I wonder what his back even looked like. Who cares? I'm going to read. I'm going to get out of here. I'm not going to be a slave. Gots to go, right? Ultimately, who won? He did. Ultimately, who won? He did. He did. So what do you learn? Let these people come after your flesh. Let these people try to break your flesh. What we know about the flesh, it knows how to repair itself. It's not easy, it's brutal, right? But your muscles will get stronger. When they try to break you down physically, right? Make sure your mind is even more resilient than your body. Because I told you earlier, whoever controls the mind controls the body. I repeat, whoever controls the mind controls the body. And that's why when people say to themselves, I will make it, even if nothing looks like they're going to make it, they will make it because they have made up in their mind to make it. Then the body just follows. People who say to themselves, oh, my life is over. I'm going to die. My wife divorced me. Oh, my gosh, I'm going to go kill myself. Oh, my goodness. My wife took my money. I will never recover. Well, guess what? That's exactly what's going to happen. And the body will also fall apart. And I'm sure men who think like Coach Greg and things like that, I am sure they're not healthy. They're not in good health. Because if you think like that, eventually your body will start to look like the way that you think. Because if you are defeated in the mind, you're going to be defeated in your body, right? Because you have given up. You believe in the worst, you're mad, you're bitter, you're crying over foolishness. If a person says to themselves, yes, I went through a divorce, it was very painful, I lost so much, but guess what? I can always rebuild myself. I can create something like this. The new chapter of my life can be way more powerful, way more beautiful, way more impactful than whatever I had before. How much you want to bet? That's exactly what's going to happen. And this is why Jesus said, because they don't like the Bible because they're a bunch of heathen. But this is why Jesus said, whoever speaks to this mountain and tells the mountain to get up and throw yourself in the ocean, that is exactly what's going to happen. And the people looked at him confused, like, how can a mountain pick itself up and just run towards the water, right? But he's not talking about the actual mountain. But he's talking about the conflict in the mind, right? Christ is talking about the conflict in the mind. It's that sometimes the situations that you face, they look like fucking mountains. What the fuck? How the fuck am I going to get out of this, right? How the fuck am I going to pay off this debt? How the fuck am I going to lose 100 pounds? How the fuck, right? He is not talking about the actual mountain. We know they ain't going to move like that. I mean, they move, but they move extremely slow. You're not going to see it in your lifetime, right? But he's talking about the proverbial mountain in your head, which are the thoughts that you are combating. The thoughts of being an imposter. The thoughts of, oh, it's too late for me. Oh, I'm too old for this. I don't know if I can. These thoughts have turned into a mountain. And now you're looking at it. You are looking at your own thoughts, and they are overwhelming you because you don't know how the fuck you're going to get out of this, right? So Christ is saying, instead of you standing there being overwhelmed by the mountain that you see, you need to speak to it, right? Although you scare me, I will fucking climb your ass. Although you scare me, not only will I climb your ass, I will stand on top of your ass and I will proclaim, when I first saw you, you scared me. But then the Lord told me, this mountain is yours. Climb it the way that you see fit. And I said to myself, you are my little bitch. I will stand on top of you, right? And then you start to understand, a real believer, let me tell you something. A real believer in Christ is not somebody who goes through life seeking the easy way out. You a little bitch. You understand? You a bitch. And I've come to realize that plenty of men out here is a bitch plantation. You are weak as fuck. Because you have not learned to train your fucking mind to be as strong as the body. Right? And so when adversity presents itself, although you're super intimidating, but you're so frail. One breakup, one setback, one child support payment, one alimony, one judge I don't know what's it called. Give me a name. What's it called again? What is it called again? Right? One judgment for like Diddy, like perfectly like Diddy. Diddy is the perfect example of a man with a weak ass mind. Right? That's exactly, Diddy is the perfect example, because you would think if you are worth $300 million, why would I be scared? Right? Why would I be scared? But Diddy was a bitch through and through. He was a coward through and through. And that's why he got exactly what he got. He was a bitch ass through and through. And that's why he got exactly what he got. I told y'all, I said in that courthouse, Diddy was the wealthiest man, 300 million. The judge doesn't make more than 200,000. I'm sure even Diddy's gardener makes more than the judge. But you see how he got scared, right? Cassie is from the Philippines. God knows where the fuck she's from, right? She's married to a bum. He got scared of Cassie. Even though he knows exactly what happened, he didn't speak for himself. Scared. You understand me? He has a bunch of lawyers, 14, 15 lawyers. Only God knows. Most people can't even afford one, right? But even that as well, he didn't see that, wow, I'm fucking wealthy, huh? Shit, I got 14 people here. That's a lot, right? He put together a bail package for $50 million. He was still scared. You see this, right? And that's the thing. Big houses, like I think Miami, he lives on an island. We saw his house in LA. The dude is worth $300 million. Diddy never worked his mind. He has no mental resilience. Because the thing is, no matter how this case plays out, the moment, I don't know, that's just me, right? The moment Trump became president, and you a New Yorker, Trump a New Yorker, you know how much Trump loves money. If they said no to your bail package, you should say to yourself, no matter how this shit plays out, I'm paying Trump, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Right? My number one thing, get me Jared on the phone. Because if I have Jared on the phone, I'm getting the fuck up out of here. Right? There's a Chinese man, a crypto guy. I don't know what he did with the crypto. Trump just pardoned his ass. He's out. There's a Latino boy who stole money, the Republican congressman. I've got George Santos. He was in there for 90 days. Trump got him out. Right? Trump will get you the fuck out. So either way, the fact that Trump is president, the fact that you got $50 million, why are you scared? Why are you scared? You are surrounded by 10, 14 attorneys. Why are you scared? Why are you scared? Because either way, if you want to get out of here, you can. You have the money. It's America, right? No. Diddy's over here crying like he's a regular person. They said he was in the jailhouse in Brooklyn. He was having depression. Like, why are you depressed for? You are a multi-millionaire. Why are you depressed for? There's so many people in there who can't even afford an attorney. Tell them to bring me your case. I'll help you out. I'll pay for your lawyer. You can own the entire jailhouse. Why are you scared? Why are you scared? Meanwhile, in 300 million, you guys are not crying. For what reason? I'm getting the fuck up out of here. Well, you are crazy. He goes through his trial. The people come back. No, this dude is a fucking clown. He's a fucking bitch. The people come out. The jury, because the moment the jury started asking questions, because remember, they kept sending letters to the judge like, oh, how do you define this? How do you define that? The moment the jury started asking questions, he should have known. They're not going to find me guilty on the RICO because they're not convinced. That's why they're asking all these goofy ass questions. They're not convinced. The jury comes out. They said when it comes to the charge of RICO, we find you not guilty. It's over. Like your biggest fear has been lifted. That was the most serious charge. Because if they find you guilty of a RICO, it's not just that you're going to prison for the rest of your life. You have to forfeit all your money. Like you all see, like because it means because it's all they put bad boy in there, which means all the money he's ever made was acquired through an illegal business. Y'all get this, right? So it's not just you go to jail for 20 years. No, you go to prison and you forfeit everything. You lose all your dineros. Like you don't even have $1 to your fucking name. Makes sense? When the people come out and they say you are not, no, Like the people come out and say, you are not guilty of a RICO. Oh, get the fuck up out of here. What else you got? Oh, no, we want to charge you with paying for prostitutes. Whoa, police. Get me Jared on the phone. Me, Marlene, I am calling Jared Kushner. I'm getting the fuck up out of here. There has to be someone you know that knows Jared. Even if the people around you don't know Jared, you have enough money to send people that know people that can go find Jared for you. Find Jared Kushner. Find Jared. How much does he want? 20, 50. You gave Cassie 20. What's another 20? Matter of fact, what the fuck is another 40 million? Give these people that money. Get the fuck out of here. No. Oh, judge, an Indian. Oh, judge, please have mercy on me. I don't want to stay in here. I promise you, I'm going to be a good boy. Oh, Lord, I'm not going to do it again. Like, what kind of cowardly bullshit is this? What kind of, you are worth you're going to beg a judge, an Indian judge, who only makes $200,000. You're begging him instead of getting with Jared on the phone. Even your attorneys, you could have told your attorneys, go find Jared. If they don't know how to find Jared, you tell your attorneys to find you the most popular, the most influential rabbi in New York City. That rabbi knows Jared because Jared is a hardcore Zionist. He's a hardcore Zionist. You find the most important rabbi in all of New York City. The rabbi has Jared's number. It's not that hard to find people. It's not that hard. You gave Cassie 20, 30 million. Give Jared 40. Get the fuck out of there. Like what the? You go in there for 2 days. They're going to get you out. It's America, baby. Like it's not that hard. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? But this is it. You make all this money, right? You make all of this money. You have all this. You have so much money, but you're weak. You're weak. You are so weak. Whatever they say, oh, I was so fucked up, you guys. I was fucked up. I was really fucked up. People come out there. The security guard, little fucking ass Latino, he call you the devil. Your attorneys don't fight back. Why you call him the devil? Because he's black. Have you ever seen the devil in person? So why would you say he's the devil? Are you racist? What's going on? Right? Over there, you're crying. I'm like, but how they're not going to treat you accordingly because you gave up. You gave up. Even when he offered to turn himself in, they said no because they wanted to make a scene out of arresting him. But Diddy's a bitch because because they wanted to say, oh, we came in there, he had drugs, he had this, he had that. That was the play. That's why they didn't want you to turn yourself in because they had a plan to paint you a certain way on camera. So my thing is, if you want to turn yourself in, and the people say, oh, no, don't turn yourself in because we want to arrest you. Me, Marlene, every day I will get up. I will get ready. I'm going to wait in front of the jailhouse. I will wait in front of the police station. I will rob you. I'm going to rob you of the opportunity to arrest me the way you want to arrest me. I get to decide how I'm going to go in there. No, not Diddy. He wants to turn himself in. The people say no, and he agrees. Why? Why do you agree? I wish I had been his lawyer. You're going to wake up every day. Okay, 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to pick you up at 5. We will be parked outside of the police station. We will stay in front of this police station until they want to come get you. You're not going anywhere. Because one thing you're going to do is rob these people, right, of their fuckery. Because they want to arrest you in a certain way so they can paint you in a certain way and affect your trial and taint the jury. Get the fuck right. You have, I'm like, Diddy, you have enough money. You're so rich. You have a Rolls Royce. You have a Bentley. You can even have like what them called them those big ass Mercedes runner truck, whatever. You have enough to park right there. And if they give you a ticket every day, if the city of New York wants to give you a ticket every day, you can afford it. But we're gonna stay parked right here. And if you want to come get me, I'm right outside the police station. Right? There you go. So there's we went in there and then we saw the lights and we saw baby oil and we saw this and we saw that and we saw this. I'm like, why are you so fucking stupid? Why are you so stupid? But this guy right here is the perfect example of you have a lot of money. You know how to make lots of money. But as you're making this money, you don't train your mind for adversity. You don't train your mind for resilience. You don't train your mind for self-confidence. You don't train your mind to just be like, you know what? I'm going to get the fuck up out of here. So whether I have a fair trial, I don't have a fair trial, either way, I got Jared in my phone. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm getting out of here. I'm not staying here, right? When we watch, what's his name? Todd Chrisley, right? Todd Chrisley also, when they convicted him, he said, I'm not guilty, so whatever. Then he also said, when he had his interview, Todd said, I went to prison, but prison was not in me. Okay? I knew I was getting out because he knew he was not going to stay in there. Like even the wife, she got convicted for 12 years. Even she didn't have all this crying shit that Diddy was doing. She was more, I'm like, this woman is more mentally resilient than Diddy, right? Todd Chrisley was more mentally resilient than Diddy. He said, I went to prison, but prison is not in me, right? And so what happened? He got out. Trump gave him a pardon, right? I'm like, with Trump, if you have the money, you're getting out. So for me, if you have the money, why are you crying? If you have the money, why are you depressed? If you have the money, why are you writing letters begging a judge that only makes $200,000 to let you go? Are you insane? Like, do you not see how now you have put down, you stroke his ego. Now you're telling him, oh, I'm so afraid of you. And you know how that's going to make him feel? Wow, look at me. I have 200,000. I have a black robe and I'm able to send a man that's worth 300 million to prison. I decide how long he stays in prison. You have to rob people of that kind of power. You got to rob people of that kind of power, right? Because it's your life. You have to rob people of that kind of power. And this is why, as you train the body, you have to train the mind. You have to learn to become mentally resilient, right? And I'm like, this new round of my weight loss journey thing, because I listen to a lot of stuff now, but I'm like, it has taught me a thing. That when if you call yourself a Christian, if you call yourself a person of faith, you don't go through your life looking for easy shit. You don't go through life looking for handouts. You don't go through life playing victim. You don't go through life blaming other people, even when they're actually guilty. Now, let me be so for real, right? I'm not saying they're innocent, but even that too, though, I don't give a fuck. I look to myself. Because if somebody was able to do X, Y, and Z to me, low-key, high-key, because I allowed that to happen, right? So if I change, if I acknowledge what I did wrong, and then I change what I did wrong, most likely it's not going to happen again, right? And this is what Marcus Aurelius was saying. You control the man on the inside. You control the woman on the inside. You can't really control other people. Somebody can look at you in the face and say, I will never betray you. Oh my gosh, I love you so much. And you turn around, they got a fucking knife in your back. Like, what? That was quick. Okay? Right? You don't control other people. And it's a waste of your time to try to control other people. You need to control yourself. And you need to control how you deal with adversity. You have to control how you handle adversity. Right? And say to yourself, everything that comes in my life is a learning lesson. It might not be in the most pleasant way that it comes into your life. But if the Lord saw fit for this lesson to come into your life, then it means it was time for you to learn it. And so you humble yourself and you say, God, you know what? Let's do it, right? Because I'm a person that does hard things. I don't do easy things. That's for suckers. I don't even do like in between. No. Give me the hard shit, right? Because the way I live, I want to be exceptional. I don't want to be like other people. I don't want to think like other people. I don't want to reason like other people. I don't want to go through life like other people. Put hard shit on my plate. And let me show you how brilliant I am. Because that's who the fuck I am. I have a brilliant fucking mind. I really do. I have a brilliant fucking mind. And I'm like, when you have a mind like this, when you have a brain like this, you have to honor such an amazing mind by doing hard shit. Anybody can do easy shit. You know why nobody feels bad about eating chicken? Because they're not fucking special. And the thing about chickens too, they're fucking dumb. Okay? They're fucking dumb. Like nobody gives a fuck. But oh my gosh, I feel bad. The little chicken's like, no, we're going to eat the motherfucking chicken. Okay? Because there's nothing special about a fucking chicken. Okay? They're not special. They're dumb. They're stupid. It's very easy for them to be born. Like, you will never have a chicken attrition. Okay? They have so many babies. So nobody feels bad. Right? But you know, the other day, I saw this beautiful ox. Hold on. Let me show you. I saw this one beautiful ox with the horns. And I was like, hold up, wait, there you go. I saw an ox like that. And I'm like, damn, Y'all about to kill this animal? And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have to go vegan. You guys, that bull was, I mean, these bulls were so fucking beautiful. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Because you have to see it. I was like, oh my gosh, you're about to kill this creature. Because the bull was so fucking beautiful. Hold on. Let me find it for you. You know, supposed to work out today, but whatever. I'm tired. I need a rest day. Let me show you this video. Hold on.
When I think about burgers, the only word that comes to mind is dreams.
Okay, here they are.
Side, and then producers of cows. Jose Gordon, he's a
Look at these damn cows, y'all. I was like this. I'm like, these creatures are majestic. They are majestic. Like, look at that. For as much as I love steak, I'm like, damn. That's a beautiful creature. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you don't want to kill it. I'm like, me, I wouldn't kill it. I couldn't see myself killing this creature, though. I'm sure the meat is good, though. But I couldn't see myself doing it. Why? Because it looks fucking majestic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, they just need to be taken care of. They're so fucking beautiful, right? But I will never feel this way about a chicken because there's nothing special, right? And my point is, this is what it is with people who just do basic shit. People who want easy stuff, people who want an easy life, people who want handouts, people who are always crying victim, people who are always blaming other people, right? These are people who are not exceptional. They're like chickens. They're like chickens. When they die, they ain't gonna be remembered. In this life, nobody really cares because there's nothing exceptional about these people. They're repetitive. You know, they're repetitive and they're predictable. They're gonna cry, they're gonna complain, they're gonna deflect, they're not gonna take action. You know, it's like they're just the fucking mediocrity bullshit all the time. Okay? They're not special. They're just like chickens. And so when they go through misery or they die, no one cares because they were not fucking exceptional. Look at this life. Look at real life, right? When somebody dies, if it's someone exceptional, somebody who did something great, you'll see a bunch of people crying for that person, even though they never met the person. Why? Because that person did something exceptional with his or her life, right? So my point is, in this life, you want to be known to be like these beautiful creatures like this, right? You want to be someone who did something exceptional. You want to be known as someone that had like an amazing will, someone that had amazing conviction, someone that had incredible determination, someone that had incredible discipline, somebody who just believed, someone who had a crazy amount of faith, right? You don't even want to be the type to boast in yourself. You want other people to say, this person right there, they used to tell me about how they're going to do this and do that, right? And one day they got it done. You want other people to brag about the level of faith that you had. How you used to go around talk about your dreams and now you make that shit come true though because you so believed that it was going to fucking happen. And it fucking did. It fucking did. Right? And I'm like, and the more you start thinking like that, the more you're going to start distancing yourself from mediocre people. Because you say to yourself, I'm a person who does hard things. And that also includes forgiveness because forgiveness is hard to do, right? It's really easy to hate people. It's really hard to forgive people, right? Also accountability, really hard, right? Self-awareness, it's really hard, right? But when you want to be known as someone who does hard things, it becomes easier and easier for you to forgive. Why? Because you know people are going to fuck up. You know people are going to fucking betray you. You already know that shit. Why? Because God told you the heart of man is desperately wicked. So when you see wickedness flow out of the heart of men, it doesn't hurt you because you expected that to happen. Get into Stoicism, get into Marcus Aurelius. It was going to happen. So if you know a person is weak and out of their weakness, they're going to do something hurtful, why even be mad at the person? They're weak. They've always been weak. And weak people do weak people shit. Betrayal, backstabbing, talking about you, spreading rumors, trying to get your money, be greedy, steal, rob, weak people shit. Right? But a hard thing to do is forgiveness. Forgive people. They ain't shit, ain't gonna be shit, will never be shit. Forgive people, man. You got to forgive people because that's how you become a person that does hard things. I forgive these motherfuckers. Like, you just forgive people, man. Forgive these fuckers, man. Now, do you have to be in their proximity? Probably not. They might poison you, right? But you have to learn to forgive people. Don't let it consume your heart. Don't let it consume your mind. What happened, happened, right? Let bygones be bygones. If something happened yesterday, don't talk about it today. Leave yesterday with yesterday, okay? You have people, they still talk about things that happened a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. At some point, you got to leave yesterday with yesterday. Let that go. It happened, right? What can we do about it? There you go. So there truly is no net benefit in rehashing the past, right? Because all you're doing is re-victimizing yourself, okay? It happened. And now we're here. So now what do we have in store for tomorrow? Let's focus on planning for tomorrow, right? I've never heard of anybody looking towards the past and building a better future. In order to build a better future, you have to be in the present. I repeat, in order to build a better future, you have to be in the present. The past is the past. You got to be in your now. And from your now, ask yourself, what kind of future do I want for myself? Right? And do you see yourself having a future where you're still talking about the same old shit? Where you're still being a victim? Where you are still blaming your ex-wife, your ex this, you're the baby mama, the whatever. Are you that's your future? But damn, why even live? Why even live? Just go, right? Go. Because that's a miserable life, right? That's a miserable life. It's a miserable life. Talking and crying about people who are not even thinking about you, right? If your ex-wife divorced you and took your money, you think 5-10 years from now she'll be talking about you? Most likely not. So why do you want to talk about her 5 to 10 years from now? Move the fuck on, okay? Your ex, your baby daddy, your whatever, nobody cares, right? Do you truly see a future for yourself where you are still talking about people who are not even thinking about you? That's fucking crazy, right? Move on. Forgive people, turn the page, build a better future for yourself. You can't always be focused on the past. Look back. You're always looking backwards. You're always focused on the past, right? That you completely ignore that your current moment is meant for you to plan for your future. Focus on what you have going on now and see how you can use that to build a better future for yourself. That's all that matters. You just have to build a better future for yourself. And the best way to build a better future for yourself is to build a mindset that is going to take you to that future, right? You got to build a mindset for that. You got to build a mindset. You need a mindset that is going to take you to that future. You got to change. And a lot of people are going to have to change their mindset. Because a lot of people have mindsets of losers. And it goes for both genders. It goes for both genders. Blaming people all the time, pointing fingers all the time, being bitter all the time, living in fear all the time. Loser shit. Coward shit. Fear don't make you no money. Fear will never make you successful. And sometimes because you fear something so much, that's exactly what's going to happen to you. Don't believe me? Read the story of Job. Okay? But all the people who ever created amazing businesses, amazing corporations, or even broke world records, like in running track and running the mile, you name it, marathons, whatever. All these people who broke records that so many people said humanly were not possible. It is not possible to run a mile under 4 minutes. It's not possible to do X, Y, and Z, run a 100-meter dash in less than 10 seconds. It's not. People have said so many things. That the human body just can't do it. The human body just can't do it. But there's some crazy fuck out there. It's like, no, you know what? I think my body can do it. Right? And quietly, they trained. They trained for it. And then they actually did it. And then once they did it, other people started saying, well, maybe I can do it too. Because all it takes is one person to break the veil. Don't live your life in fear. It's a sad thing. Just because you've had your heart broken once, even twice or thrice, what the fuck do I know? Right? Doesn't mean that you can't find love. The issue is not find. The issue is, oh, I can't find love. No, the issue might be that you don't have good discernment. You are impatient. You don't really know what to prioritize when you're looking for a person to give your heart to. So you gotta get better at that. Love is not the problem. Picking is the problem, right? So is it hard to find love? Probably not. But does it take work to become a person that knows how to find the right person? Of course. Why would God make it easy to find a gem? Are you actually okay? It always baffles me. Like I'm always baffled when people are shocked that they found bad people. Of course, because a person of value is hard to find. A person of good moral character is hard to find, right? It's like if you go and you look at shit from Temu, there's so much shit from Temu because stuff that is poorly made abounds. Stuff that's cheap is all over. Now, quality, right? That's a rarity. And that's why we pay a premium. So why would you just expect to just go out there, just walk into an amazing person? You're fucking crazy. Do you walk outside and just find $100 bills all over the place? No, the fuck you don't. Do you just walk outside and see diamonds right outside your door? No, the fuck you don't. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You just wake up in the morning and know what stock to pick? No, the fuck you don't. Quality people are hard to find. That's how life goes. Right? So that's it. And you have to learn how to find quality people because they're not easy to find. They're hard to find. And as they should. Because nothing worth having comes easy. Get into it. Right? So if you fell in love with a fucking idiot, I'm not surprised. Because we have more idiots than we have industrious people. We have more idiots than we have intelligent people. So yeah, that's exactly what happened. Why are you shocked? Why are you shocked? The odds of you finding a dumb person versus the odds of you finding an amazing person, yeah, the odds of finding an idiot are high. Because a lot of people don't apply themselves. Just like you don't apply yourself. You get hurt, you quit. There you go. So if you ain't shit, if you ain't committed, you think it's going to be easy for you to go and find somebody that's committed? No, you have to work hard. Right? But that's that fear spirit. Oh, I'm afraid. Yeah, because you are fucking lazy. Right? Become a student of whatever you fear. There's nothing to fear but ignorance. Right? Out of your ignorance, you are picking the wrong people. Wrong people to sleep with. Wrong people to say, I love you too. Wrong people to add to your finances because you're fucking ignorant, right? Whatever, I don't know why, like when it comes to relationships, people think, oh, this area of my life requires no study because you're a fool. You are a fool. And only a fool expects to wake up in the morning and just have whatever just given or handed to him. It doesn't work like that. Your job, you have to study, right? In school, you have to study, right? The road, everything you have to do in this life, you've had to study. Have you ever taken the time to be a studier of people? Huh? Have you ever taken the time to be a student of what it takes to have a great relationship? No, because most people are just sexual. Most people are just promiscuous. Whose fault is that? Right? If you're a man and you're promiscuous and therefore you attract people who just want your money and they just take you for your money, whose fault is that? You led with your penis. Next time, try leading with your fucking brain. And I'm sure you'll find a good woman. Same thing for the woman, right? If every day you go outside, you're always half naked. On your Instagram, you're always half naked. Your entire life is a thirst trap. Okay, you trapped the thirsty people. He was thirsty, right? But he had no resources. There you go. That's it. I'm like, people are so fucking crazy, right? But if you want to attract good people, and the same thing goes for companies, right? When companies want to hire CEOs and CFOs and you name it, right? They spend so much time reading, they hire the recruiters, they go through resumes, they have multiple rounds of interviews, right? Just to make sure we are a good fit. But most people, they meet, and then the next thing you know, they're having sex. Okay. That's how you live your life. Because you do lazy people shit. Have some self-restraint. Control yourself. Control your sexual urges, right? And lead these relationships with the mind, right? And I'm sure you'll have better results, right? But people do not want to subjugate their flesh so that they can have something worth having, because it's a sacrifice. It's a denial to say, wow, I'm not going to sleep with this person. Yes. Deny yourself easy access to sex. How about that? And then you'll make better decisions. It's not that hard. I don't know why people think, oh no, I can't deny. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Let me tell you something too, right? It's really good to learn to say no to the body. You don't always have to say yes. Oh, I want to buy this. Yeah, but maybe I can wait, right? And see if I really want it. Oh, I want to eat this. Yeah, but maybe I can wait. Oh, I want to do whatever. No, you have to learn to say no. Just say no. Learn to say no to yourself, right? Start by saying no to little things until you get strong enough to say no to the big things. You will be so much better because of it. You don't have to sleep with this person, right? You don't have to lead with your money. You don't have to lead with your ass and your titties, right? You don't have to. You can go to a date and be fully covered, right? And you as a man, you can go to a date and not try to flex on how much money you have. No one cares, because what sustains a relationship is your personality. Are you suited for partnership, right? It's not money. People can have money and not have the skill sets for partnership, right? So try not to lead with money, and you try not to lead with your ass, right? Everybody can go fully covered, and you can also come in here and not try to flex about how much money you think you have, right? And in that way, we're going to get to the root of who you are and who I am. And then we'll see if we're actually compatible. It's not that hard. It's truly and honestly not that hard, right? But the fact that people want to sit here, for example, and demonize marriage per se. Marriage is not the problem. Or even the courts. Marriage is not the problem. The court's not the problem, right? Hey, Ninja, it's the people who get married are the fucking problem, right? Marriage in itself can be a blessing to a lot of people. Granted or given that people actually want to do marriage right for the right reason, it could be a blessing, right? Right? The courts never have to get involved in your union, right? Granted that we have people who don't want the courts to be involved. Oh, he did, right? It's that simple. But my thing is to tell people, oh, don't get married, but keep having sex with a bunch of people, even though we know that leads to a lot of fucking issues. To me, that is fucking crazy. You are fucking psychotic. You are fucking crazy. And that is not a man who means well. And I even feel like if you are a coach and you want to coach men, part of coaching men should be to teach men to deny themselves when it comes to sex. Right? Because can you truly be successful in your life if you are constantly consumed by sex? If I'm not even mistaken, I feel like there's some like athletes, like some professional athletes who are really, really good. And before any big game like or playoff and things like that, they don't have sex because they want to be focused on the game. So they're not going to have sex with their wives. They don't want to have sex with nobody. Right? But it's like a real man should know how to die to his flesh, because he has a vision for his life, especially given our current climate where like believe all women, right? Just an allegation alone, you can lose your life. Allegation alone, they'll put the cuffs on your ass, right? Just a simple allegation can have you ruined. So it's really, to me, I would think that a man who really want to coach men in this current climate that's very hostile towards men, that says believe all women, yeah, right. Okay. That a man who cares about other men and who wants to be a coach of men will say, you will have to learn to die to your flesh. Instead of always using your penis all the time, start using your fucking brain. But if a man is out here just smashing and tricking, because the more sexual encounter you have, you increase the odds of a lawsuit. You increase the odds of somebody saying, oh, he raped me. Right? A lot of people out here be screaming rape. Okay? This stuff is real. We don't live in an America that is friendly towards men. Absolutely the fuck not. Okay? We live in America that is hostile towards men. where men are seen as the villain, the criminal, the bad guy, no matter what, through and through. They will believe allegations before you even have a day in court. And your life is ruined. Your life is completely ruined. Even if it comes out that she lied and things like that, it's going to be so low, like low volume, no one is going to know. When the girl came out and she accused Nelly of rape, it was super, super loud. Nelly raped me. Nelly raped me. It was so loud. How, like, when, oh my gosh, Nelly's accused of rape. Everybody was posting it, right? When it was found that she lied and Nelly never raped her, it was quiet. Nobody wanted to mention that. So, oh, hey, you know how we told you he might have raped this girl? Well, he didn't do it. So let's just be as loud. Like, no, they're going to be very low-key, hush-hush about that. But what stays with people is that Nelly was accused of rape, right? So you have to think about that. So you got to ask yourself, what kind of coach is going to say to men who are currently living in the Me Too movement, Believe All Women movement, a very hostile, misandrous society? Oh yeah, don't get married, but smash as many bras as possible. He's fucking stupid. He's a fucking idiot. And you listen to his advice, you will ruin your life. You'll ruin your life. That's the reason why the Buddhist monk and all these people, the main thing they preach people is deny your flesh. Stop being led by your sexual urges. Stop being led by your penis and be led by your vision, right? What kind of man do you want to be? What kind of man do you want to be known for? If you were to die today, what would you want people to say about you? Oh, he was a pastor, bro. Seriously? How unambitious. The ambitions are so low. They're so low. You know, tomorrow is not guaranteed to anybody. So I think most men should think about that. Legacy. If I was to die today, what would I want people to say at my funeral? What would I want to be remembered for? Right? And I'm like, even the advice that Greg gives to people, right? It's like, if you're always having sex with a bunch of girls and you're always tricking off these girls, I don't think you're going to have money left over. I don't even think you'll have savings. I don't even think that you'll have a retirement account. I don't even think that you even have life insurance, because where are you getting all this money? So for me, in order to trick on these girls, you are denying a financial responsibility somewhere. There is something that you have to do financially that you are neglecting, because where are you getting this money? Right? Because that money belongs to nobody has an infinite amount of money. And most of these guys don't make a lot of money. So in order to trick, you have to deny a financial obligation. Why? So when you die, most likely you'll be broke. When you die, most likely not going to be any money for your funeral. When you die, oh, where's this money? We don't know. Don't know where the money is, because he was chasing behind women. And we know most men, especially most black men who chase behind a multitude of women, usually die broke. They have no money, because the money went to the upkeep of girls. Pay for their nails, pay for their hair, pay for the restaurant, pay for this, pay for that, pay for this, right? And now you're broke. You died poor. You died broke. You die without an estate. You're just dead, right? Even Kevin Samuels, look how he died. I remember, because that night I stayed up all night watching him till like 2 or 3 in the morning. And then I wake up, he's dead. I'm like, he's dead. He was just up last night, just gone. And he also died with no family. He had some lady with him, but she's not his wife. She's not his daughter. His mother found out he was dead like the rest of us on social media. Imagine that. Imagine that, right? We're all going to die. Make good choices. We're all going to die. And I think, and I wish sometimes that more people would go through life on a day-to-day basis. Like, I'm going to die one day, huh? I can even die tomorrow. But I think people become very forgetful that this life we have right here, it's the least. We're not going to be here forever. We can die at any moment. And so your goal is to wake up every night, to chase ass every day. What kind of life is that? I know coyotes that have even more ambition than that, right? living like a damn vulture. Oh, I gotta go look for ass tonight. Gotta go look for ass. No, look for purpose. Look for purpose. And I think once you find your real purpose, then you'll know what kind of helpmate to look for. But I think the problem is, from what I'm starting to understand, I think a lot of men, they look for a wife without even knowing their purpose. Because you think your job is to find a woman. No, your job is to find purpose. And once you find your purpose, then you'll be better suited to know what kind of helpmate you need. Right? The help, no, it's like living like coyotes. Right? They come out at night, they look for ass, look for a little bit of food. They ain't trying to build shit. They'll eat leftovers, dead stuff. I'm like, you look like a damn coyote. Like, who lives like that? Right? How can a man live like that? To me, it's a disgrace. It really is a disgrace, right? But I'm like, find your purpose. Because once you have your purpose, you will find your wife. You'll know what kind of helpmate to look for. It's just like a company, right? All these big companies out here, they have mission statements, right? Oh, we want to do da-da-da. They have a mission statement. They know what they're about. They know who they cater to. So once you have a mission statement, you know who to hire and who not to hire, right? You know who's going to fit into your culture and who's not going to fit into your culture because you took the time to write the mission statement of the company, right? And that's what CEOs are for. CEOs are there to watch over the mission statement, to make sure the company stays on par with the mission statement, and also to watch over the vision, the 5-year vision, 10-year vision, 20-year vision of the company, to make sure that we steer the company in such a way that we do get there 5 years from now. We do get there 10 years from now. We do get there 20 years from now. But I think what I'm realizing is that a lot of people are not great CEOs of their personal lives. You just go with the flow because you don't know your purpose. Don't know your purpose. Even picking friends. People just pick friends just because. You don't know their purpose. Right? Even when it comes to who do you watch on social media and who do you not watch on social media, right? You allow anybody to speak over you, allow anybody to influence you because you don't know your purpose. You're bored, so you watch content. You're bored, so you watch content. I'm bored, so I'm going to watch this. Like, that's crazy to me. What are you trying to do? Where are you trying to go into your life? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses, right? Find content creators that help you improve on your weaknesses. Right. And those who want to build on your fears, you have to stay away from them. You already know you're afraid. So what does it benefit you to listen to people who keep feeding into your fears? You're going to become hysterical. Then you'll be paranoid. And then most likely you'll be violent. And that's what we see. A lot of men today are really violent against these women. They take pleasure in shaming these women. I even saw a rap battle. Like, this guy was doing a rap battle with this girl. I mean, it was so disgusting. Right? Because that's how it starts. I'm afraid. I go looking for other men who feed into my fears. They pour gasoline on my fears. Then I become paranoid. Then after paranoia, it's hysteria. After hysteria, you're almost schizophrenic. Now you want to hurt anyone that's a woman. No, that's weakness. You are weak. You are incredibly weak. And when they tell you that America has a male crisis, I believe it because they don't know how to deal with adversity. Don't even know how to deal with your fears. You have to harness something good out of your fears, right? I'm afraid of this. Why are you afraid? Find people who can help you overcome your fears, right? If you are afraid and you remain afraid, it just shows me you don't know how to use your intelligence. You are not a problem solver. When I'm afraid of something, I find people that have more experience that can ease me out of my fears because then I realize, oh, you know what? There's nothing to fear. Right? Even if something feels overwhelming, I don't have to do the entire thing at once. Right? You can take one bite at a time. You can take one step at a time. You can take it one day at a time. You can take it 1 minute at a time. Like when I'm on the Stairmaster, I usually do like 2 hours in the Stairmaster, right? But you know, the 2 hours, I don't say, oh, wow, I got to do 120 minutes. I might not even do it. I'm like, damn. Okay? I don't even say, oh, that's like 4 blocks of 30 minutes. I might not do it. I don't say to myself like, oh, no, I take it 5 minutes at a time. First, let me get to 5 minutes. Then let me get to 10. Then 15. Then 20, 25, 30. Once I get to 30, I'm, oh, Lord, I'm halfway there. 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60 minutes. Oh, Lord Jesus, I'm done. Okay? I take it 5 minutes at a time. And that encourages me to keep going. You don't have to say, oh, I got to do all of this. Yeah, because it's overwhelming, right? So yeah, right now your fears are crippling you. Your fears are causing you paranoia, hysteria. What the fuck do I know, right? But what I'm saying is, how about you tackle one fear at a time, right? Oh, I'm afraid that if I get divorced, it's not going to work out. Okay, let's just focus on that. Let's not, oh, family court, child support. We can't do everything at once, which is what Andrew was trying to explain to Greg, right? Let's do one issue at a time. Oh, if I'm married, I'm afraid it's not going to work out. Okay, why are you afraid it's not going to work out? Were your parents ever married? Did your parents get divorced? Like, let's just start with this one issue, right? And it's okay. It's really, and also it's possible that it's not going to work out. It's very possible. It's very possible that your marriage is going to fail. Now, if the marriage does fail, what can you do about that? Right? You can learn to accept that. You can learn, you can say to yourself, you know what, if we were to ever get divorced, we are still going to be good friends. Right? I will never look back on the years that I've spent with you and say to myself, oh, what a waste. I wasted my time. No, for what it was pretty good. Right? That's it. It's possible. Anything can happen. Just like cheating. Oh my gosh, men are going to cheat. It's possible. Many men cheat and some don't. Right? That's it. If somebody cheats, what you going to do? Oh, I'm going to go kill him. Why would you kill him? It's his penis. He has the right to use it. Be nice if you use it with you only. Right? But you can also say to yourself, right, for as much as I might be heartbroken, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of my life. Right? Women have been cheated on since eons. Right? You're not going to be the first one. You ain't going to be the last one. You will be okay. Right? Because I don't believe, oh, no, don't think about that. You can think about that. But when you think about those things, right, you also got to think about things in a way. You got to think about sad things in a way that's empowering. Just like your parents are going to die one day. You got to think about that too, because it's real. Right? You can say to you, oh my gosh, if my mom dies, that's it. Okay, then you'll just die right after her. Okay? Or you can say to yourself, everybody dies. And I know that one day my mom is going to die. And on that day, for as much as I'm going to be pain, I'm going to remember to be grateful because I got to be with my mom for 60 years or 80 years, whatever, right? It's up to you. One day your dad is also going to die. You have to mentally prepare yourself for that. And think about the day when that happens. How are you going to react? You're going to shut down. You're going to be, I got to go delete myself. Listen, right? We know whoever is born must die, right? It's nothing new. But you'll see some people when their mom dies or their daddy dies, they completely fall apart as if it's a surprise. Why? People die. You don't think that your parents also, their parents died? People die. Your grandparents have died, right? Grandparents will die. Your parents will die. One day you're also going to die. Okay? That's life. The cycle of life. We are born and one day we die. And you got to prepare yourself mentally for that day. So that the day when it does happen, instead of falling apart, it's going to be a celebration of life. You got to be mentally resilient for challenges that come with being a human being. Right? It's life. The Bible says many are the tribulations, right, of the righteous, but the Lord's going to deliver you, right? You're going to go through tribulations. You're going to go through stuff that troubles your heart, but you have to say to yourself, I'm going to be okay. I'm going to overcome this. And when I do overcome this, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do so gracefully, right? I'm going to be graceful about it. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't bring the person back. They're gone. I have a little sister, like her dad passed away, right? So she was sad. I mean, initially she didn't want to talk to him. Her auntie, myself, were like, oh, forgive your dad, girl. She's like, no. Lo and behold, when we were having the conversation, he was already dead. She didn't even know. Then she finds out she wants to fall apart. I'm like, you can. Because when you thought he was alive, you don't want to talk to him. Right? So yeah, keep the same energy. Because he can't come back. Right? You could have talked. She's like, but why is it always me to reach out? I'm like, well, then don't feel bad then. Right? But it's like you have to mentally prepare yourself for these situations, right? It could happen. It could happen that your marriage could fall apart. It can happen. So you could also say to yourself, I'm going to work really hard to make sure it doesn't happen. There you go. Right? And that's what smart people do. They acknowledge, yeah, it could go left. And then they create plans. They have plans, mitigation plans. They have strategies. They have systems in place, right? So, okay, if this ever happens, I'm going to try this. If this ever happens, I'm going to try this, right? If you also have baggage because your people never got married or your parents were divorced, yeah, but that's the thing though. But it's like people have to mentally prepare themselves. It happens. It will happen. It will. In your lifetime, you're going to go through a lot of funerals, right? And so if you don't mentally prepare yourself for that, you can truly spiral into a horrible depression, right? But whoever told you that people live forever? No one. So why weren't you prepared for that, right? Everybody has to prepare themselves for that because it will happen. Separation is part of life, right? Separation is part of life. Now, some separation are temporary, some are permanent. Okay, right? But you have to know how to cope with separation. And I think people don't know how to deal with separation. They don't know how to deal with saying goodbye, right? Don't know how to deal with the fact that certain things were never meant to last. And instead of being bitter about it, look to the good side. Force yourself to see things that were actually good, right? And that makes it so much easier on the heart, right? But if you say, oh, I was married for 10 years and we got divorced, everything was bad, every day was bad, okay. You not only do you make it harder on the brain, but you also make it harder on the heart. Then consequently, you make it harder on the body and you'll be stuck. You're going to be stuck. You won't move on. You won't start over. You won't even believe. You'll be stuck. And this is when people become like forever depressed. They live in a perpetual state of depression, right? And nobody can save you because you're stuck. You're stuck. And you have to unstuck your mind. Got to unstuck your mind, right? Because no one is going to come save you. And that's why you got to have a mindset that is resilient. You got to have resilience in your heart. You got to have resilience in your mind, right? So sorry about your loss, Mark. But I'm like, the best thing you can do is to say, at least you had a granddad. Some people don't even have a granddad. You know what I'm saying? Some people are truly all alone. So I'm like, there's always something you can say that makes it easier to say goodbye. There's always something you can say that makes it easier to deal with a forever separation. I mean, for now, right? There's always something. Then that's what I'm saying. All of that is part of being mentally resilient. Instead of being brokenhearted, it could be a celebration of life. But everything is the story that you tell yourself. You got to have a strong mind. Got to have a strong mind. You don't have a choice. Because if you don't have a strong mind, this life is going to eat you alive. This life is going to cripple you. The struggles, the setback, financial issues, people talking about you, so many things, friends being fake, people abandoning you, right? If you like me, when it comes to human betrayal, child, please, right? And I have learned I'm like, I don't attach myself to anyone. I don't anchor myself to anyone. If you show up today, alhamdulillah. You don't show up tomorrow, I'm going to be okay, right? Because human beings are like this. They're like leaves, right? You can't anchor yourself to a leaf. Where we going to go? Right? And I understand because they got their own struggle to deal with. And I got my own journey to deal with. So I'm on my path. Like I'm on my journey. I am on my path. Like, because you die alone. You're born by yourself. You're going to die by yourself. In this life, everybody has something that you were born to accomplish. And you can't let these leaves fuck up your shit. Right? But I'm like, I don't anchor myself to people. I don't anchor myself to anybody. Right? Because, hey, people are people. But I anchor myself to God. And where he leads me, I'll go. Because like I said, I force myself to be a person that does hard things. And part of doing hard things too is I don't have human dependency. I don't depend on people. I do not depend on people. Right? I don't say, oh, I wish this person would think of me or call me. No, please don't. I think of myself. I call myself. Okay? I don't need an entourage of people. I never had. Even as a kid, I never had a bunch of friends like that. So I'm like, I'm an Aquarius. I really enjoy my solitude. It makes me happy. I'm happy by myself. If people come, that's cute. If they don't, that's also fine. If I ever have moments of like weakness, like where I feel really weak, like when I started helping Auntie Gloria, and I was talking to Deep Seek, and I told Deep Seek, there's something in this woman that reminds me of my grandma. And I didn't deal well. I didn't deal well with her passing. And I started crying. Like it just came over me. And I cried real good, because I thought about her. But I scream out to Archangel Michael. If I'm ever sad, if I ever feel like, wow, I can't do this anymore, or this, and that, my lips will always say, Holy Spirit, help me. And after that, I'll say, Archangel Michael, please help me. Give me the strength to deal with this, right? And in a matter of minutes, it's like there's something in my heart, like, yeah. Every time, like there was one night, something happened in New Orleans, and I felt so lonely, Mark. Everywhere I go, I saw Michael. And I was like, you're here. You are truly here. I stopped. I was like, okay, I'm going to be okay. And then the answer came. Oh, what the heck? But Archangel Michael, that's my dude. Like that's my person. That is my I mean, I don't put my faith in no human being. Marlene, nah, I'm done. Listen, God has showed me. I've had personal experiences. I've had a lot of personal experiences, right? But if I had been someone who was jaded, I wouldn't have helped Auntie Gloria. Like, oh gosh, here we go again, right? Even the mere fact that she's from Ghana, right? I had somebody from Ghana do something very shady to me, right? Well, whatever. You understand, right? It's okay. You let bygones be bygones. That's what it is. But everything that happens in my life, I give glory to God. Even gaining weight, I give glory to God, because then I had to learn to lose the weight. All that, it humbles you, man. Everything, it humbles you. Everything makes you better. Everything makes you better. I even said to, when I was in my car today, I even called Jimmy and I said, thank you to him for that. But I said in my car, and I said, oh, the fact that I'm a stay-at-home mom, that's why I was able to drop her off today. Because if I had a job, like if I had a career, I had to work, I wouldn't have been able to take her to her job, but I'm a stay-at-home mom. So my schedule is pretty flexible, right? And also I have a husband that makes that possible. So I say thank you to God for that. I say, oh God, thank you, because I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I can afford to drop her off and pick her up like that, because I think it's super cute to see such an old woman have her autonomy, right? She likes going to her little job. It makes her feel like she's doing something. And then plus she gets to make her own money, because see, people get older. Some people who are not lazy, they get older and they don't want to be a burden on people, right? So I really admire. I even said her time, I said, oh, Auntie Gloria, I'm so proud of you, right? That's number one. And then I called Jimmy and I said thank you to James for that too. I was like, oh, that the fact that I'm a stay-at-home mom too, like it makes it possible for me to do my altruism, my philanthropy in the streets, right? So that's that. But everything, you thank God. You know what I'm saying? Everything, you thank God. Even if all you have to eat is a bowl of rice, appreciate that, because you only have a bowl of rice to eat, you're going to appreciate all the flavors in the rice. Sometimes when you have a lot of money and you can eat whatever you want, you don't actually enjoy what you're eating. Right? But if you ever find yourself, by God's grace, knock on wood, you're not going to, but if you find yourself where all you can eat is a bowl of rice, you'll get to a point of, I never even noticed rice tasted this good. Yeah, because the thing is, they do call her, but because she's homeless, Mark, she has to take her stuff with her. So, and she has like stuff from her cart. So when she shows up with the stuff from the cart, they don't want to take her because I guess it's not professional. I'm like, y'all just being mean, right? So she leaves her today. They called her today. So she asked me if I could take her to her job. So she left the stuff with me. She left her cart in front of Marshall's and everything else is in my car. Then we drove to the place. So she went in there with her little bag and her food. So it's not, they don't know if she's homeless. I have no idea. And I dropped her off. And she's like, oh, who are you? I'm like, oh, I'm her daughter. And then she told the lady, oh, her daughter's outside. I'm like, yeah, y'all need to know there's somebody behind her. Don't play with her. Okay. Then I left. Now I came here, right? So she left her stuff with me. And tomorrow, she has another job tomorrow. She has another gig in Springfield. I'm like, okay, girl, get your coins, sis. Get your coins, right? You understand? But I'm like, whatever you have in this life, you have to enjoy it. You understand? You gotta enjoy it, right? Because God, he gave it to you. You gotta enjoy it. You gotta be grateful, right? If all you can ever afford one day is just a bottle of water, enjoy your water. You'll be like, wow, I never knew water tasted so good. Because now that's all you have. right? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm serious, Mark. If all you have today, you have no friends, the only thing you can do is work out. Bless the Lord. Because now you don't have a choice but to be by yourself and do something hard. Because sometimes when you have too many friends, too many people, you are easily distracted. Yo, yeah, she got a job, y'all. It was so cute. I was like, yeah. I was like, oh. Because I wanted to make sure, because I was like, is she sure? Did they really call her? She's like, yes. So when she went in there, I opened the door and I stepped in there too. Because I'm like, they need to treat her right. So I was like, everything is just like, yes. I'm like, okay. I said, Bounty Gloria, I'll come get you later. She's done at 11, right? Makes sense. And then tomorrow she has to go to Springfield. But I was like, if I was working or whatever, I probably never would have met her. I wouldn't have helped her. But the way my life works, the fact that because I go at night, because of Maverick, I go to Places at night. That's how we became friends at night. You see? So I'm like, everything God does is for a reason. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't have ideas of self-deletion. That's why I'm like, the fact that Greg, people want to hurt themselves and men want to, why would you hurt yourself? You have your whole life ahead of you. Right? Even if you toil for, Joseph, and that's why people, I think a lot of men too, like, they think religion, not just religion, but like praying to God, reading the Bible. I think a lot of men think it's feminine stuff, it's a bunch of fairy tales. Everything in the Bible is not fairy tales. Like, if you don't want to read the part where Jesus walked on water and things like that, you don't have to, right? You can read the Old Testament. But I'm like, a lot of the stories in the Bible is people, it really is people overcoming adversity. It's a lot of patriarchs in the Bible. It's a lot of regular men overcoming adversity. I don't know why so many men think the Bible has nothing to offer them. It absolutely does. I'm like, look at Joseph. He didn't deserve that. That girl lied on him for no reason. And Potiphar never stepped up for him. Like, imagine how he must have failed. From his brothers betraying him, he didn't get to see his mom pass away. He wasn't there. I'm like, you think about Joseph sometime. He could have been so evil. Oh, thank you, Mark. He could have been so freaking evil. Like, when his brothers came up, when his brothers came back, he could have killed these bastards. Everything you did to me, you fucking bitches. Okay? I didn't see my mom. She died. Joseph missed out on so much. Because I believe when they put his ass in the whale and they sold him into slavery, he's like 17. He's 17. He's a kid. And these are grown-ass men, because these are the sons of Leah. They're grown. His brothers are so fucking grown. These are grown-ass men. And they push a 17-year-old in the well, and then they sold a 17-year-old into slavery. Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? But he's never bitter. Joseph is never bitter. He could have unalived himself. That's why I think it's really funny. People say, oh, my wife divorced me and took my money. I'm going to go take my life. Are you fucking stupid? Right? Joseph was 17. They took away his youth. They took away his young adulthood. They took all that shit from him. Oh, thank you, Mark. But what's it called? And then he goes into Potiphar's house. And the Bible even says, like, he was happy. Like, he had no problem. He would wake up on time. He was not mad. Even Potiphar was confused. Like, why aren't you acting like a slave? Because most slaves are mad. They're upset. They drag their feet. They're lazy. Because they don't want to be here. Fuck it. Right? But it's like Joseph was so professional. Have you ever seen a professional slave? What the heck? So like, even Potiphar is confused. Like, why are you so professional? You are a slave. But Joseph, in his mind, he was not a slave. He's like, oh, I actually want to work. I actually like this. Like, what the hell? Right? Then the wife tries to have sex with him. He said, oh, my Lord. He said, sis, your husband said I could have anything I wanted in this house. He ain't never said I could sleep with your ass. Okay? And then he ran. Most black men would have had sex with that lady. But Joseph ran. That's why she had his shirt, because he ran. And she held onto the shirt. And she starts crying. She lies to her husband. But I think low-key also, I really feel like I think Potiphar was also really jealous, because what is this? A slave who is not mad to be a slave. A slave that doesn't steal. A slave that brings you back your change. A slave that wakes up early. I think he was extremely uncomfortable, because this is not the kind of slave he's used to. You don't have to yell at him. You don't have to bully him. He makes great decisions. He's multiplying your money. I think the man was uncomfortable. So his wife lies. Oh yeah, I don't like him also, right? But then he goes to the jailhouse. He's not upset. So the Bible says that even in the jailhouse, the correctional officers allowed Joseph to run the prison. So I'm like, this man has a great spirit of leadership. Things don't happen to him like Joseph happens to you. Play with me if you want to, right? So in the prison, he becomes the intendant of the prison. Everything goes through Joseph. He's not bitter. When he helped the guy who had the basket, the bread carrier, and the other guys, right? He helped them with their dreams. And he said, when you get out, remember me. You think they remembered him? You're right. Because that's who people are. They ain't shit. They only think about themselves. Right? But he kept being in there until one day, I guess the bread carrier, he did remember him because these dreams would not stop coming to Pharaoh. But he was in jail for 10 years for something he didn't do. And instead of crying and feeling bad about himself, he took over the prison. He became the MVP of that prison. They're like, oh crap, I guess Joseph can run the prison, right? But that's what you see. That's what you call leadership. Whereas like someone like Greg, you're like, oh, well, I'm in here. Might as well make some moonshine. Might as well be a knucklehead. I ain't never getting out. One thing, we're like, you are so bitter. That's why I say Greg, he's a coach. Greg, he's a bitter person. He's not a leader. He's not like leaders to me, like Nick Bear. Like he's not a leader because no matter what happens to you, you should say, life doesn't happen to me. I happen to life. You're not going to bully me. I'll bully you first. Right? That's how your mindset should be. Right? Yeah, exactly. So like it seems so unfair. Like what the fuck? You know, but then you learn that even though these are, and I'm like, even though these are your brothers, right? They're not really your family. You will learn what family's all about, just not yet. Right? Makes sense. Even Joseph got married. That's why you have it in the Bible when they talk about Manasseh and Ephraim, right? These are the two sons of Joseph. He didn't say, oh, my daddy was polygamous. My daddy played my mama, so I'm not going to get married, okay? And things like that. No, Jacob has two wives. But even though his father had two wives, like most black guys out here, he doesn't say, well, since my daddy had two wives, let me also have two wives. No, he only had one, right? He didn't say, oh, because my daddy had Auntie Leah first and all these kids, I ain't going to have no kids because my brothers did this to me and now I'm scared. What if I have a son and he throws his other brother into what the hell? Right? No, there are many reasons why Joseph could have said no to marriage. There are many reasons why Joseph could have said no to having multiple kids, right? But two great people also in the Bible are Manasseh and Ephraim, okay? These are the two sons of Joseph, right? But this dude is not a bitter person. Even when he goes before Pharaoh and he tells him, he said, okay, the fact that you had this dream occurred to you 3 distinct times, God has made up his mind. This is really going to happen. So that's why I said it's very possible that you could get married. You think everything is perfect. It's the right person. You do premarital counseling and things like that. And the marriage could truly fall apart. It can truly happen. It's life, y'all. It's life. There's nothing out here is 100% guaranteed. Nobody can ever make you that promise. Nobody can, right? But we can have plans to mitigate how badly it hurts you or how destructive it is, right? So he said to Pharaoh, the fact that you had this dream occurred 3 separate times, it's going to happen. God has made up his mind and there's nothing we can do about what's going to happen. We can't change God's mind. However, we can plan for what's about to happen. And he said, you should think of finding a man who's going to help you to store food and things like that because the famine is coming. There's going to be a famine in Egypt and it's going to last for 7 years, right? So you need to make sure you have enough food so that you don't have a huge problem on your hand. So then the Pharaoh said to Joseph, well, since you are the one who, because he asked a lot of people before, all his witches, whatever, his warlocks, his wizards, he asked a lot of these people to help him understand the dream. The same thing happened to Daniel and King Darius, because King Darius kept having these dreams. All his witches, his warlocks, his sorcerers, his witches, nobody could help him understand what the dream was. Okay, but Daniel came, he's like, okay, this is what God is telling me. Joseph did the same thing. So Pharaoh said, since you're the only one who was able to explain the dreams to me, it seems like you're the guy. So how about you do it? He's like, oh, just like that, he had a job. Okay, then the story goes on to say that after Pharaoh, Joseph became the second in command in Egypt. So that's what Ruva is saying, that all the crap he went through, it was molding him for this. And it's very violent. It's sad. But I feel like to have your blood brothers throw your ass into a well, God is teaching you family and always family. And it's okay, because I got your back. Right? Sometime in your life, it's very possible that God will make it so you're going to hear what your own family thinks of you. And it's going to be very hurtful. You understand? But don't let that consume you. Forgive them. Because there's something you carry that scares them. And it probably scares you too. Shit. The fuck? Right? It's life. But you learn that. If I say, don't anchor yourself to anyone. You have to learn to love people without making people your anchor. God needs to be your anchor, not people. Because they're people. And as they figure themselves in life and whatever, they're going to disappoint you. And they might even get jealous of you, right? So that's why you don't want to anchor yourself into people. You see him being a slave into Potiphar's house. He did everything right. And yet he got lied on. No, everything he did, nobody's because to me, I would think if I was Potiphar, I would say to myself, a man who has never stolen from me, why would he want to sleep with my wife? Because if you were a thief, I could see why that might go through your head, because you're a thief. I've seen you steal food before. I have seen you steal my change before. I have seen you steal my clothes before. Okay. I have seen you steal a lot of shit. So is it far-fetched for you to sleep with my wife? No, probably did that shit. Right. But when you look at Joseph, there's nothing to say about him negatively. Like, he doesn't steal, he doesn't drink, he doesn't lie. He does everything right. Even when I'm about to waste money, he comes and tells me, even though he's a slave, he could say, well, this man owns me. I ain't got to help his ass. Go ahead and waste your money. No, he comes and tell me, oh, Master Potiphar, this might not be a good investment, because if you do it, you're going to lose money. So I think deep down inside, Potiphar knew, I don't think he would do something like that. But that's his wife. He got to have her back. And I think deep down inside, he was also extremely jealous. He was jealous. So the lie of the woman, it helped him. It's no different. Like, what Potiphar did is no different than what you see in America today, right? In America today, a lot of wicked men, evil men have empowered feminism, right? They have empowered the Me Too movement. Why? Because through a woman's allegation, they can destroy a man they don't like. Take Andrew Cuomo, for example, right? Take Andrew Cuomo, right? Andrew Cuomo signed on this bill, the thing where he gave people an extra year, all these women an extra year to file their sexual allegation, blah, blah, because they were trying to have cases against Trump. That's the only reason why he did it, because they wanted to make sure that Trump could not run for office, right? So he signed that law in New York City, making way for Janine Carroll, right, to sue Trump for sexual assault, whatever. He did that. They all the Democrats agreed that Andrew Cuomo was going to sign this bill, right? So this law, just so they could go after Trump. But what happened? The same law came after Andrew Cuomo. What he meant for Trump also took him down. So that's why he had to resign as the governor of New York. You understand, right? So what you start to realize is that there are a lot of men out here who are incredibly weak. They don't know how to fight fair, don't know how to wage a proper war with their actual face. So what they do is they empower feminism. They empower misandry. They finance the Me Too movement. They finance where you can just make allegations and take people down, right? But many times there's a man behind these allegations. There is a man behind the woman making the allegation to take the man he doesn't like down. That's how it goes. But he's the invisible hand, right? Because without the consent of men, a lot of this feminist bullshit wouldn't exist, because women are not able to subjugate men. So if women are able to have their way, because you have men who have agreed for these women to have their way. And it's not because they like women. No, they like having an unfair advantage way more than they support women's rights. Because think about it. If you have a political opponent, All you need is one woman to say, oh, he assaulted me. He's done. That's a lot easier than having to debate him, spend money on ads, wumpty wump wump. All you need is one sexual allegation. So what he meant for Trump ended up being the rotten fruit that also took his ass out. So that's why he had to stop being governor. And Trump went about his way and Trump became president. That's why you don't do shit like that, right? But I'm like, when you look to Potiphar, it's like he wanted to take Joseph down. So his wife lying on the man, like the Me Too movement, believe all women, it was perfect, right? But just because you plan evil in your heart doesn't mean that God didn't see what you did, right? Just because you think, oh, I got away with it. Oh, God sees what's in your heart. God sees what's in your heart. So you think, oh, my plan worked. Joseph is now in prison. No, it didn't work. Because in prison, he's going to learn to be even more of a leader. Because life doesn't happen to Joseph. Joseph happens to life. And wherever he goes, he takes over. Wherever he goes, he takes over. And even when you read the book of Genesis, it says, even though Joseph was in prison, God's favor was with Joseph. So it goes to show, just because you don't have the quote unquote dream life that white society says you should have, doesn't mean you don't have favor. Just because you have to wait for a bus, don't mean you don't have favor, right? Just because you don't drive a fancy car, doesn't mean you don't have favor, right? Just because you have a regular job, doesn't mean you don't have favor. Favor comes in many ways. Favor comes in many flavors. You don't know what your favor is, but one day you will see it. Even if it doesn't happen to you directly, you will see it happen to your kids. Even like, oh, wow. God will be like, yes, I got your back, right? I got your back, right? And I'm like, and this is what you have to know. But my point is like, what's his name? Joseph had a lot of reason to say, F marriage, F having kids, this, and that, because after everything that was done to him by people that he loved, people that he trusted and things like that, once he got next to Pharaoh, he could have punished everybody. He could have had everybody put to death. He could have weaponized his influence. He could have weaponized his power. And we see it today. Even here, we see it, right? People have a job. They weaponize it. People start making money. They use their money to hurt people. They use their money to finance taking somebody down. People have followers, right? People say, oh, I can't wait to get to 1 million followers. I can't wait to get to whatever. They get to millions of followers. What they do, they weaponize their audience to go hurt people, to go cancel people, because they have a personal issue. And instead of handling a personal issue privately, they weaponize their audience. And you know, people love to destroy people because people love to be self-righteous. Oh, yeah, you're right. Let's go attack her so we can pretend to be good people. But good people don't go 1,000 versus 1, right? Good people don't go 100,000 versus 1. Good people don't go 1 million followers against one person. You're a bunch of fucking cowards. But God sees everything. And in due time, anything you have sown against an innocent person, it will come back to you. Nobody gets away with anything. Nobody does. If you have been mean to a righteous person, in due season, it's going to come back against you. You've been wicked, you've lied, all kinds of shit against a righteous person. In due season, it is going to come back against you. Sometimes it might even come back against your kids. People have no idea what they do. And that's what Christ said. Father, forgive them because they don't know what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. And this is why you don't hold anything in your heart, because people are foolish. You know, in Genesis 2, with the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, right? The Bible does say they received angels and they didn't know it. In Hebrews, he repeats that again, that they received angels and did not know it, because people are foolish. People are blinded. A lot of people don't have spiritual eyes. They don't even know who they're talking to. Don't even know who's in front of them. Don't even know who a person is. And that's why they play with people and let them do it. Because God wants to know who is good and who's evil. It's like a sifter, like, you know what I'm saying? And God will separate the good ones from the wicked ones. Because the lips of men can lie, but the actions of men never lie. Because out of the abundance of your heart, not only does your mouth speak, but do your hands move. There you go, right? Anyone can use their lips and like, oh, I love you. Oh, I like you. Oh, I care about you. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, right? But you will see their actions because the heart, if the heart has a posture of love, you will see, right? If the heart also has a posture of hatred, you will see it. Be very patient. But just know this, when you have God's favor, anybody who conspires against you, it's going to go right back on their heads. Not even one-fold, not two-fold, not seven-fold, 100-fold. And depending on the severity of their treason, it's going to go down to 4, 5, 6 generations. Be very careful who you mess with. Be very careful who you fuck with, right? Like I said, people are very foolish. I told Lacey today, I said, Lacey, this thing we're seeing here right now with the economy, the government, because notice carefully, who is it affecting mostly? It's affecting women, right? The unemployment, the government shutdown, and things like that. It's affecting women. If you guys remember, I said we're going to see a day. It's going to look like 2 Kings, where women have so much famine, they start eating their babies. Women will have so much famine, they'll start eating their babies. It's 2 Kings. When Elisha cursed the people, there was a famine that lasted 3 years. So if I'm not mistaken, Trump, or he's already done 1 year, right? It's going to last 3 more years. It's not over yet, y'all. It's going to get worse. It's going to last 3 years, right? But in 2 Kings, Prophet Elisha, he cursed the people. And so there's a passage, there's like several verses in there where there was so much famine that people were eating poop from pigeons. Okay, they were eating pigeon poop. Even pigeon poop was expensive. They were also eating the cows, the head of donkeys. They were consuming the head of donkeys because food was so hard to come by because the Assyrians were outside. They couldn't come out, so food couldn't come in because they were besieged by the Assyrians. So for 3 years, they were locked in there because Elisha had cursed these people because they were wicked. There's also a passage where one mother goes to another mother and say, let's eat my baby today. And then tomorrow we'll eat your child, right? And so they agreed. They ate the baby. The next day, the mother went to the other mother and said, okay, time to eat your child. The only thing is, the second mom, she hid her baby because she didn't want people to eat her baby, even though she ate somebody else's baby. They were eating flesh. And mind you, these are Hebrew people who are not supposed to soil themselves with all kinds of dirty meats, etc. But they were eating people. So then she goes, the one who ate the baby, she goes to find the king. I forgot his name. And she told the king that he had to give a judgment between her and the other lady because yesterday we agreed we were going to eat my baby. And then today, cannibalism, like it's in 2 Kings, cannibalism. She tells the king, oh, yesterday her and I agreed we eat my baby today. And then tomorrow we'll eat your baby. Oh, yes, they were eating humans in the Bible. Isn't it? 2 Kings, right? The king heard that. Like, the Bible said he just ripped his clothes and he put ashes on his hand. Like, what the fuck? What in the glorious fuck? What is going on here? But the famine led to so much depravity. It led to so much degeneracy. It led to cannibalism. And I told Lacey, I saw this thing coming. I'm like, this is exactly what's going to happen. These women are not done yet. They're not done yet. Oh, God is not done with these people. And you will see it's going to get worse. It is going, like when you start seeing people in their cars, this was just a small taster. Like it's a small appetite. The level of rebellion, the level of indiscipline, the level of disrespect, the level of pride. There's a God, you guys. There is a God. And I think when people do their fuckery, because God takes a hot minute to react, they think he's not real or they think he doesn't care. Oh, he cares. But because God is merciful, he's giving you time to repent. I am telling you, it's going to get worse. It is going to get worse. You're even going to get to a point where you're going to hear that, I don't want to say, but I'm going to say this. You'll get to a point where you'll hear that even sisters are having sex with the same man just so they can feed themselves. It's going to be all kinds of, even bestiality. You're going to hear all kinds of stuff because people need to make money to feed themselves. And like I said, you will remember what I told you in 2 Kings. This is what they were doing in 2 Kings because the famine was bad. Trump has done 1 year. We have 3 more years of this. These women haven't seen anything. These women haven't seen anything yet. This is just like, it's like the fire is just warming up. The fire is when you live a life, because you have degrees or you have education, you have a little bit of money, and now you think no one can tell you a thing, right? You're going to find out. You're going to find out. You are going to find out. When I tell you that churches will be packed, when I tell you that churches will be packed, they're going to be seeking God. They're not going to find him. And that's why, like in I don't know where is it, Proverbs or Ecclesiastes, King Solomon says that young people, during the days of your youth, do not forsake God. Right? There you go. When you're young, remember God. When you're young, remember God. When you're young and getting educated, making money, remember the Lord. Remember the Lord. You have people, they work. God has made a way for them to go to school. God has made a way for them to work. They make money, right? Never think of God. Don't pay tithes. Don't give offerings. Don't volunteer. They don't give to charities. There's nothing in their mind says, you know what? I got to give something to the Lord. It's just me. When I tell you, you're going to see a thing. You'll be like, Marlene, Kevin emailed me. Yeah, they said, oh, prophetess Marlene. I'm like, listen, you're going to see a thing. You're going to see a thing. Flesh for flesh. I'm like, God's going to come for their flesh. Like when there's a psalm where David says, it's like his bones are floating in his flesh because he feels like the Spirit of the Lord is oppressing him. Right? I'm like, a lot of women are going to feel that way. Rebellion, it gets corrected. God always corrects the rebellious. He told Nebuchadnezzar, I will handle you. 7 years in the wilderness. The dew will be on your freaking head like a fucking animal. That's exactly what happened to him. Be very careful. Even when you have people who inspire you to live a life of rebellion, that's the devil. You need to rebuke these people from you. Like, I want to live a life of humility. Thank you. Right? But social media and foolishness, these fake idols have people fooled. But I'm telling you, rebellion always gets corrected. And that's why, to avoid God's correction, it's really wise to always move in humility. Humble yourself. Before even God tells you sin, be the first to run to him. It's like, you know what, God, I think I've sinned. I'm sorry. Right? Humble yourself. So the Bible says, in all your ways, acknowledge God and lean not on your own understanding. Right? Oh, well, that's on him over there. Right? But I'm like, he has a weak mind. So it is what it is. He's very weak. So he gets what he gets. Right? But I'm like, in all your ways, acknowledge God. In all of your ways, acknowledge God and do not lean on your own understanding. Right? How many people live the life where they're like, oh, the government gonna take care of me. The government gonna take care of me. God said, okay, I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna close it. What you gonna do? Right? Because you also turn the government into an idol. You turn the government into an idol, right? My source comes from the Lord. My provision comes from the Lord. God has to be your end all and be all. But if you turn other people into an idol into your life, you'll see. But I'm like, Marlene, what I foresee is years of famine. Horrible years of famine. Horrible years. I'm like, it's going to be so horrible. It's going to be so horrible. But people have to go through that. People truly have to go through that to remember that there is one true living God. And when you live your life, you need to honor God. Just because you have a job, just because you have credit or whatever, it doesn't mean that you get to live any kind of way. Because without God, you don't have breath in your body. Without God, when you leave your house, you can't come back into your house. He makes it possible for you to live your life. He makes it possible for you to have a job. He makes it possible for you to breathe. You will acknowledge him one way or another, by fire, by force. You're going to acknowledge that God is real. You won't have a choice. And I'm like, just like with the deluge of like Noah, where he flooded everything, right? The flood of Noah, right? If that's what it takes, that's what he's gonna do. You're not gonna die, but it's gonna feel like you're coming. It's gonna feel like a person is coming really, really close to dying without actually dying. Just like with Job, he said you can test him, but don't take his life. People won't come this close to feel like they're dying, and they're not gonna die. But the righteous, those in good times that always honor God and live for God and spoke truth and even were being punished for speaking truth, they're going to live just fine. They're going to live just fine. And even in their life, God will bring prophets and things like that to make sure that they're doing just fine. Because he watches over everybody. But workers of iniquity, yes, they're going to go through a famine. It's going to be really, really bad. Really bad. Let me see if I can finish this video. Hold on.
The fetus mindset because of that. So he's more focused on self-preservation. And some people will conclude that, hey, that's just a selfish way of thinking. And I don't think he would disagree with you.
And my thing is, like, even this whole self-preservation thing to some extent, like Jesus said, if you want to save your life, you'll lose it. If you lose your life because of me, you'll gain your life. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. But I'm like, everybody, you're going to be held accountable. If you could have fixed a problem and you didn't fix it and people died because of you, you're going to be held accountable. It's like when, remember, like part one, he was like, oh, he told Andrew, he was like, oh, Minister Farrakhan tried it. Who else he said MLK tried? I'm like, yeah. During their time, when their bodies were fit, their bodies were young, they tried to do something. You, with your life, what have you tried to do? No, I just live for self. I live for self. I live for sex. I live for cars. I live for this. I live for that. And it could even very well be that this meeting, this debate, whatever, this encounter with Andrew, most likely it was God ordained so that God could really expose this man to show how scared he is, how frail he is, how deleterious he is. He's not a man who's industrious. He's not a problem solver. He's just a man who has given up. One divorce. I don't even know how long ago he divorced that lady. Pumi told me like the lady is white, that his Coach Greg, his ex-wife is white. But I'm like, how long ago was your divorce for you to be still so damaged by that? And it's not just that you're damaged. You have made it your ministry to create a platform where you encourage other men to trauma bond with you. And you call it self-preservation. You're not self-preserving nothing, right? This is trauma bonding amongst grown-ass men who don't know how to move on. And it's incredibly pathetic. It's incredibly pathetic. I might not like a person, but to create a whole channel to inspire other people to not like a person, weak shit. Incredibly weak. Hold on.
But he would probably also put into that, well, it's selfish dependent upon the things that I can change. Control the controllables, right? If I can change my loved one's life, my family member's life, I'm going to do everything in my power to put myself in a position to be able to do that. All this other shit, there are billionaires up at top that are like puppet masters controlling the shit. And you only got like 20 or so years left on this planet. So why the hell, well, depending upon your age, right? And God willing, right? But so why the hell would you waste your bated breath in trying to change this matrix or the system that is set?
I'm like, imagine, just imagine. Right. I'm like, just imagine what he's saying. Oh, you only have 20 years to live. Why would you waste your life? I'm like, imagine if Nelson Mandela had this mindset. Because the apartheid was real. Apartheid was fucking real. These white people were fucking evil. And not just that, these Boers, these Dutch, these Afrikaans, right? They have backings from America. They had backings from Great Britain. They had the weapons. They had the tech. Everything was coming from America and Great Britain, right? Who is Nelson Mandela? Nelson Mandela, when he was younger, he was a boxer. Kind of like Muhammad Ali. He was a boxer. What the fuck? What the fuck? But you see what these white people, okay, are doing to your people. Like, somebody has to do something. But he was just a boxer. So it's like, imagine if he was thinking like Greg, oh, self-preservation. Well, the matrix, the apartheid is the matrix. White people are on top in Africa. White people on top in Africa. And black people on their land, their motherland, they're oppressed by white people. They're forced to live in townships. Townships are ghettos in South Africa. The projects, they call them townships. Johannesburg has one of the biggest townships, right? Soweto, right? Like all kinds of foolishness, right? But I'm like, imagine if Nelson Mandela thought like this. Preserve myself. I'm a boxer. Maybe I can be an international fighter. I'm married to Winnie. We have children. You see, 30 years away from his family. And it's not like his incarceration in what is it called? It's not like his incarceration, because they took him all the way at the bottom of South Africa, the tip. Like he went to a special prison all the way at the tip of South Africa. Like it's so fucking cold out there. And he was in there abused by these white people. Okay. He had shorts on. He had no shoes on. But you see, I think the thing also with Nelson is not just that he's South African. He's proud to be a South African. But I think being a boxer, it helped him a lot. You know, being a boxer, it gave him the mental resilience to endure what he went through. Somebody has to do it. And it's not easy. They said, like, when they released him, because, you know, at first, because he was in there for so long, right? People didn't even know, because when they released him, they had like a baby release kind of, right? When they released Nelson, they didn't tell people he was released. So he was out in the streets of Johannesburg, because when he left, South Africa was so different. They put him in a house. They even had him walk the streets. People didn't even recognize him, because he was gone. He was a young man. Let me show you his pictures when he went in there. Hold on, so you can see. There you go. Right. This is the picture people had in their heads. They hadn't seen him in 30 years. So because he had guards, when he got released out the prison, he had guards. They lived with him in the house. They walked with him outside. They even talk about, like, when he saw a phone, like he saw the phone. He saw, I guess, like did you see a microwave? I forgot. He saw all these appliances. What the heck? Because he had been in there for 30 years. So much had changed. South Africa had changed. Johannesburg had changed. The people had changed. They had no idea it was Madiba. Like, they're like, what? So when it came out that he had been free for a while and he was walking the streets of Johannesburg, people couldn't believe it. Because when he went in there, he was a young man. He was a young boxer. He was a young South African man who's like, oh, yeah, no, fuck you, white people. You fucking bastards. Okay? So that's that. But a lot happened. With Winnie Mandela, his son, one of his sons had HIV. A lot of things happened. Somebody could say, oh, was it worth it, right? Because as a family man, he lost a lot. But as a son of South Africa, he gained so much more, right? When Nelson Mandela died, you think about all of these world leaders who represent certain countries who wanted him to rot in there. And now at his funeral, oh, he was a great man. Oh, he was a great leader. Oh, like life, it comes with fucking adversity. And that's how real men are made. That's how you know that Greg dude, he's bitch made. Because when you see adversity as a man and you run, talk about self-preservation, you a bitch. You're a little pussy. Like, you are a bitch. Because real men are made in time of adversity. Real men also are really men because of how much they're willing to sacrifice. Even though you don't have to. You could easily say, oh, let somebody else do it. Same thing with Muhammad Ali. That's why I say maybe being a boxer sometimes, it does something to your mental, like, it does something to your head. Because you're used to getting hit. But you know I can hit you back as well, right? Because boxers, they train real hard. But I'm like, there's another boxer too. They had locked up Hurricane. Was his name Hurricane also? They lied on him that he had raped a woman. Something crazy. So what the fuck? I didn't do that shit. Okay? The whole time he's in prison, he gave himself a whole new schedule. So when people sleep at night, he's awake. When they go to sleep, he's up. Like, it was so insane. Because he was like, prison will never be in me. You will not control him. You're not going to control my sleep. You're not like, you people are fucking crazy. Hold on. If I can find you, I can show you his picture. There you go, right? Yeah. Okay. Y'all, they accused this man of rape. Accused him. It was none but a lie. Do you know how long he spent in prison? His will, it never bent. I'm like, he knew he didn't, of course he didn't do it, but he knew he was getting out. He knew he was getting out. But you know how many years he wasted in there? But he decided, you fuckers and your goofy ass legal system and your goofy ass penal system, you bitches ain't gonna get to my brain. Like, he protected his mind. He protected his brain. He gave him, like, his schedule was so different than the other prisoners because he decided not to live like a prisoner. He said, I'm going to live like a man that has free will. I'm like, it's like, I don't know, y'all can call this prison, call it whatever you want, but I'm not in here. My mind will not be in here. My mind will not be in prison. I'm like, maybe it's a thing about being a boxer. Same thing with Muhammad Ali. They wanted him to go to Vietnam and kill innocent Vietnamese people. He's like, no, I'm not going to go kill people. They have done nothing to me. They have never called me the N-word. They don't harass me. Why would I go to a foreign country with your ass to go kill innocent people that you treat the same way you treat me? Nope. So they took his boxing license. They took all his titles. Like for 3 years, right? He was penalized. But thank God he didn't go. Thank God he did not go, because not only would he have been an assassin, because you're just killing innocent people. That's number one. Number two, when they dropped all this orange, what's called Agent Orange and napalm bombs, whatever, most likely he would have inhaled that stuff. Most likely he would have died from that stuff. So the fact that he wasn't there, he was not exposed to biological warfare. He just wasn't exposed. And then he can also say, I didn't kill innocent people. But he paid the price for that. So I'm like, you realize that real men are made when hard choices have to be made. You assess you assess the worth of a real man by the things he walks towards and the things he walks away from. Right? Any man that can walk away from his community, something is wrong with your ass. Any man that can walk away from being a problem solver, any man that can walk away from doing even his part, do your part. Because it's not fair to ask one person to change everything. That's not fair. But try to do your part as a man, right? What is the part that you think you have to do? No, he wants to walk away. Oh, self-preservation. But at the same time, you are encouraging promiscuity. So how exactly are you preserving yourself? Because every encounter you have with the woman you don't know, you barely know, is an exposure to something, right? It's an exposure to something. But I'm like, imagine if Nelson Mandela had this mindset. Imagine if Dr. King also had this mindset. For as much as I don't embrace socialism, imagine if Malcolm X had this mindset, right? Like so many people, they sacrifice for you. You know, they have to. But then when it's your turn, well, I don't want to do it. Well, it's not worth doing it. It didn't work my life. It didn't work. And you see, and this is why there you have a few good men, or sometimes you have no good men left. Because nobody says the same way as somebody sacrificed for me, I have an obligation to sacrifice for other people. We have the same crisis with motherhood. It's that people have had mothers. A lot of girls, I mean, you wouldn't be here without a mom. People have had mothers. They had mothers who made sacrifices. But in turn, they say, well, I don't want to be a mom. Well, I don't want to do motherhood. Well, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. Whereas like, how are we going to have humanity if people don't become mamas, right? Because people don't want to sacrifice for the next generation. It's like, that's asking for too much. You mean I need to die to myself? You mean I need to think about other people? You mean I need to think about people I will never meet? Yes. Like those who came before you. They were never going to meet you. But they made sure you were never going to be born in the world that looked like the world they were born into. That is your duty. This earth right here, you got to leave it better than you found it. Your community, you got to leave it better than you found it. Your country, you got to leave it better than you found it. Who else going to do it? Right? And like I said, that's why I said earlier, and this is why Jews and immigrants and you name it, they're going to own this country, because there is a lack of patriotism. There's a lack of sacrificing. There's a lack of saying, you know what, for as much as I wish I didn't have to do it, but I see how. Had somebody else not done X, Y, and Z for me, I wouldn't be in this predicament, right? Even like being able to go to school with white people, right? If Ruby Bridges had done it, would you be here today? 5 years old. They're throwing apples, bananas, spit, you name it, right? But if she hadn't been brave enough to do it, would you be able to go to school today? But that was a sacrifice. She didn't have to do that. She could go to a quiet black school and minded her business. The young black kids who integrated high school also, only God knows what it was like. But someone had to be brave enough to do it. The young people who did all those sit-ins, who intentionally went into these white restaurants. Hold on. Right? Who intentionally went into these black restaurants, knowing damn well they should not go in well. Okay? Somebody is going to get hurt. Okay? Bunch of people are going to get hurt. You understand? But they did that for everybody. They were not going to meet anyone. And that's why I think it's so funny when I hear these so-called FBAs be like, oh, we sacrifice for y'all to be here. Shut up. They sacrifice for you as well. Like as if, like as if you're the one who, you didn't sacrifice shit for me. They sacrificed for all of us. Black immigrants, and I guess black people from here, they sacrifice for everybody. How are you paying it forward? They sacrifice for everybody because everybody owes them a thank you. Oh no, I'm FBA, so I'm good. No, you're not, because what are you doing? How are you sacrificing? They passed the baton to you. And you think your baton is to hit African people with that over the head, talk about bush meat, booty meat. How about that? Right? They sacrifice for everybody because everybody black goes into these restaurants. Everybody black goes into these schools. Everybody black goes into these neighborhoods. Everybody black. So why try to make a distinction? Oh, it's Africans that have to prostrate themselves and be way more grateful. No, we all have to be grateful. And I think actually Marlene, if they were to meet me, they would actually say, Marlene, thank you for showing such great respect for the sacrifices we have made. Me, I stay out the way. I stay the fuck out the way. I'd never give anybody a reason to speak poorly of black people. I stay out the way, right? And I'm highly educated, so I stay out the way. I truly stay out the way. But I'm like, these young people, it was so bad. I remember growing up, like as a little kid, 5, 6, I would see videos. They would grab these kids, yank these kids, like 16, 17. They put them big ass dogs on these children. They had hoes on these children. Oh my God. Why? Why? They could have gone to a black restaurant and minded their business. But they thought about all of us. Like, this is crazy. We have to create a world where black children can get on the bus and be at peace, where black children can go to a school and be at peace, go into a restaurant and be like, there's so many privileges we enjoy. And not for once do people say to themselves, like, well, this had to cost a black person their life. We don't even know some of these kids, then after they were tortured and taken to the jailhouse, then released from the jailhouse, because many KKK people were police officers. Don't even know if some of these kids had the KKK come to their homes. Don't even know if some of these kids were snatched up by these goofy ass KKK people and burnt. Even their families hurt because of that. We don't even know. Take so much shit for granted. Oh God, somebody asked me to sacrifice. Somebody asked me to give up something. Yes, we are asking you to do that shit. The fuck? The fuck? Because you have to say to yourself, I got to leave a world better than the one I found, because somebody made sure that when I was born in 1985, I would not be living in the world where I had to deal with the bullshit they had to deal with. Right? And that's why you're like, damn, who am I? Who the fuck am I to say I can't suffer? Who the fuck am I to say I can't be inconvenienced? Who the fuck am I to say, oh, I can't carry children or I can't raise black children? Who the fuck am I to say, oh yeah, even if my marriage is hard sometimes, I have to stay married because I don't want my black children to be a statistics, right? Who the fuck am I to not suffer? Like, what the fuck? Right? Because people think too highly of themselves. And they truly think that, the freedom of the struggle of black people, it's over. It's not over. It is not over. To like the Holocaust, God knows when it happened. But do you see the Jews out here moving like, oh, the struggle's over now. We can relax. We can chill. Kick our... Nah, they're acting like at any moment Hitler can come back from the dead, right? The Jews act like at any moment Hitler can arise and start his shit all over again. So they are crazy ready for that motherfucker, right? Even though we know he's not going to rise up. He's dead. But anybody that gives Hitler-esque vibe, oh, they got time for you, right? And they all sacrifice. Anytime they become rich or they try to be rich, it's always to send money back to Israel. It's always to support Israel. Because what somebody did for them, they want to do it for they want to do for another Jewish kid. They do as much as they can to own Harvard. Like, all the Ivies are owned by Jews because they're some of the biggest donors. They give the most money to these schools so that Jewish kids can have an advantage when they apply to these schools. That's why they give so much money. Right? But it's like you'll have a bunch of black people, they'll go to a school or an Ivy League school, they graduate, they barely give money to the school. They barely try to keep the door open for other black children to come in there and they too have an Ivy League education. It's fucking crazy. It is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Because these are people who don't want to sacrifice. Everybody sacrifices for me, and I sacrifice for no one. It's all about me. What I want, what I need, what makes me happy, my ego, my this. Get the fuck out of here. Like I said, this is why these Jews will continue to own America. And these immigrants will be mayors, governors, whatever you want to call it, of all these major cities. What you going to do about it? Like, are you going to sacrifice? The answer is no. Well, there you go. Okay? Because it's all a sacrifice. And so it's even like these immigrants, people coming here and they stay married, they go through shit, they buy houses, they sacrifice for their children. Mothers come here, they clean floors. All these Latinos who clean floors, pick up oranges, they pick up peppers in California. They do back-breaking work. You think it's for what reason? It's a sacrifice for their children. Look at AOC. Okay, you think it's random that AOC is like running the Democratic Party? No, it's not. A full-blown Latina. Okay, for all the aunties, the tias, and the tios who were out here cleaning floors, cutting grass and shit like that. Do you see? And today, a Latina is the face of the Democratic Party because they made a sacrifice for their children. Okay, that's why I sound like Jasmine Crockett is not going to be anywhere near leadership when it comes to the Democratic Party. Can she even secure her seat? The answer is no. The future of the Democratic Party is AOC. And I will not be surprised if this Latina gets the nomination. You see, I will not be surprised. But I'm like, people are really crazy thinking that people just come here to clean floors, babysit, work at McDonald's, like all these goofy jobs Latinos go into because they intend their children to work these goofy ass jobs. No, they're making a sacrifice for their children. Because their kids will be way more than they are. Their kids will dream bigger than they did. Their kids will be way more aspirational than they ever did. Because that's what a sacrifice is. But today, when you look at Black people, how many Black people are willing to sacrifice for their children? Any fight, break up the family. A small fight, break up the family. A small fight, oh, I can't stay with him. I can't raise my kids with him. Oh, I can't stay with her. I don't want to be with her. I don't want to pay child support. I don't care. I don't care. You see this? Nobody is willing to sacrifice for the children. That the kids, the Black children may have the family structure, the peace of mind, the stability they need to also be ambitious. To also, how can you dream when every day or every 2 days you got to go from your mommy's house to your daddy's house? You can barely lay your head down. Okay? How can you dream when your mom and dad are always fighting over money, always fighting and cussing each other? Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? So while you're busy fighting and having these children grow up in very broken homes, these people, they're doing whatever it takes to make sure their children come home to a 2-parent household, where they speak multiple languages, where they have people watching over their homework. They have people making sure they do after-school activities. They have people making sure they're doing well on their SATs. How, like, do you not see this? You got to wake up. People have to wake up. People truly have to wake up. Because weak Black children in the future is going to be a weak voting base. A weak voting base. And you as an old person, you're going to rely on these young Black people. Damage young Black people today. You're going to die in a goofy ass nursing home. Damage young Black people today. You're going to die under a bridge somewhere. Because if you don't create and raise healthy Black children who are ambitious, academically inclined, family inclined, pro-tradition, you're going to be homeless. Because that baby, that Black child, when he becomes an adult, he's not even going to know how to be successful, let alone take care of you. I think sometimes the problem with life too sometimes is that, I gotta go a little bit, y'all. The problem with life sometimes is that people don't realize every ethnic group is in competition. We are all in a competition. Might not seem like it. I mean, it should definitely seem like it, but we are all in a competition. Nobody is your friend. Everybody is fighting to have the better job, the better family, the better neighborhood, the better zip code, the better school district, the kids with the best grades. Everybody is fighting. Now, you can fight to succeed, or you can do infighting because I want to be right. Okay, sure, whatever. It's up to you. You decide. But I'm like, you see, so a Latina, AOC, I'm telling you, they're going to give AOC the nomination of the Democratic Party. When it comes to, I don't think I saw this, like the young man who's running for, let me show you this. Let me see, Pelosi. See. Yeah, here's the guy. Okay. I don't know his name, but Sekat. Okay, his name is Sekat, right? So he's running. I saw this recently. Okay. Here he is. Okay, cool. Right. So this young man is running to take over Nancy Pelosi's seat. most likely he'll get it. Most likely he will get it. So imagine that. Nancy Pelosi might be replaced by an Indian American, right? Most likely he'll get it. And I'm sure you'll have one, then you'll have two, you'll have three, you'll have four. But you'll start seeing a lot of Indian senators, right? But most likely, I'm sure these young people too, you look into their lives, parents are married, grandparents are married. Most likely he's also going to be married with Wino, right? But you see, like there's a certain structure that young people need in order to be successful. There's a certain structure that young people need in order to dream. You know, you need to dream. Like, oh, one day I'm going to be this. Like you need to dream, right? But if parents are always fighting, they can't stand each other. They're always insulting each other over trivial amounts of money, $200, $300, whatever, right? You understand? The child is so damn stressed. How can the child even think properly? How can the child even dream? Because you're stressed out. You're stressed out. Pediatric depression is a real thing. Young people experiencing depression is a real thing. When I had a brief tenure as a teacher in New Orleans, right? And they had self-deletion prevention for kids. And it was so surprising to see how many 12-year-olds, like little babies, 9-year-olds, 12-year-olds have thoughts of self-deletion. Like, what the fuck? What could be going on in your life at 12 that you want to take your life? That is fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. But you realize it's the stress. Young people are stressed out. Little babies are stressed out because they don't have a healthy environment that allows them to dream, where even their dreams can be nurtured because they're living in very, very stressful situation. And so to me, when I see Greg and his content that he makes about divorce, children, child support, and I'm like, it's very evil. And maybe he doesn't have children, so that's why he doesn't care. But to me, since I have kids, I'll say this. Even if divorce is contentious, even if there's alimony and there's child support, what I would ask from any dad, right? No matter how upset you are, like I said, everything comes down to the stories that you tell yourself. You have to make sure that you don't let these payments affect you so much that you play a huge part in hurting your child. It's just money. At the end of the day, it is just money. The damage you can cause to a child, it's some of these damages are irreparable, right? Low self-esteem, feelings of rejection, feelings of low self-worth, and it might not even be your intention. Your intention might not even be, oh, I want to hurt my kid and I want to make sure my child. No, it might not even be your intention, right? But because you're letting these payments affect you so badly, these are going to be the consequences. They're going to be the consequences. So you have to ask yourself, right? Your personal pride or you crying about this money, does that precede protecting your child, the innocence of your child, the love of your child, the protection of your child? No, it's not worth it, right? I can't say it's easy, pay the money. I said, yeah, pay the money, right? And hopefully you can structure your life and your mindset in such a way that you believe that not only, hey, I'm doing it for my kid, by God's grace, this helps my child to be really successful. Even if she squanders the money, leave that between her and God. If she squanders the money, God's going to handle her. Leave that between her and God. Don't worry about it, right? But because when it's all said and done, you can say you did your part. And even if I would even say, be a generous king, because even if the court tells you give a certain amount of money, sometimes if you can't, go above, because that's how you gain your power. Go above, do a little bit more. Even if you have kids that are teenagers, whatever, send them money on Zelle. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Send your kids money on Zelle. Oh, I paid your mom, but if you need anything, here you go, an extra $50, extra $100. Everything you do above and beyond, right? It's going to come back to you. When somebody wants to use your money, like, oh, I'm going to make you pay me. And you're like, yeah, oh, I hate you now. No, I told you it's easy to hate. It's hard to love. You got to be a man that does hard things, right? Where people think you're going to cry about this money, give this money gladly. Like the Bible says, be a cheerful giver. Sometimes even if you can't, add an extra 50 on top, add an extra 100 on top. They're like, what? He's not mad. No, I'm not mad. There you go. I see you're suffering. There you go. Sometimes even give her like an extra gas card. Give her. Learn to be a generous giver. Because, you know, when you sow into people, like the Bible says, you put coal over their head, like hot coals over their head. Because when you do stuff begrudgingly, it hurts you more. You have to overcome that. If they're telling you give 300, give 320. right? Even give 330. Act like a man of means. Don't be stingy over your money. It's not going to benefit you, because everything you do, not just for your child, but do it before God, right? You will prosper in your endeavors. Look at David Goggins. He didn't become bitter. To the point that even when he had the book, when his book sold, I think he sent her like his baby, like his ex-wife for child support, like $2 million or something crazy. Give it to her. She squandered the money. Oh, well. Where is he today? Oh, you took my $2 million. No, because the Goggins, he makes too much money and he will continue to make money. But her, that's it. Now the daughter's 18. Can she get more money out of him? No. Does she know how to make the money? No, because he's the Goggins. She's not, right? Be a generous giver. Oh, really? Oh, girl, here you go. Here's a little gas card. Don't fight with people. And also do not fight with a woman. She's not your equal, right? The Bible says you're the head. She's the rest of the body. So don't even fight. Give her the money and give her a little bit more. Sometimes even on her birthday, give her a gift card. They're like, what the heck? Where people expect you to lose your shit, reclaim your shit. Where people expect you to be butthurt over money, like this is not a big deal. Money's meant to be spent anyways, right? Have that mindset around money. The more money I give, the more money comes back to me, because it's nothing but energy anyways, right? Don't be stingy. And you'll see in your affairs, in your life, the things that you do, you will find great success. You'll be extremely successful. Yeah, you'll be extremely successful, right? That's how you do things. I've always said, when you have money, you shouldn't have enemies. You meet somebody in the club, buy them something, give them a whole bottle, right? Somebody that used to be mad at you, oh my gosh, my bad. Can I pay your rent for the month? There you go, right? Use money and shut people up, and you'll see it'll give you a lot of power, right? But when you fight over money, you cry over money, you're mad over your money, you don't want to talk to the child, you are giving loser energy. It's not masculine. It's full of bitch assness. Don't be bitch made. Be man made. Don't be a bitch. Do not be a bitch, right? Do not be a bitch. I even think sometimes when you're a man too, you should ask God to send you big bills. Because if you have little bills, you'll make little money. Sometimes when you have big bills, it motivates you. You know what I'm saying? It motivates you. It motivates you to work harder. It motivates you to be more creative. It motivates you to be more industrious, right? But if you only have small bills, you'll perform at a small level, right? Like look at DDG, for example. Like his rent, I think his rent is $20,000, right? Just his rent alone is 20 grand. So I'm like, I can only imagine, because you got to make that 20 grand payment just for the house. It motivates you to stream. You start thinking like, okay, how can I make my stream better? How can I get more views? How can I get more donations, right? Because your rent is 20,000. If his rent was only 500, I don't want to stream today. Oh, I guess I'll stream tomorrow. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll quit streaming, right? That makes sense? Because when your bills are small, so is your drive. When your bills are small, so is your consistency. When your bills are small, so is your ambition. Right? When your bills are small, so is your creativity, right? When you start having big bills, crazy bills, it's going to make you think, how do I pay this? Like, how do I get the money for this? What can I do to get the money for this? And that's what you need. That's what you need, because you have to evolve. You have to evolve. You have to reinvent yourself. You have to be industrious. You need to fucking evolve. You got to, right? So if your rent goes from 2,000 to 3,000, it's going to make you hustle a bit more. Like, I got to pay this rent, right? If your rent goes from 3,000 to 5,000, you're like, oh, wow, I got to work even harder. Why? Because your rent is freaking 5,000, right? Sometimes we rise because our bills, like our motivation, our drive, our skills, they rise up to the level of our bills because the bills are serious. That's why people on welfare, right? They're not really ambitious because they don't pay for shit. Right? People who are homeless, they have zero bills, so they barely try, right? But have you not noticed that when someone doesn't have bills, they barely try? When people have bills, they try harder because they have bills they have to pay. So my thing is, the bigger your bills get, you shouldn't even be mad. You should be glad. Like, yes, this is what I needed for motivation, right? So let's say a judge says, oh, you got to pay like $500 a month to your baby mama, or even $1,000 a month. What I'm saying is, do not be upset. Because if you have the right attitude, you having to pay her $1,000 a month could be what you need to now start thinking about, how can I make an extra $2,500, right? Then you're going to start seeing things in your house. You're going to start seeing opportunities. You're going to start, okay, what else can I do? What else can I do? Right? So instead of like being shattered, being sad, oh my gosh, what do you mean I got to give her 500? I can barely take care of myself. Like, you know what? Maybe this is the push I needed. You decide what story you tell yourself. It's your fucking life. It's your fucking life. You can sit here and talk like a little bitch. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I gotta pay her all this money. She's gonna waste my money. Well, of course, she's a fucking woman. You're stating the fucking obvious. Of course, she'll waste your fucking money. And she might waste your fucking money for the next 18 years. Wump you wump wump. You're so smart. You're pointing out the obvious. You're giving your money to a fucking woman, right? Of course, it'll waste your money. But guess what? So does the government. Think about it. You pay all these taxes. Where's the net benefit? Nowhere to be seen. The money goes to Ukraine and Israel. And it's okay, right? What I'm saying is, yes, you're going to waste the money just like the federal government. They're going to waste your tax money, right? But what I'm saying is, if the judge says pay her $500, start thinking about how you can make an extra $2,500. And if you commit yourself, you'll see it. Something in your brain is going to unlock. You know, sometimes like necessity is the mother of invention. Sometimes you gotta get sick and tired of being sick and tired. Like, you know what? There has to be a way for me to get out of here. Well, there you go. And now that you're asking that question, you'll see God's gonna open up your mind. And you will find a way to make an extra $2,500. And once you start making the extra $2,500, ask yourself, how can I make an extra $5,000? Right? Life, you should always say to yourself, life doesn't happen to me. I happen to life. Okay? That's how your mindset had. Anybody should be like that. Right? You have a bill that says this. Yeah. You know what I mean? I got to a point, I started seeing bills I never seen before. It is what it is, right? Like, it has to be paid, right? But do you know that there are people out here, like, even with their businesses or whatever, they have a bill that's like $50,000 a month, right? There are people, even like their newsletter, like, because they have so many emails they send out, right? Just their newsletter for their business. It's like $100,000 a month for a subscription. You have people, their Shopify business account, every month, they probably pay like what, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 because they make so much money. But hey, it's the cost of doing business. Look at it the same way. Be a business person. Whatever you're ordered to pay, say to yourself, it's the cost of doing business. It's not a big deal. Okay? Find ways to make more money. Believe in yourself. You are smart enough to make it. If God saw fit for you to be born in America, obviously there's something you can do, right? So you got to find that out. Also, if you have to change your friends and not hang out with people like Greg, like the old defeated people, right? Change your friends. Start hanging out with more entrepreneurial people. Start to hang out with more business-minded people. Start hanging out with more dreamers, more doers. Start hanging out with people like going to the gym. Start hanging out with people of faith, men who actually read the Bible and care about the Bible. Like, maybe it's time for you to change your man group. Right? Hang out with different people. Hang out with different people. And also, if you care, you can also read a lot of biographies about people who had no money, men who had no money, and they worked and they found ways to become millionaire. You know, you have Rich Dad, Poor Dad. There are so many books out there that can give you so much hope. There are so many books out there that can just open your mind to what is possible. Don't let money make you a bitter person. That is ridiculous. It's just money. Okay? Never let money make you a bitter person. Money is meant to be spent. You make money, you spend money. Right? Sometimes also you make money and you lose money. If you have the right attitude, you can always make more money. Right? In this life, if all you have are money problems, you're good. You don't have health problems, you're not sick, your family's not sick, you're not a criminal. Your main issue is money, you're okay. You are okay. Right? You are perfectly fine. It's like, listen, money is meant to be spent. Money's meant to be spent. So don't cry about the bills. Find ways to make more money. Like most men do. Most men who are productive, most men who are rich, most men who are CEOs, most men who have a boss attitude, they don't cry about money because they get it. You're sitting here crying about $100, $200, $300, even $1,000. There are people who spend at the restaurant every night. There are people who spend that, I don't know, with their insurance. And I'm like, remember I used to have people cry about like 4,000 or 5,000. Like, that's the price for some people. That's the price of a Christian Louboutin shoes. Like, it's not worth crying over. 5,000 is not worth crying over, right? If you think hard, you'll find a way to make the money. You don't have to cry about it. Even if you need 100,000, there's a way to get the money legally, right? It might take a few months to get it. It might even take a year to get it. But if you really want 100,000, you can get it. If you say to yourself in 12 months, I want to save 100,000, you really can't do it. It might be uncomfortable because it's the first time that you're doing it. But once you reach your first 100,000, it becomes easier to get another one. It's the mindset. Too many people do not have a healthy mindset when it comes to money. People limit themselves. Oh, this is all I make. Mom, dad only made this. And you are limiting yourself. You have limiting beliefs. And sometimes you have to check in with yourself. Y'all got to go a little bit, right? Sometimes you have to check in with yourself and be like, yo, why do I have such a limited mindset? Why do I limit myself? Just I remember like when I was growing up too, I used to believe, or people had you believing that, oh, you had to wait until you were 60 to be a millionaire, right? Because most millionaires were a lot older. You have to retire to have money. You have to retire to be a millionaire. You have to wait until your 60s. No, you can be 22 years old and be a millionaire. You can be 20. There's no age. It's up to you, right? Like when I heard Vivek, he said when he was 25 or 26, his first salary was $500,000 or $600,000. And then the following year, he made $700,000. I didn't know that. But I wish somebody would have told me you can make that kind of money at 24, 25. Oh, I sure would have tried, But sometimes when you don't know, you put limiting beliefs on yourself and you feel like, oh, I got to reach this age before I can see this much money. The answer is no. You can see the money whenever you're ready to see the money. It's up to you. Right? But being mad, being bitter, being angry, being defeated, withdrawing from life, and being an active member of society or even in the community, withdrawing from fatherhood because you're in your feelings, that's extremely cowardly. It's extremely cowardly. Like, because you have kids that are looking at you like, okay, how does my daddy handle adversity? Right? Look at Trump. Even Trump, everything he went through, he could have said, oh, it's not worth it. Like, this is crazy. They're going to destroy my name, do raids on my house, sue me left and right. Trump could have easily said, oh, I don't want to do this. Like, it's just not, being president is just not worth it. Y'all can have it. No, he went through it all. He went through it all and he won at the end. So like nothing worth having comes easy. It's very easy to walk away. It's very easy to say, well, I'm not going to fix this. You see trash on the ground. Oh, I'm not going to pick this up. You see something that needs to be fixed. Well, why would I be the one to do it? Well, you're missing out on a great opportunity to build your character. If you see something that needs fixing, fix it. And don't expect anybody to praise you for it. Like, that's crazy. God does so much for us, and barely do we give him any praise. If you see a child that's going left, and you think as a man you can help this young man or help this young lady, make better decisions, you need to step in and save a life. They might act like they're not listening, but they are listening. Right. And one day when they're all by themselves, the advice you gave that child is going to ring true. Like, you know what? He was right. He was right. I don't have to do this. Right. We all have to intervene when we see something go left. Just like me and my Auntie Gloria. I could have said, hey, it's not my problem. She's not my family. I don't know her. Why do I have to bring her to my house? But somebody had to do it because I said to myself, what if she dies? I was like, oh my gosh, where is she going to sleep? And what if she catches hypothermia and I come back tomorrow and the lady's dead in the corner because she froze to death, right? Like, it was really eating me up. So I had to talk to Deep Seek about this. It's so fucking cold. It was frigid outside, right? A lot of people saw her and they're like, okay, they walked past her. But I'm a woman also. I'm like, I can't let this old lady sleep in this frigidity. I was like, no. You know what I'm saying? When I took her there, the girl said, oh, she can't stay here. I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? But I knew I couldn't forsake her. I can't save every homeless person, but you start, if you have one person you can help. Yeah. If you have one person you can help, you help that person. And then hopefully somebody else helps another person. And then somebody else helps another homeless person. One person does not have to help the entire homeless community. But if everybody helps one person, it makes life easy. You don't have to save the entire youth. But if there's one young person you can talk to that young person. And just because they don't listen to you the first time, remember when you were a kid, were you listening the first time when they talked to you? The answer is no. People have to talk to you multiple times. So give them grace. Remember when you were also 15. Remember when you were also 17. And sometimes also with young people, you have to remember many young people have traumas. Many young people have trust issues because they see adults act like children. They see adults break their promises. They see adults be selfish as fuck. Okay? Makes sense? So they're like, yeah, you're saying this, but can I even trust you? A lot of times also with young people, they want to see your behavior because they've heard a lot of good talk. But when they look at these adults, they're like, okay, I am way more mature than these adults. So yeah, you're talking, but the child has to observe you. But if you're consistently talking to a child and you are consistently walking the walk, one day that baby's going to listen to you. Okay? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's that. But you can't just walk away. You know what I'm saying? Even with the young ladies too, we have so many young ladies who are mothers. And many of these girls don't even know Jesus Christ. Oh my Lord. Jesus. You see, people are so fucking evil. But I'm like, even the young ladies too who are moms, a lot of young ladies who are mothers, I can tell they have no idea how to be a mother. They have no idea how to raise a child. And once upon a time, a lot of older Black women would have pulled these young ladies to the side and trained her on what she needs to do with the baby, the nap schedule for the baby, how to bathe the baby, how to do stuff for the baby, the diaper rashes. And you would have had older mothers, older Black women, older matriarchs would have pulled her to the side and trained her on this is how you raise a baby. But today, people will see a young Black mom, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. You can tell she doesn't know what she's doing. Nobody wants to step in to help her because, oh, I got to go over here. Oh, I got to do this because nobody wants to be inconvenienced. Somebody's going to have to be inconvenienced because she needs mentorship, right? The baby also needs help because if she doesn't know how to properly mother, the baby is suffering. We have to learn to be inconvenienced. That is part of being part of a thing. You have to learn to be inconvenienced. Everybody has to learn to be inconvenienced. It's life. But hopefully, if you do a good job helping the person, it shouldn't take too long. But if it takes long too, man, well, maybe that's your ministry, right? Where the fuck are you going anyways, right? But we have to learn to be okay with being inconvenienced. Because a lot of people were inconvenienced in order for you to live the life that you live. I think it's kind of gross that a lot of people don't say to themselves, what kind of world am I living for kids that will come after me? What kind of world am I building for my children, for other people's children, for nieces and nephews and things like that, that they may live in the world, or especially in America, that is way more open, that is way more tolerant, that is way more this and way more that. But I'm like, it seems like a lot of people, it's just not a concern for them. They received a lot from previous generations, but they can't fathom in their heads sacrificing. Oh my Lord, I got to sacrifice for other people that looks just like them to have an easier life. So to me, I'm going to sit and go. The whole purpose of having parents and grandparents, or being a parent, or being a matriarch, patriarch, your purpose in life is not just for you to live, enjoy yourself, buy what you want. No, your purpose involves sacrifice. That your children, your grandchildren, because of you and your sacrifices, will have an even easier life. Every generation that comes after should have an easier life. Their life should be getting easier, not harder. And this is why I say, but my Palestinian, I can't let that go. But this is why I have a lot of respect for Jewish people. Because from coming here to everything they've done, everything they have done was to put their children and their grandchildren in positions of power, positions of influence. I was looking at a thing one day. I'm like, damn, think about the number of actors and actresses, white people, right? In Hollywood, they're actually Jewish, right? They created Hollywood. They wrote the script. They hired the people. The vast majority of actors and actresses in Hollywood are Jewish. They're Jewish. They get the most pay. They get the Oscars. The whatever, the Emmys. They're mostly Jewish. Hollywood is a playground for Jewish children. Aaron Spelling, Jewish. Jewish, right? Yes, they're mostly Jewish. And they invested, they built something, they sacrificed, so that Hollywood now is a playground for Jewish kids. Larry Helson, he just bought Paramount Studios for his son. I said, but damn, it must be nice. It must be nice. But you can't do this if you're not willing to sacrifice for the next generation. And I think that's why when I heard Greg the other day, I was really, really triggered, because I'm like, this is seriously disgusting. Because men, good men, great men should always be about sacrifice for family, sacrifice for the community, sacrifice for society, because that's where you should derive your pride as a man. I came in this life, I left this place better. I did my very best to leave this place a lot better than I found it. And when my kids think of me, when my great kids think of me, when my great grandkids think of me, they'll say, wow, granddad did X, Y, and Z. Dad did X, Y, and Z. Great granddad did X, Y, and Z. And that's how your name will go down as one of the best patriarchs to ever live. But to want to live your life just for sex, just to grab a passport, sleep around the world and have sex with random women, to the point that you could go somewhere and get killed because you're chasing behind sex, that's extremely disturbing to me. But I'm like, you're not honorable, and you don't have purpose. Like, you don't know who the fuck you are, and you don't even know why the fuck you were born. And that's why your main mission in life is to go to the State Department or to the post office, apply for a passport to go have sex with foreign women in foreign countries where you could actually get murdered. Y'all need to look into it. In Colombia, they are killing these men. They are killing them. They're robbing them for sure. And then they are killing them. They are killing them. You're going to die in a foreign country because you wanted to have sex. Like, seriously? Like, I mean, that is fucking crazy. You didn't even die in America. You went to die in a third world country because you were chasing ass. Because you wanted somebody to be impressed by what? Right? Do something honorable here. Do something noteworthy here. Do something impressive here. Do something selfless, and you will get the praise that you want. You won't even have to leave with money. So many men would celebrate. Dr. King, even though I'm not a fan of like socialism, but Dr. King, Malcolm X, so many men we celebrate, right? It was never about their money. What money? Malcolm X didn't leave no money. But the way he lived his life, the things he fought for, the things he cared about, the things he said, and the walk that he walked, how can you not have deference, like an immense amount of respect for Malcolm X? Even Minister Farrakhan, he has never given me any money. I don't even need his money. But I've always had so much admiration for Minister Farrakhan because he's so brave. He is so brave. And he's been bullied. They have canceled him. They've taken away his social media. Every time he says a thing, they demonize him. They call him anti-Semitic. Anti-what? Shut up, right? But Minister Farrakhan, he has never given me money. But you love Minister Farrakhan because he speaks the truth. And he has been punished for speaking truthfully. What lie has he told? What lie has he told? I mean, like, so like what? Now he's really sick, so he can't talk like he used to, right? But I'm like, so many men you appreciate, they never gave you a dime. But it's the way they live. And usually men that are celebrated and venerated, they're usually selfless. They did for other people. They fought for other people. They fought for the community, children, mothers. They fight for the most vulnerable. They fight for the elderly. They just, it's so selfless. And when you see that, like, wow, this man could have gone off to live a quiet life. You know what I'm saying? Miss Coretta King, beautiful lady. Miss Betty Shabazz, beautiful lady. These people could have gone off with their beautiful wives. If you ever see Malcolm X's daughters, oh my God. Oh my God. They are so freaking beautiful. They're so beautiful. He could have lived. He could have had more poom poom with Miss Betty Shabazz. He could have had more children. He could have raised his children. He could have seen his daughters grow up. I'm like, there's one. She is so freaking gorgeous. Oh my God. But he thought about all of us, not just his kids. And because he thought about everyone, his children grew up without a father. Same thing with Dr. King. I'm not a fan of Marxism or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? Houses getting bombed, all kinds of foolishness, right? Who wants their home to be bombed? This is fucking insane. This is fucking insane, right? Me, you bought my house. Oh, I'm fucking done. Like, get out of here with that, right? But I'm like, Miss Coretta, beautiful. Betty Shabazz, beautiful. They could have stayed home and had so much sex, so much fun, gone to church, gone to the mosque, lived their best lives. They didn't have to do this, but they did because they thought about us, even though they would never even see our faces. She's freaking gorgeous. Hold on. I think it's this one. Alicia, I think that's her. I think so, right? He has beautiful children. Malcolm X has beautiful girls. They're all like really pretty. I'm like, damn, y'all pretty. Look like their dad. You see, they grew up without a father. So we wouldn't have to be oppressed by these freaking people. Oh, well, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. People got to stop being cowards. People seriously have to stop being cowards. I'm like, it's so disgusting. It really is disgusting. But you guys, I gotta go pick her up now. Okay. But I love y'all. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you go in the comment section,
right this second, the Orthodox and Catholic churches are keeping families together by doing this, by having the social ecclesiastical authority to help govern people's marriages. And they do a good job. And the thing is if the women are involved heavily in the church, that becomes part of their social circle. And you know, as well as I do, that most women are the sum of their social circle, just like men are. And divorce as a social contagion, right? And leaving your man, social contagion often. If you're around a woman who's divorced, what happens? She starts telling the other women,
absolutely,
get divorced.
It's literally cancer.
It's cancer. Yeah, it's a social contagion. So the churches right this second, the traditional churches are assisting men with this. And if it's the case that you want to get married right now, there's nothing valuable about secular marriage. It's totally garbage. It's always been fucking trash. And it was always going to lead to this. Marriage to me only is religious.
Yeah, I agree.
And so, so if that's the case, we're talking about marriage, that it's a religious institution. The religious institutions ought to be what's governing it. And when they do, man, the outcomes are better. Now, how does that affect secularists? The idea here, Andrew, okay, what about all the secularists? Well, secularists shouldn't get married. What is the value of getting married if you're a secular? It's a religious institution. What are you even doing getting married? It's worthless to most of them, and that will put them in a terrible position.
And that's why gays.
But let me ask you, if you had to get married right now today, right this second, and it was blind, you just had and all you knew was this, that you could pick between a secular woman, a Catholic woman, or an Orthodox woman. Those were your three choices. Okay. And you were going to be stuck with them forever. Right. And you didn't want them to cheat. What would you pick?
Who's the hottest?
For a long-term I'd go with or the more religious woman, the Orthodox.
The Orthodox or the Catholic, of course. Right. So then the idea, so what we've just established is very simple then. The idea is if you're going to get married right now and you want a prescription right now, Myron just told you that the only prescription is going to be that you're married to a woman who's heavily religious in a heavily religious institution, and you are too, or don't do it. And that was what the debate with CGA was. And what he didn't understand because he couldn't shut the fuck up long enough to hear what the argument was.
This is why I love hearing debates of people who have.
There's a part I had to clip out, but he's right. But the problem is when you talk about I think that's what Greg was bothered because. No, it's here. I'm putting it back up. The issue here is that Greg, he's promiscuous. He doesn't want God because when you have God, you got to have discipline of the flesh, which is something that many of these men do not want to practice. And that's why you got to be very suspicious of a man who doesn't want to submit to God. They're like, just like you tell a woman, oh, but you can't submit to a man, but you'll submit to your employer. Okay, you as a man, you can also submit to your employer. You can also submit to the rules of Google AdSense. You will also submit to the rules of YouTube. Why can't you submit to God? So it seems to me the woman looks at you and she's inspired by your rebellion. So because the black man is rebellious, so the black woman also is rebellious. I'm like, if the black man was submissive to God, it would be so much easier for her to be submissive. Because bad behavior is incredibly inspirational, right? When you misbehave as a man, you also inspire her to misbehave as a man, as a woman. It doesn't fail. So if you want to see more honorable ladies, you have to also have more honorable men, right? Because when a woman loves a man, she'll do whatever, right? So if the man is more honorable, she will become a more honorable lady. It's not that hard. But if you don't want to submit to God because you want to, because your flesh is out of control and you want to sleep with everybody, well, then you create a culture of promiscuity. And I already said, men create the culture, women sustain the culture. So if we have a promiscuous culture because men are promiscuous, you have to have your flesh under control, right? You have to have your flesh under control. But if you as a man do not have your flesh under control because you don't submit to God. So if a man doesn't answer to God, you are incredibly dangerous. You are a dangerous man. You are extremely dangerous. And people better take heed and stay away from you. Better stay away from you. You know what I mean? People have to stay away from you. That's it. But man, they don't want to submit to God. They do not want to submit to God. So they're out here deflecting, talking about everything and anything. No, let's talk about why do you not want to submit to God? Why are you afraid to submit to God? Because they're not willing to get to let go of sin. They want to sleep with as many women as they see. They want to sleep with every woman they see. Okay. So then you're going to have the culture that you have. And then the woman will behave a certain way. And therefore, the children will be raised a certain way. And you will have to blame yourself. Like I said, in the garden, even though Eve ate the fruit first, God came to Adam because he's responsible for her. You are responsible for the woman. So whatever happens here, you're going to be held accountable. So whether you practice self-preservation or whatever you call it, right? It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, right? You are the head. God will find you and God will hold you accountable. Because as a man, it was your responsibility to make sure the woman was well behaved and well taken care of, and that the child was well behaved and well taken care of. If the woman is crazy, the child is crazy, we're looking at you because you are called to be a leader. Leadership is not just the cars, the shoes. No, it's the behavioral shit, right? It's the behavior shit. You have to make sure that everybody under your leadership is well behaved. And if they're misbehaving, then there's a problem with your headship. There is a problem with your manhood, and there's a problem with your leadership because your wife should be in order and your children should be in order. But it starts with you. Stop blaming her, and she got to stop blaming the kid. Take accountability. Be better. Okay. Love you guys. I got to go. So hopefully you enjoyed this video, and I'll be back later. Okay. Love y'all. Maybe tomorrow by God's grace. Okay. Bisous. Bach. Thank you so much for $20. I appreciate that. Okay. Love y'all. Bye-bye, my people. I got to go. I'll be back soon.